Well, hello everyone. Welcome to another Friday and another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time that you joined the live stream or you're new to the channel, first of all, welcome. The way this works, super duper simple. You simply drop your questions down in the chat box there and I work through them in the order they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I don't. But either way, we have a great time talking about lawn care. Guys, it's been a fun week, man. We got some rain finally for a change. The lawn's starting to look nice. I got a lot of great questions from you guys around fungicides and insecticides, so that's why hence the title for tonight's live stream. So I'll spend some time talking about that, but of course, it's always about you guys. We're gonna be answering your lawn care questions. All right, so let's start with Mark F. I got a couple of super chats here. Let me take care of those really quick. The first one from Mark, he's saying, let's get the party started. I agree, Mark.
Super chat received.
Nice, I appreciate it, sir. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And then next up is David Polanco.
Super chat received.
I was saying, let's Mark. All right, so you guys are starting it off. I really appreciate it. I'm not sure which of you guys is going to be the show sponsor, so we'll just say David and Mark. So I can fix that. I can do that really quick. So guys, it's been an interesting week. So, it's May. So this means a lot of things. It means top dressing window is now open. It also means if you are one of these people that are insistent on doing things the hard way and trying to do a major lawn renovation and grow Bermuda grass from seed, windows open now for doing that kind of stuff. And along with a few other things that we'll get into tonight. So yeah, hopefully you guys. I also got some great questions, so I'm really looking forward to it. Feeling a lot better this week than I did last week, which is good. So hopefully the cold stays away. And then Mark and David, you guys are currently the show sponsors. So you guys get to share the honor. All right, let's see what else we have in the live stream tonight. First up is VMH. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. I had a workout today, hand core aerated, about 3,000 square feet with holes spaced about 3 inches apart and 4 to 5 inches deep. So now VMH, are you talking about, you say a hand core aerate. Does that mean you have like the pitchfork type thing and you literally manually aerated 2,000 square feet? Or did you use, I think that's what you really mean, or did you use like a Ryan or a Billy Good or one of those like, one of the machines that you do push around by hand or you guide around by hand, but it kind of helps the process. If it's the former where you actually got out there with a core aerator and manually did it, like you got the fork thing and manually did the entire lawn, I salute you. You are a bigger man than me. I can't imagine doing that. Even over 3,000 square feet, that sounds like a ton of work. And I wouldn't necessarily call that a workout. It sounds more like torture to me. So if you did, good job. I still have to get my core aeration done. Alex is out of town this weekend, so we're planning it in a couple of weeks. Normally I would have had it done already, but we want to kind of just get it all together. So I'm doing my lawn, he's doing his lawn, we do neighbor's lawn, kind of coordinate it all together. So yeah, you're ahead of the curve. You're ahead of me, man, which is pretty awesome. So great stuff. All right, we got another super chat here from Miss Goldie Mojica. What's going on? Thank you so much, Goldie. I appreciate it.
Super chat received.
Thanks so much, Goldie. I really do appreciate the help and hopefully the questions or the answers that I've that I've given as far as like I know we've been going back and forth in email have been useful. So if you have any if everything that ever needs clarification, let me know. But now, for the time being anyway, your name in lights as the show sponsor. So congrats and thanks again for that. I really do appreciate it. All right, next up we have Natalie Tran in the house. She says, hey Ron, how you doing today? I am early today for a change. I just finished cleaning the driveway. Nice, Natalie. Glad that you were able to make the live stream a little bit earlier. That's something else I need to do too. So there's a guy across the street that was getting his house painted and the people that were painting it also do pressure washing and I need to get my driveway pressure washed. I did it 2 years ago, so I'm due now. They gave me a price that, I guess it's a decent price, but pressure washing can be kind of expensive. But again, kind of like VMH, you are ahead of me, Natalie. You got your pressure washing done. Mark got his, VMH got his aerating done. You guys are messing around. You guys are getting all the fun stuff out of the way. And VMH adding a little bit more context. He says, I wanted to rent the reciprocating aerator instead of the rolling one, which seems to tear up the lawn more, but they have none around here, so I made me one. Nice. So it's pretty hardcore, dude. Very cool. So whenever you can't find the equipment to make it make the process easier, you do what you got to do to make it work. So I'm sure you got a good result. Guys, the front lawn is recovered pretty nicely from the top dressing. Some of you have asked for an update, so I told you guys I would show you that on the live stream. So really quick, this was the front lawn 3 days after top dressing. So that was it 3 days after top dressing. And this is it today, I think. Yeah, this is it today. So you can see it's grown in really nicely. Color's a lot better, looking much better. Overall, very, very happy with how the lawn has recovered. So awesome stuff. Looking forward to that. All right, next up is Timothy Wolf. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Can 901C burn the grass if temperatures get too hot? Thank you. Well, it is a fertilizer, so any fertilizer can burn the lawn if you over apply it. But I've not experienced any issues with 901C burning my lawn, much like I didn't experience any issues with Turfplex last year burning my lawn. It really comes down to application rates, right? So you guys know I do a spoon feeding program where I fertilize my lawn every couple of weeks. So first of the month, middle of the month. And last year I was using Turfplex, Release Zero, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum. This year it is, or at least for this part of this year anyway, it's 901C, NutriKelp, Biospectrum, and Nutrizolve. So yeah, to answer your question, it shouldn't. If you're applying it at the rates that I recommend, right? So if you're doing it by itself and you're applying 901C at the heavier end, right? Because the application rates are between 2 to 7 ounces per 1,000 square feet. If you stay right in the middle, like 3 ounces per 1,000 square feet with a gallon of water, you really shouldn't run any issues with burning your lawn. Again, I'm someone that literally I fertilize my lawn from April until September, whenever I hang it up for fertilization for the season. So, and I have not had any issues with it burning my lawn. Big thing is making sure you're putting it down at the correct rates. You're not putting it down too heavy, that your coverage is good, using the right spray tip. All those things matter. But to answer your question in a nutshell, it should not burn your lawn as temperatures get higher. I am not going to change the rates that I'm using as temps go up. So actually, it's not super hot yet, but if you guys want to see what 901C, Nutrizolve, with the carbon kit and Nutrizolve put together, along with a little PGR, can look like. I can show you guys this video. I did this today during lunch. Took a quick shot of the back lawn. So this is a pan of the front lawn, of the back lawn rather, as it sits today. This is, obviously mowing every other day at this point. Plant growth regulator, the golf course lawn carbon kit, and Nutrizolve. So I'm doing that every couple of weeks, and overall loving it. Loving the color. The pop is awesome. It's like lawn's on fire. It looks really, really good this year compared to this time last year. Last year it filled in better. Because I didn't do all the heavy verticutting, but this year the color is love it, beautiful. All right, next up we have John B. Brorwell saying, "What's up, Ron? What's going on, John? Hopefully you are doing well, sir." And he says, "Rob, Ron, I know what you meant, man. I mean, trust me, if that's the worst I'm called, I'm good. I've been called way worse than that, so I'll take it. I'll take it." Next is Mark F. He says, "Greetings from sunny Phoenix, where it will hit 100 degrees Fahrenheit for the first time this year. Mowing every day now at 5/8, and it's going in nicely so far." Yeah, man, that's where I'm starting out right now, Mark. I am at 0.62, so 5/8 of an inch is where the bench height of the mower is set. Because the lawn was really cleaned out, it's actually cutting really low. It's really tight. If I had to actually look at if I had to guess on the actual height of cut that I'm seeing on the lawn, it's obviously between 1/2 inch and 5/8, but it's really tight. That's a nice height. I mean, that's a good height to go with, 5/8. It'll be interesting to see once the days start getting a bit longer. You're already at 100-degree weather, but if you're able to maintain that, throughout the entire season, because I did just under 1/2 inch last year, and that about killed me. I was mowing every day for 2 months, 6 weeks, 2 months about. So, it'd be interesting to see how you are going to manage that in Phoenix. One thing I would recommend is, if you've not tried it as yet, I'd highly recommend that you incorporate Plant Growth Regulator Primo Max into your program. It's going to help a lot as the grass starts growing faster. And I got to tell you guys, like this year, getting to use this for a change instead of having to break out like this to measure out my plant growth regulator, this thing is sweet. Like I mean, you'd think that a measuring cup could not make your life that much easier, but it just makes it so much faster to measure out how much PGR you're putting down, how you're adding to the tank. Saves a lot of time. It's really cool that is something that Syngenta baked into the product. So it's really nice. I am enjoying using that form factor. All right, next up is John. He's back with a question. He says, "Thanks so much for highlighting Carbon Pro. I've been applying it to my lawn and the results are great. it really helps with compaction when used properly. Yeah, Carbon Pro G and also Essential G are excellent products. Like literally, they are. You know what I can say about the same thing I can say about the Miramichi Green products that I can say about like the products from Ecologel. They just work. You know what I mean? They're not necessarily the cheapest, but I mean, if you want results, they just work. Like literally, what you were looking at here on this lawn, that is everything. Like I don't hide anything from you guys. Like literally, what I have down here is the carbon kit and Nutrizol. Literally, that's what it is. It's the products from Miramichi Green and the Nutrizol from Ecologel. So I'm not surprised that you're getting good results with Carbon Pro G. As you do use it even more, what you're going to find is your lawn is just going, I mean, overall, the turf is going to look better. It's going to manage stress better. My lawn started coming out of dormancy sooner, going into dormancy later. Overall, there's tons of benefits when I started incorporating granular carbon into my lawn care program. So glad you're getting good results, sir. Keep it up. Let me know if I can help with anything else. Next up is the man, the myth, the legend. There's a couple of those on the live stream, but Robert is definitely one of them. He says, "What's going on, Ron? Good evening, folks." And Robert sent me some pictures, man. Robert has been getting it done, guys. So you guys, if you guys are following the content, you know that anyone that's in the Golf Course Lawn Academy knows that based on the calendar, that this is the month of preventative fungicides. If you haven't done your insecticide, it's also a great month to get that down too. So Robert did that, and he sent me some pictures of him showing off how he's ensuring he's getting really good coverage. So early morning, he gets out there, and you can see his pattern that he did. He's like a crosshatch pattern. So one direction, and then come back to the other way. So that's a really good technique for ensuring that you have good coverage. You just basically you back the spreader setting down a little bit, so you're putting it down lighter because you're essentially covering the lawn twice. But yeah, thanks for sharing that, Robert. And he also sent me some pictures. I'll show you guys what his lawn used to look like before. So you guys that were following the live stream, you know that he started top dressing. So this was his lawn a couple of weeks ago. This was the recovery. So this is the before right after finished top dressing, and this is what it looks like now, or looked like a couple of weeks ago again. And if I can find it, this is what. Nope, that's not it. This is what it looks like today. I mean, that's good. I don't care who you are. You have to admit that's a good looking lawn right there. So obviously he's out mowing. You can tell by his stripe action, looking really good, and all the hard work is paying off. So now you just get to sit back and just enjoy it, Robert. You put all the hard work in early in the season, so enjoy all of the fruits of your hard work. And because he's also got to one up me. Look at his height of cut. He went out and got a prism gauge. And he looks like to my eyes, he's cutting right at 1/2 inch. That's what it looks like to me based on that prism gauge. So very nice. He's got all the cool toys. And I appreciate, one, you being a part of the Academy and also sharing the process and all your progress with us here on the show, Robert. So you're a rock star. Keep it going. The lawn looks awesome. Next up is Papa Mo's Low, and he has a public service announcement for everyone. And guys, he's right. If you're here in the live stream, you guys know, don't make me beg. I mean, it's a bit early in the live stream, but I'll do it now. I mean, if you guys wouldn't mind just reaching over, take the mouse or your touchpad, whatever you happen to be using, over to the like button and touch that like button ever so gently. It doesn't cost you guys anything. It's free. It's a great way to support the channel, support the live stream, and it helps send good vibes to the algorithm to get more people to come this away. So if you guys wouldn't mind doing that, I would really, really appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have the Lawn Beast in the house saying, "Hey, Ron, what's going on, Lawn Beast? Hopefully you are doing well, sir. Thanks for coming to hang out." And then next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, "Hey, happy Friday. I was off this week and must have mowed the lawn every day. Not that I needed it, just because I had the time." Now, here's the thing. If you're asking for someone that's going to try and talk you out of mowing your lawn, more, like, you're in the wrong space. I am not a good accountability partner when it comes to like reducing mowing frequency. But one thing you're going to find, Dwayne, is the lawn's going to look awesome for it. I mean, if you look at this, not to keep going back to, we'll look at Robert's lawn, but I'm not sure if he's going diagonally, but let's see here. Yeah, I'm not sure he's going diagonally. It looks like he's just doing lengthwise and perpendicular to each other. But really, when you get out there and you start really laying down stripes, like I'll pause right here. No matter which direction, the neighbors or AKA the competition looks at the lawn, they're going to see that stripe action. So if you're out there mowing every day, the one thing I will tell you is vary your mowing pattern. Like, you really don't want to be out mowing the same way each time. So I mow my lawn a total of 4 ways. So I'll show you guys. The My Soul test kit is my lawn for right now. I will mow it. I'll mow it this way first, And then the next time I mow a day and a half later, I'll mow this way. The next time after that, this way. And the next time after that, this way. So I mow in 4 different distinct patterns, 4 different directions. And what that does is it helps prevent you from getting ruts in the lawn. It prevents wear and tear because you're not going over the same area the same way every single time you mow. And it produces like an amazing cut. Like as far as like the look of the lawn, if you can vary your mowing patterns and the directions each time, it's gonna really set it off. Now there's some lawns where you can't really do that. Like for example, like if you have a sloped lawn, like what I have, like the front slope, I tend to mow lengthwise and I mow diagonally. So I only really mow that one 2 ways because going up and down just doesn't work out so well because of how steep it is. And then going the other direction, diagonally the other direction, I could do that as well too. But again, it's weird. Like it's the because of the grade, as I get closer to the right side, it doesn't work out too well because it gets really steep in that section. So big thing is vary your mowing patterns. It's really good that you're mowing a lot, but if you guys want a pro tip, in addition to getting a soil test done, in addition to fertilizing according to the soil test and doing your biostimulants and all that fun jazz, is he or she who mows most wins. If that's your goal to have the best lawn in the neighborhood, do all the stuff I'm talking about, like get a soil test, fertilize your lawn, use this to biostimulants, do all that fun stuff, but also mow a lot. That's the trick. All right, next up is Weary. He has a question about seeding. All right, so he says, can I throw down Bermuda grass seed now and will it grow? I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I'll answer your question, but I'll also ask why you want to throw down grass seed. I mean, if you are just doing your lawn from scratch and you're trying to do a renovation and you want to use Bermuda grass seed as a way to do it, sounds great. But again, you didn't ask that, so I want to ask that portion of the question. But a lot of times people will throw down Bermuda grass seed to try and solve a problem the wrong way. So if you have like a shade issue or a bare spot issue or things like that, of all grass types, Bermuda is one that, as long as it has enough sunlight and the conditions are reasonable, it will spread in and fill in those spots. So I'm assuming we're going to answer this question, assuming that you're just doing a renovation and you want to know now's the time to do it. The short answer is yes. Really, for most Bermuda grass seeds, once the soil temps get to 65 degrees or higher, so the average soil temps are 65 degrees or higher, then you're in the window for doing your seeding. The way you can find out what your soil temps are, you can do it one of a couple ways. You can be you can be a nerd like me and go out and get one of these guys. You can get them on Amazon for like 10, 15 bucks. It's probably like a meat thermometer, but it's this one says digital soil thermometer. Okay, so this is official. You gotta get the official one. So you can either do this or you can go to Google and just type, average soil or soil temperatures in my area, and then the local weather station will come back and they'll tell you for your area in general what the soil temps are. But the general rule is 65 degrees or higher, you're good to go. We're into May now, so you're going to be just fine. I mean, if you want to wait another week or two, when it's even hotter, that gives you a bit more buffer. But Bermuda, especially like Arden 15, will germinate very nicely this time of year. So hope that helps. Great question. Let me know how it works out for you, Weary. One thing I will tell you is that if you decide to go forward with seeding your Bermuda lawn, be sure you budget and both money wise, but also time wise for watering, because the biggest reason why seeding projects tend to fail is people don't water enough. Literally for the first 2 to 3 weeks, depending on which Bermuda variant you go with, you got to make sure that the soil doesn't dry out. Now, it doesn't have to be like a sopping mess where it's muddy and gross, but you just can't allow it to dry out. So for most people, that's going to mean watering at least twice a day. In some cases, you may have to do a light watering like middle of the day. So, that's going to add up to a pretty hefty watering bill. So just make sure you account for all that when you're doing your seeding project, you're doing your planning. All right. David Polanco is up. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. Happy Friday chat. What's going on, David? Thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate you, sir. Next up is Mr. R. Colson 74. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday, sir. Hope you're feeling better. I am feeling better. It's funny. I thought like on last live stream, I was still my normal bubbly self. And I was actually watching some of the footage. I was like, man, I look like death warmed over. What was I thinking? And today I can actually feel it. I feel a lot better. And maybe you guys can probably notice it too. I feel way better, than I did last week. So still not 100%, but definitely a tons better. All right. On to your question. I just got my mow in, keeping it down at 0.40 inches this year, ready for the 90-degree temps in Texas. Sir, man, now here's the thing, Robert. Or I'm not sure it's Robert, but R. Colson is the thing is 0.40 is no joke. I'm sure it looks awesome right now. I'm going to want you to keep me updated on how you're able to do that when it comes into, say, June, like mid-June, not even mid-June, like early June. If you're still doing like what your mowing frequency is to be able to maintain a 0.40. It looks really cool. Like last year I was around there a little bit higher than where you are now. And the lawn looks really cool, really tight. It's an awesome look. But it takes a lot of mowing, like especially when it gets hot. Even if you're using plant growth regulator, you're going to be out there. I was every day to keep it looking nice in between cuts, right? Just keep it nice where I'd never got any kind of scalping problems. So very cool, man. You got to send me pictures. I'll post them up on the live stream. Let everyone check it out. I can see your avatar, which looks awesome. But you just got to share pictures if you've got them of how the lawn is looking this time of year. Very, very, very cool. All right, next up is Frank V. He says, good evening to you, Ron. It's hot here in Florida. Living the dream in the 90s. Yeah, we're going to have that soon here, Frank. I'm glad that you guys are having great temps in Florida, that you're enjoying the 90-degree weather. It's definitely better than having cool weather, right? Because then the Bermuda goes dormant. It just doesn't look as nice, and we just can't have that. It's not as good, right? We don't like it. All right, next up is Mr. Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor. Chuck Taylor is one of my favorite shoes is Chuck Taylor's. So, I mean, your name's Charles, but, Chuck Charles, kind of this. It's simple, it's like an abbreviation. Anyway, going to mow my Bermuda grass low this year. It's a cool goal, Charles. One you'll find is if you, I'm not sure how, what you consider to be low, but really if you are cutting Bermuda under 1.5 inches, right? I consider like 1.5 inches or lower or less to be mowing Bermuda low. And what you're going to find is that one, it's going to look really good. It's going to tighten up. It's going to get really nice and dense. It's going to look like a carpet where when people walk by, they're going to ask you what kind of grass you have, and you'll be like, it's Bermuda. It's the same thing as in your lawn, right? So it's going to help with keeping weeds out of your lawn because it's going to be really, really tight. It just looks good. I mean, Bermuda is a grass that is designed to be cut short. The negative to that, or it's negative, not really negative, but one consideration is that cutting it that short is going to require the right equipment. So either really a real mower is what you're going to want to go with if you're getting it really much lower than 1.5 inches, 1.25 inches. But yeah, it's a good challenge to take on. I will tell you, I'm not sure how long you've been in the live stream, but I will tell you that as far as a tip I will give you is to make sure you vary your mowing pattern each time. Once you start cutting short, you're putting the mower on the lawn a lot more than a normal person does. Like most people cut their lawns, I always say right before they get a letter from the house association. So every 2 weeks. If you're really serious about keeping your lawn nice, you can be mowing a couple of times a week. When summer hits, the middle of summer, it's going to perhaps be 3 times a week. So which is great for the grass. It looks good as long as your equipment's sharp and you're also varying that mowing pattern, so you're not like burning ruts into the lawn and this kind of thing. So only tip I would give you is that. I'm not sure if you have a backpack sprayer or how much you are into liquids, but something that will also help as well too is to incorporate plant growth regulator into your lawn care program. Guys, it's a funny thing. Like I did PGR on the back lawn in the beginning of this month, so a week or so ago, right? I didn't do the front lawn at first because it was still recovering from the top dressing, and I did it yesterday evening. And it was funny because I would mow the back lawn, then go to mow the front lawn, and it's you could visually. I should take a picture of it, but you could tell the difference when I was mowing the back versus mowing the front as far as how much more clippings were coming off the front lawn. So PGR definitely works. Even this early in the season, it's a good thing to do, and especially for someone like Charles, is going to be mowing a lot and mowing low. It's a good tool to have in your toolkit for shortcut turf. So good stuff, man. I like it. All right, we got a super chat down here. Let me run down and grab it from Mr. Merrill Williams. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate it.
Super chat received.
It says, happy Friday, Ron, and everyone. Just completed my new sod project. Install 16,000 square feet of zoysia. Wow, that's a lot. What's the best starter fert to use for new sod? Thanks. A couple different options for that, Merrill. I'm going to tell you to get a soil test done and fertilize your new zoysia based on that. However, given that it's brand new sod and you just want to give it a bit of everything, the 12 is a great option, the Yard Master 12. So I will show you that. So we go over to the golf course lawn store. We'll go for a ride. And guys, by the way, if you didn't notice, the homepage of the site has been redesigned. I got some feedback from people saying, hey, for someone that knows what they're looking for, it's not as bad, but for someone that's new, it's kind of hard to navigate. So I fixed that. So now when you go here, you've got everything broken out into lawn fertilizers, biostimulants, weed killer, fungicides, and insecticides, which we'll talk about later. and soil test kits, and then moisture management. So it's a little bit different layout, but it's easier for people to navigate. All right, so on to your question, Meryl, about fertilizer. You go to the lawn fertilizer section, and what I would say to go with is this guy, the Yard Master Triple 12. Literally, it's a starter fertilizer that has a bit of everything in it, right? So you've got your nitrogen, your potassium, your phosphorus, and it also has a complete complement, an entire complement of micronutrient as well. So your zinc, iron, manganese, the boron, copper. It's got a bit of everything in it. So for your new zoysia, once you've got it in there and you decide you're going to start fertilizing, you want to start feeding it, then this is a good option that I would go with. As far as rates go, the 3 pound per thousand rate, which is pretty much common for all Yard Mastery ferts, is what I would use. There's no reason to go crazy heavy. 3 pounds per thousand, along with everything else that you're already doing. If you've not considered incorporating like Essential G into your program, I'd highly recommend doing that. I would have done it actually before I put the sod down. But even now, after the fact, it's something that monthly you want to do, and it's gonna really help the lawn to do well, get established and do well. But to answer your question, the triple 12 from Yard Mastery, that is what I would go with. It's a great product, and I can't say it. It's an excellent product for what it is. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a good starter for it. Hope that helps. Let me go and try and find out where I left off. Put some funk on. Take a sip of my lemonade. All right. Next up is low down, low key. Low key loaded. It says, hey Ron, can't wait to throw down some Primo Max in this central Texas heat. Mid to upper 90s in the next 10 days after a couple of inches of rain in the last 2 days. Yeah, you want to get some Primo down, man, because what you're describing there, so you just had rain, so plenty of water, and now upper 90s temps. Bermuda is gonna hulk out like crazy in those kind of conditions. It's gonna grow. It's gonna take off. So Primo, if you don't have this already, would highly recommend it. I mean, the 4 ounce container with the built-in measuring cup is money. They're super easy to use. We have those in stock at the golf course lawn store. Where you would find that actually, and I need to add another category for it, but just to make it easy for you guys to know where it is. I have it under Fertilizer. So if you go here and then go under Fertilizer, or just use search, it'll show up there too. But Primo Max is right here under fertilizers and whatnot. And you can also use a search to find it as well too. But yeah, I would get that down. I would get it down. I started the beginning of this month, last week, and then next week I'm gonna do my I'm gonna play with something this year, guys. I'll play with something this year. So normally I do my Primo once a month, right? Once a month. That's what I've done in years past. For years, that's what I've been doing with Trinexapac Ethyl. This year I'm playing with something different. Well, I'll document it. You guys that are watching the YouTube stories, you'll learn about it just as I learn about it. I'm backing the rate down a little bit. So normally for my grass, anywhere between 0.25 to 0.39 is where, or 0.38 is what I could run Primo at per 1,000 square feet. But I'm actually going a little bit less than that. I'm going out at 0.20, and I'm going to do that every 2 weeks. So I'm going to see how it works. We'll see how how the experiment works between this month into say mid-June. If I like how the lawn's looking, if it's not, I'm not seeing any surge growth, if I'm not, not seeing any yellowing, like, anything like that, I might stick with it. I mean, I'm out there already in the lawn anyway, twice a month. So maybe backing down the rate and using Primo in each feeding could be a thing. So I'm still testing that. Not necessarily saying any of you should do that as yet, because I haven't really worked out as yet on rates, what rate I really like for Bermuda. But I got this tip from a couple friends of mine that work in the industry, that actually work on golf courses. And they say, yeah, if you want to, once a month is great. But if you're going to be out there anyway, just back the rate down and do it every couple of weeks. And it's going to look even better. It'll never come out of regulation then doing that. And you're going to get a better result. So we're going to find out. We shall all find out together, guys. So definitely low key. Glad you're getting your Primo out. Let me know if you have any questions, if I can help with anything. And guys, if for any of you that are looking into doing Primo or plant growth regulator, follow the label, like follow the rates. Don't. There's no reason to go heavy. Literally follow the rates on the bottle. That is what you need to do. For Bermuda and Zoysia, 0.25, nice safe rate. For cool season grasses, the rates are higher, so just check the label for those. All right, next up is Thomas Tucker. Thomas says, "What's up, Ron? I haven't had any issues since you put me on to Headway G. I've been using Duocide for insect control, but I'm switching to a Celoprint to save my natural aerators. Thanks." Yeah, man. So Thanks for that, Thomas. I'm glad that you're getting good results with Headway. And that was one of the topics that I was going to talk about tonight in the live stream is the importance of fungicide and insecticide. So especially for people that are cutting their lawns more frequently and you're having shorter cut turf, right? Adding a preventative fungicide starting in the month of May makes a lot of sense. If you look at the label that Syngenta has on for Headway and also for Headway, Caravan, and also Heritage, which is another one of their fungicide products. They recommend, May, June. That's the time frame if you're doing it for preventative purposes to do that. In my case, where I've had issues with lawn fungus in the past, I started last month. I put some down in April. I've already done my May app already too. So I'm glad that you're getting good results with it, Thomas. Out of the two, like if you have a choice, like because I've gotten this question too ever since the video I released on yesterday on Thursday, concerning which one to go with. So like we can actually go through that really quickly here. So we go back to shop and then we'll go to fungicides and insecticides. So the question I've gotten is, should I go with Headway, which is strictly a fungicide, or should I go with Caravan, which is an insecticide and fungicide? So the answer is depends, right? Depends on your budget, depends on what you're trying to achieve. For the best possible result, in my opinion, Headway is the superior choice if what you primarily care about is a fungicide. Reason being is this. Within Headway, there's two different fungicides. There's azoxystrobin and there's propiconazole. So you have two different fungicides, two different modes of action, two different ways that this product will attack and kill and control lawn fungus within your lawn, right? So it's, for that standpoint, it's an excellent choice. If a fungicide is really your primary goal. And then Caravan, if you're someone that says, hey, listen, you know what? I've never had issues with fungus in my lawn before. I need to get an insecticide out already too. I haven't done an insecticide. I want to get an insecticide and fungicide. That's where Caravan comes in. You only get azoxystrobin for the fungicide portion of Caravan, but it's still a great product. I used Caravan for a couple of years until I changed up my program a little bit, and I'll tell you what I'm doing now. So Caravan, if you want a simpler way to go and a slightly more cost-effective way to go, Caravan is the way you want to be. But what I am doing this year, and a lot of you guys in the Academy already know this, and Thomas, you probably know this as well too, is I'm doing Headway for my fungicide, and then I'm using Acelepryn as my insecticide. So this year I use Acelepryn SC, the liquid version, which is this right here. And then last year I used the granular. So you have a choice. You can get granular or liquid, your call. But then you're buying two different products. You're buying Acelepryn for the insecticide, and you're buying Headway for the fungicide. It is a more expensive way to go, but there are also benefits to Acelepryn as well, in the sense that it kills more stuff. As far as like armyworm control, it has that, and it doesn't damage pollinators and earthworms and the insects we want to keep. So the Headway Acelepryn combination is a superior one from both a control standpoint and from an environmental standpoint. Caravan is more cost effective and also works great too. So you can't lose either way. So something that you guys should consider doing in the month of May, especially if you have you've ever had disease issues in your lawn before, or you have shorter cut turf. So great stuff, Thomas. Glad that you're having good results with it, and I appreciate you letting me know. Grace Ortiz is in the house. She says, "Hey, Ron, I'm here. What's going on, Grace? Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream as always. I appreciate you." And Goldie Mojica says, "Yep, definitely needed this one tonight for sure. Thank you. You're very, very welcome, Goldie. Thanks for hanging out in the live stream." And next up is Robbie Marie with Mr. and Mrs. Pink Brake Caliber from Texas, saying, "What's going on, Ron? Happy Friday from Texas. What's going on, Robbie? Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream." We also got Luis Rodriguez in the house, Mr. G Free in the house, leading up the Stripe Action Gang, saying hit the thumbs up. I appreciate that, G Free. And then next up is Stephen Mobley, where he says, "Hey, Ron, I want to aerate and top dress this year. Which one do you recommend doing first, or do you suggest doing first?" Great question. Gives me a segue into one of my talking points tonight, which is around top dressing, like what sequence. So, as I would do it, if you're trying to go full tilt in your no holes barred, see, the coal's not fully gone yet, guys. No holes barred, you're trying to get the best possible result from your top dressing work, then I would do aeration first. So aerate first and then anything else that you're planning to apply. So if you're trying to do a biostimulant, like a granular biostimulant, like Essential G, if you're going to fertilize as part of your top dressing project, which I kind of recommend doing because it helps the lawn bounce back faster, I would do that as well. Then, if you're doing hydrochains, if you have any kind of moisture manager that you want to put down, whether it's going to be especially if it's the granular, that's a good time to do it. So you want to aerate, put all your stuff down, and then top dress on top of that. Reason being is that everything I just listed there, right? Your biostimulants need to get in the soil to work. Your fertilizer, your granular fertilizers need to get in the soil to work. Hydrochain needs to get in the soil to work. So the fact that you already got the lawn opened up from all the hard work you're going to be doing with aerating it, great time to add those products. And then you can almost think of when you put the top dressing mix down, it's almost like icing on the cake, right? You're just kind of locking it all in, sealing it all in. And then when you water it, you're literally fast tracking those products into the soil so they can begin working faster. So absolutely, it's definitely aerate. Anything else you want to do, and then top dressing is the last thing. The only thing that I would put after top dressing is if you're doing any kind of a seeding project, I would do that after top dressing. But everything else, as far as product application, I would sandwich it between the aeration and the top dressing portion. So hope that helps, Stephen. I will think good thoughts for you when you're out there slaving away trying to top dress a lawn and get it looking nice. Looks like you're an NC, a Tar Heel fan. So yeah, congrats on that. And if you have any other questions, let me know. All right, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. Let's see what kind of questions Dwayne has. He says, hey, Ron, have you heard that some weed seeds can live in the thatch layer, which could be why some weeds come through even with pre-emergent? Totally possible, Dwayne, depending on how thick the thatch is. I could see weeds germinating and growing in there, or seeds sitting in there and germinating from that area. It really depends. The thing I would say this is that it's regardless of whether that's a thing or not, it doesn't change the fact that pre-emergent is still a good idea in the spring and in the fall. It just is. It's like literally the most cost-effective way. If you guys remember, in February, we were having this conversation. I said, hey guys, make sure you take the time, go out and buy a $50, $60 bag of pre-emergent, even with shipping. That's still way cheaper than buying a lot of the post-emergent herbicides. So you have to stay away from stuff like, you have to go here and get Celsius or Certainty or other products. But these, killing the weeds after the fact, a lot more expensive than just using pre-emergent. Whether that's true or not, Dwayne, it doesn't really change whether or not you should use pre-emergent. And something you can do that I did this year is if you know that you have a thick thatch layer, you've got some thatch buildup, then feel free to verticut the lawn. Verticut the lawn. That's a great way to thin it out and get a lot of the material, extra material out of the canopy. And then you get rid of this problem. You know what I mean? So won't necessarily do anything for your spring pre-emergent because we're already past that. But in the fall, if you were to clean out the thatch now, do a good verticut or a couple of times this season, when fall time rolls around, that thatch layer isn't going to build up over the course of a season. At least if you're mowing properly, and you shouldn't have it, then your pre-emergent will be more effective. So if you're really concerned about thatch, there's things you can do. You can dethatch, which I think is really better for for longer grass. For Bermuda, having done both, having done dethatching and verticutting, I prefer verticutting 10 times to 1 over dethatching. You know what I mean? Because it does less damage. And I need to actually fix something here. I forgot to put Merrill up as the show sponsor. He's gonna throw knives at me. He's gonna be like, Ron, what the Hades, man? And I'll be like, you know what? You're right. My bad. I'm sorry. Merrill Williams. We'll change it to him. Get you all in here. Make sure I got you all spelled correctly. And Merrill's show sponsor. So thank you for that, Merrill. Again, my apologies. But yeah, hopefully that helps, Dwayne. If you have a big thatch layer, get out there and get a verticutter. Another way you can find one is see if a Home Depot or some rental place has a slit seeder, and that you can use for doing verticutting work too. So hope that helps. Great question. Whether it grows in thatch or not doesn't really matter. I would still do pre-emergent. Still would. All right, next up we have a super chat down here from Mr. Travis Winston. Let me go and grab that really quick. Thank you so much, Travis.
Super chat received.
He says, happy Friday to you, Ron, and the rest of the Golf Course Lawn Squad. Thanks for all the valuable content. So you're very welcome. I really appreciate you guys coming to hang out with me on a Friday night. I know there's other places you could be, other things you could be doing, but yet you are here. So I do appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, sir. I appreciate the support. Scroll back up and find out where I was. There's got to be an easy way of doing this. All right. Plus, I like the music too. All right, Robbie Marie is back with the next question. It says, I've been putting down my Essential G and Nutrizolve, and the yard is looking really good. What can I use for fleas and fire ants in the yard? Or ants in the yard. Okay, so there's two different problems. For fleas, depending on what you're going for. If you want a non-toxic option, then the Miramichi Green Pest Control, this is a great option. Wrong camera. This is a great option for that. This stuff you can literally spray all over the place outside, right? So if you have lawn furniture, tables, the patio, you can spray this on all over. Shrubs, you can get it on anything. And once it dries, you just re-enter the area and you're good to go. So it's non-toxic, very, very effective. The way it works, insects cannot form a resistance to it. So for the fleas, I would recommend this. So this, gnats, roaches, mosquitoes, any of the stuff that makes it not fun to be outside, the Miramichi Green Pest Control. And that you can find on the golf course lawn store under the biostimulant section or the Miramichi Green section. You'll be able to find it there. All right, so as far as ants, the product that I like for that, if you guys have been following the content for a while, there's a product that Syngenta makes called Advion. It's I don't have it here. I think it's in the garage. It's called Advion Fire Ant Bait. It's these little granules that you it comes in a 2-pound jug, and that you can then take that and you can kind of walk around the areas of the lawn that have the fire ants. And what I do is the beginning of the season is I will take that and I will just kind of walk areas that along the perimeter where I know that I'm more likely to have ants invade from like neighboring lawns. I do that and it does a really good job of keeping them away. I'm going to look for a link here for you really quick so I can show you the product, what I'm talking about. But Advion Fire Ant Bait is what you're after. Orthene also makes a good product too, Robbie. They make a good product as well too. But Advion I am a fan of, mainly because it doesn't smell like death warmed over, and it works a bit longer. And it's just, again, I've had really, really good results with that particular product. I found out about it several years ago, and I haven't looked back ever since. So this is the Advion. I sent you the link there in the chat. And if you want to see what it looks like, just for your own knowledge, if we go here to Amazon, see I had a T-Jet nozzle up there, and pull this up, that's what it looks like. So it's not that expensive, like $42. Literally this one, I don't know how big your lawn is, but that one container, like I got a new one this year, and let me move my face out of the way. I got a new one of these this year, and this will last me all of this season and most of next season. So I literally only have to buy this $42 container once every couple of years. And it's a great product. It has the way that the top opens, it has like a salt shaker, like I don't know what you call it, like little drill, like a salt shaker, like little holes that you can then take it and just walk around the lawn and press it and pulse around, and you'll spread the granules, and it does a great job keeping ants away. Love this product. Really, really good stuff. That is what I recommend for $42. You really can't go wrong. Really cannot go wrong. That's what I would use. So the Miramichi Green Pest Control for your fleas, gnats, mosquitoes, roaches, all the nasty stuff like that. And then Advion Fire Ant Bait for ants. Really good product. Okay, next up is Demir in the house. He says, hey Ron, what's up? Always enjoy some Friday Turf Talk. Just saw your messages on Instagram and sent you my answers. Hang on, let me see if I can find it here really quick, because I had a question from a viewer, and yeah, I'm gonna have to break this down. So the question was this, and here's the thing, guys. Next time I have Devin on, we're gonna have this as one of the talking points. A viewer sent me a question saying, hey, I want to have a portion of my lawn. I'm trying to turn it into a green. What's the best way to go about doing that? Should I burn down that portion of the lawn and then, put sand in there and get it established that way? Can I cut it down really short and put the seed down? I'm not really a fan of that one. I haven't read Devin's comment, but just thinking about it, I can see how that approach is going to cause problems. But that's something I'm going to see if I can convince Devin to take a few minutes out of his busy schedule. That's a question we're going to have for him. Hey man, if we want to build a green at home without having crazy amounts of equipment, like what would the process be for doing it and getting a good result? Because that's what he does. That's his whole job, is to keep greens looking nice and getting them established for a living, right? That's what he does. So Devin, think about that. I'll look at your question, your response, and that'll be a good one. Some people have this fascination with having a green in their backyard. I have not quite gotten there as yet because I'm afraid of like the mowing requirements that go along with that. I'd have to be out there, and then I would have to do it every day. So that's the only reason why I'm concerned about it. But yeah, maybe talking to you will take away my fears, and I will become a glutton for punishment and try it at some point. But yeah, man, thanks for the answers. I saw them there. I will read through them, and I'll just email the viewer back. Always great having you in the live stream. And whenever you get some free time, we got to get you on the show again. Got to get you on the show. All right, next up is Mr. Brick Rehab. He says, I'm waiting for my backpack sprayer to show up 5/11. Is that when it's due? I've been using a pump 4-gallon DeWalt backpack sprayer. Man, it's gonna be another level of awesome, man. It's a different level of awesome. As far as now, here's the thing: the Art Mastery sprayer is good. There are other great sprayers too in that range, but the nice thing about it is that it comes with everything. Like it comes with the TJet tips. And everything that you that you absolutely need to get a great result in your lawn. On the topic of backpack sprayers, I've a couple of people have asked me about using the TJet tips with like a Ryobi or using the TJet tips with other sprayer types. It should work. The TJet tips should work with pretty much any sprayer as long as it has a tip that can be screwed off and it allows you to swap the nozzles. It should work. It should work with that. So I know I've been getting emails saying, do I have to use a special, do I have to get a special fitment for this to use with my Ryobi? And really the sprayers that require the special fitment or the special adapter are like the Flow Zone and the Yard Mastery. The Yard Mastery comes with it. The Flow Zone does not. So that's, so just want to answer that question because a lot of people keep asking me, what can I use this with my sprayer? And the answer in general is yes, it should work with pretty much any type of sprayer. Also, guys, on another note, like this time of year has been crazy busy as far as like orders and shipments and stuff. Particularly on Nutrizolve, I know some of you guys were waiting for it, or Nutrizolve was showing up differently than some of the other stuff that you'd ordered. There was just a delay with getting some of that product to the post office. It's been since resolved. So if you order Nutrizolve now, along with whatever else you get from the store, they should all show up pretty much relatively around the same time. So just wanted to give you guys that. So I really appreciate your patience. I know that, when you want your stuff, you want it right away. I'm the same way. And for those of you guys that where there were delays on your orders, I apologize. And I'm doing all I can to make sure that you get your stuff as quickly as possible. So I wanted to say that publicly on the stream to let you guys know that doing our best, and I get it. And I appreciate all the love and support. All right, next up is Cedric G. He says, Big Ron, I finally got my Toro Greensmaster 1000. Before I read any further, got to do it. It's got to happen. He says pre-owned, of course. Yeah, pre-owned, because unless you don't want to spend 10,000 plus, right? He says, in comparison to my McLean, the Toro feels like a Cadillac, and the McLean is more like a Toyota. No disrespect to Toyota lovers. Hey, I drive a Toyota. I love Toyotas, but you are right that the Toro, the Greensmaster, is another level. And the thing is, it's really not a fair comparison. That's why, even though I did that video of comparing the True Cut and the Greensmaster, and I was like, hey, the Greensmaster is like way better, and there are all these different ways to work on and maintenance and just overall just works better. It should, because of what it costs. Like if you look at a brand new True Cut these days, you're looking at $3,000 or so thereabouts with the roller option and everything else. And a brand new Greensmaster, you can't get into those really, unless I'm mistaken, for under $10,000. A brand new one. They're like, they're 5-figure lawnmower. So it's 5 times the price. So it should do everything better. It should be easier to work on. It should, maintain settings better. It should, the part shouldn't wear out as quickly. So you're really comparing apples to oranges with those two, but I get it. Especially if you're going to have the choice between getting a pre-owned Greensmaster or a brand new McLean for around the same price. If quality of cut is your primary consideration, it's kind of hard to pass up the Greensmaster, right? Really is. So I get it. I'm glad you got the mower mount. I'm glad you're getting great success with it. If I can help with anything else, let me know. All right, Ted Patterson's in the house. He says, hey, Ron, just discovered your channel a couple of weeks ago. Great content. Like smashed Tucker, Georgia. Right. I thanks so much, Ted. I really appreciate that. YouTube is a huge, I should say it's huge. You think it's a small world, but it's really a big world. I've been making content on YouTube now for, several years, and more than several years. I don't know. My channel started in like 2006, I think. But I didn't really start posting much to it till 2016-ish, thereabouts, and posted different types of stuff. But it's just funny how over time people, new people discover your content all the time. So I'm glad that you found me, Ted, and hopefully that I will do my best to continue to earn your trust and viewership. It's a hard battle. All right, next up is Ryan Harkins. He has a question. He says, "Hey, Ron, where are you from?" So originally, Ryan, so I live in Georgia. I live in Northeast Georgia, so that's no secret. Originally, I am from the Caribbean. I was born in the U.S. Virgin Islands, born in St. Croix, and I grew up on an island called St. Eustatius. And you're like, where is that? And it's just the smallest. It's one of the smallest islands that no one's ever heard of. But what I'll tell you is, if you get on a map of the Caribbean and you look at St. Martin, and then you look at St. Kitts, which most people have heard of, you have St. Martin's, you have St. Kitts. In between there, so you have like St. Martin here, St. Bart's, St. Guilla, and then St. Kitts here. In between those two islands, between St. Martin and St. Kitts, you're going to see two dots. One is St. Eustatius, which is a little small 8 square mile 8 square mile island that I grew up on. And then next to it is Saba, which is even smaller, which also has the distinction of being, I still think, currently the shortest commercial runway in the world. It's literally like a hill that comes out of the ocean. And yeah, that's where I grew up. So that is where I am from. That's my parents are still there. They love it there. My parents are from the Caribbean too. So I'm an island guy. I just been in the States for, I don't know, 2000 or so. That's when I moved to Atlanta. But cool. Yep. Hopefully that helps, Ryan. If you need anything else, let me know. Thanks for watching the content. Next up is Humanaz78. He says, a month into seeding the Arden Bermuda lawn, already mowing in some spots. Should I add fungicide to prevent? I'm in Phoenix. I'm worried it's too hot to apply per label. Yeah, so I mean, so if you get it down, I mean, here's the thing. Humanaz 78. Being in Phoenix is not going to get any better for you, right? So like a month from now, it's not going to get any cooler. So if you want to do a preventative fungicide, I would do it now. Get it down early in the morning. Go with the rates that are shown on the golf course lawn store. The one thing that we have that you'll find is, in addition to carrying Headway and Caravan and a Aceleprint, insecticides and fungicides, we also list the rates for common spreaders that are, the spreaders that are on the bag, but also ones for Scott spreaders. So I know some of you guys have Scott spreaders and you're like, hey, what the Hades, it's not on the label. So we went through the trouble of getting those settings for you, so you're also covered there as well too. But to answer your question, if you are worried about fungus in your lawn, it sounds like it's a brand new lawn, so you may not even really need it. Humanaz, it's really your call. It's really your call. Given that it's a brand new lawn, if it were me, I would do it. If you're asking me what I would do, the answer is yes. But if you don't want to, because it's brand new and it's getting established and you just want to, you want to give it more time and you don't really have any history as yet, because it's a brand new lawn of having fungus in your fungus issues, and you want to skip it this season, by all means you can. I would still do an insecticide though. I really would. I mean, I tell you, last year, when seeing how armyworms just decimated lawns around here, really, I mean, I was already doing insecticide anyway, but really drove home that you want to do, at a minimum, a preventative insecticide each year. If you don't want to do fungicide, your call. I think you should, but it's really up to you. I'm glad to hear that the Arden is growing in. I'm not surprised, because given that you're in Arizona and it's really hot there, Arden, you already have one of the components, lots of sunlight and plenty of heat. So you're good to go from that standpoint as far as getting the Arden to grow in. I'll leave it up to you whether or not you want to do the fungicide or not. I would, and I would also do insecticide. So there you go. And I can only answer questions based on what I would do. Hope that helps. And definitely send me pictures, man. Here's the thing. If you guys start sending this stuff in here saying, hey, we're doing these lawn renovations and I got my Arden Bermuda that I'm putting in, send me pictures. I got one here. I got a show off from Rodney Reed. I'll show him on the live stream. Like, Rodney's very proud of his lawn. His lawn is still growing in, but his lawn is looking the best it's ever looked, and he wanted to share the pictures with me. So there's a viewer that sent me a picture this week. He said, hey, would you show it on the live stream? And I said, absolutely. And I did. So if you guys send me pictures of your lawns, your projects, even if they're not looking where they need to look yet, send them. We can track it together. It gives everyone else that has lawns that are not doing as well hope that, not every lawn lets to look incredible all the time. And, there's a process involved in it. All right, let me scroll down and get a super chat from Mr. Josh Habib. Josh is in the house. Thank you so much for coming and hang out, Josh. Missed you, bud. Man, I know you've been busy with work or whatever, but last year, you were around more. I've been wondering what's going on. So he says, happy Friday, Dr. Yard, holding strong at 1/2 inch and greening up nicely today. Nice, I dig it. 1/2 inch on the 1/2 inch life, huh? Here's the thing, Josh. you got to let me know when you break rank. Whenever you break form, you know you're no longer at half an inch anymore. If it comes too much, you got to let me know. I want to see how long you're able to hold on to that for. You said that POA is going to be the death of me. Hopefully you're doing well, bud. Cheers. Yeah, I appreciate it. Josh, I am doing much better this week than I was last week. Trying to drink lots of fluids and, you know, behave and just, you know, get some rest. So yeah, overall doing well. Looks like you guys are having a great time with the family. I can tell you, Josh, wherever you are in that avatar, that's a place that I probably will not be visiting because I don't like cold weather. You know, being from the Caribbean, anything below 65 degrees is officially cold. So I have family that lives up in Chicago and a brother that lives in New York, and I hate going to visit during the. I mean, New York, I want to go visit in the wintertime because I don't understand the whole concept of like you're in a warm house and you leave the warm house to go outside where it's not warm. So, I mean, again, I'm just basic that way, right? But I'm glad to see you're around, bud. If I can help with anything, let me know. The POA should die off soon. That's a good point too for you guys. If any of you guys have POA in your lawn, it should be starting to hate life this time of year. It's starting to warm up, and POA really does not like the higher temps, so it should be dying off. If not dead already, it will be by the end of May for sure. So, yeah, the POA should be a temporary problem. Josh, I wouldn't sweat it. Wouldn't sweat it too much. And let me say hi to Alex really quick while I'm scrolling up and trying to find my next comment to go to. Thanks for coming to hang out, Alex. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, sir. Hey. The Fat Albert greetings. It's funny, man. Fat Albert would not even be a thing these days. People would be like, "No, you can't have that show." It's funny. The shows, the cartoons of our childhood, right? All right. Next up is We Shore Grass Lawn Care LLC. He says, Ron, what brand of top dressing are you using? Also, are you using it to the level of the lawn or what? Good question. So this year I did a combination. I got the stuff from the leveling mix from Super Sod. And I mixed it up a little bit this year. So I'll show you, I'm gonna put a link in the chat here for you, but you also reminded me something I had to tell you guys about, an incentive, something they're running as well that I'm supposed to remind you guys about. So I will now. Let me just make sure this link actually works. It does. Yep. Okay, cool. So as far as top dressing that I'm using the product from Super Sod, and I will come over here really quick and show you exactly what I am talking about. So if you look here, they make a couple of different products. They have their level mix. They also have their just the soil cubed compost, which is manure from their dairy farms, zoysia grass clippings, and wheat straw. So those three things all combined together make up the compost that goes into this. So what I used this year when I did the front lawn is a combination. I had a couple of bags. I had a total of 4 bags delivered. I had 2 bags of just the compost, just a straight organic product. And then I had 2 bags of the level mix, which is 70% of USGA sand, so very clean screen sand, and then 30% of the soil cube compost, right? So that is what I used. I got both of these on the lawn this year on the front lawn. One thing I want to tell you guys about that they told me to mention to you guys, or they mentioned if I wanted to mention, if you guys are someone that gardens, I do not, but if you're a person that gardens, they have an incentive going on now where if you use the code that I'll put in the chat here in a second, once I get done showing you guys this, where you get your one big yellow bag and you get 2 of these big root pouch thingies. So if you want to have like a raised garden or put like a tree or something, like a big shrub in that or something, they're giving you the 2 of those for free along with a bag of soil cubed compost. So if you're a gardener, which again, I am not, but if you're one of those people that, likes to garden and also has use for a raised garden kit, then you get those 2 for free along with it. And I'll put the link in the chat here for you guys now so you can just see what it is. So let's see, top dressing mix, this right here. Using that link will take $10 off the price of that. And those prices are with delivery. So it's the cost of the product delivered. It is a more expensive product compared to like getting sand from somewhere else. But I'll also tell you that as far as top dressing mix, like their level mix, it's the best I've ever used. Like it's really, really clean. There's no trash in it. So it's like you're paying more money, but literally you're getting what you pay for. Like literally all you're getting is stuff that will help level and or feed your lawn. So hope that helps. We Show in Our Grass Lawn Care LLC. This is a great product. I mean, I'm not, for someone like you might want to talk to them. I'm not sure if you're doing top dressing professionally. and maybe you need like in mass and bulk, maybe give them a call and work something out. But you know, the code I just put in the chat will save you $10 on a bag delivered. So, and again, for a while, they're going to be running that incentive where you get the 2 raised pouches or planters if you are into that kind of thing. Hope that helps. Let me know if you need anything else. I think I answered both your questions. Yeah. So yeah, the level mix is what I use for leveling, and the soil cube compost is just for feeding the soil. So because my front lawn is relatively flat already, like I'm just leveling an already flat lawn. You know, it's funny. My buddy was telling me, you know, eventually my goal is to eventually build the top dressing up enough to where you don't even see the front of the house anymore. All is this big chunk of grass that's raised on a platform. Probably never happened, but that is what they are. That's what I get teased about. So what you're seeing on here is the 2 bags of the compost, and then one of the bags of the level mix that was used to just to level out some areas where I want to add a little bit of structure, and the rest of it ended up on a few areas of the back lawn. So if you want to, I might be able to show you where some of those spots were. Yeah, actually I can show you. Right, let me pause. Boom. Okay, so if you see, it's kind of hard to point out, but if you look at the left side, like the left third of this video, of this screenshot, like you see the chimney in the background there, that's on that house, the White House behind us in the background. If you draw a line from where you're looking towards us, you'll see a little white spot there in the lawn. It's kind of hard to make out, but that is where I did some spot top dressing with the level mix in the back lawn. So I just use it sparingly throughout the back lawn to touch up some areas. But that is what I ended up using. And again, it's a great product. Like to show you guys, I mean, not to beat this point to death, but I think I still have it here. I think I still have it. Do I still have it? I think so. I had a picture of all the pebbles, all the stones that came out of my lawn from like last year's top dressing. Literally, it was a handful of like dime-sized stones out of 8 bags of the of this mix, and I cannot find it. I don't think I see it here on the screen. Oh yeah, I do. Here we go. Found it. Yay. All right. So see that? See those little stones, those little pebbles, and you see the dime that's next to it? Out of 8 bags of that level mix, so 8 bags of it that went across, no, that's not true. 7 bags. 7 bags that went across the back lawn last year. Like that is what came out of like literally a whole lot of sand and leveling mix. Like that's all that came out of it. So literally you're getting what you pay for. It's only going to be the good stuff. And you know, if you're in the process of leveling your lawn, you want to use what I consider to be a really good product, and you're in Georgia or North Carolina or Alabama or North Carolina or Tennessee, then you can get it, because there's only a few states where they actually carry it. Hopefully that helps. All right, let me see where I was. All right, next up is Mike Harvey. He says, hey Ron, can you over apply Carbon Pro G? No, you cannot. Can you? Well, most people cannot. All right, like Elon Musk probably could, because he could buy like a dump truck of it and like submerge his entire lawn where we don't see the grass anymore, right? But for most people, practically speaking, no, you cannot over apply it. You won't burn your lawn with it. You won't the question I always ask whenever I get a question in email saying, I want to go really, really heavy with a Carbon Pro G or Essential G. I want to go super heavy with it. How heavy can I go? I said, how big is your budget? Literally, it's limited really by your budget for most intents and purposes, right? It's you can't go too heavy. He says, put some down, but it must have used the wrong spreader setting and came up short based on square footage. Can I throw down another bag? Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. So for my lawn, when I do my lawn, I use 4 to 5 bags over 11,000 square feet per the bag label. That is heavy. And, you're not going to damage the lawn by going heavy with it. What I would almost recommend is if you're first starting out, like go heavy, like, get a lot of, get as much of it as your budget will allow, and just put it down super heavy over the entire lawn. And then monthly, just obviously pull that back a lot and just have your maintenance rate. Just put down, because what you're doing essentially when you put down Essential G or Carbon Pro G monthly is you're putting compost into the soil, which is good organic material. And you're also putting in biochar, which helps with nutrient uptake, water retention, all kinds of benefits. There's literally no negatives to it. So yes, to answer your question, you cannot really, for most people, save like billionaires, you cannot over apply Carbon Pro G. So go to town, have fun, knock yourself out. Great product. I love it. Dwayne is back. He says, hey, Ron, got to give a shout out to Robert Rainey. Chatted on Facebook, and he's an awesome guy. Got to say, I'm very jealous of his mower. Yeah, man, he's got all the cool tools, man. He got the prism gauge, and he doesn't mess around, man. Robert, Robert is he takes as far. Put it this way, I'm glad he's not my neighbor, because man, the amount of work it would take to have to compete with that wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be good. Granted, his lawn is kind of fenced in, so I can't see it. But if it were open like how mine is, it'd be game on. It'd be game on, right? Next up is Mototherapy. He says, I finally make it. Oh my God, you did. You totally did. You finally made it. You are here. He says, I know I'm late, but I've been trying to make it to this live stream for 6 weeks. Well, you are here now. You are here and you're part of it. So what kind of bike you got? You are here on the live stream. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'll do my best to help you out. Let me know and to help me out, help you out with anything I can. All right, Ryan Harkins is back. He says, easy way to do it is to follow the clock. That's what we did on greens. Very cool, Ryan. I appreciate. I think he's talking about Primo Max. Sure, that's always. I hear what you're saying. There's tons of different ways to do it. There's people that will do like what I've done for years, which is literally I just apply it monthly at the beginning of every month. There are people that use like the Greenskeeper app, that track like growing degree days and use that as their method for the plant growth regulator applications. I believe as long as your inputs into that are correct, from what I understand, that's probably the most accurate way of doing it. And then you have the method that I was introduced to by a friend of mine that works in industry that said, hey, listen, man, if you're out there every couple of weeks spoon feeding, just lower your rate on growth regulator and just go out with it every couple of weeks, and you're gonna like the results. It's not gonna damage anything, and you ensure that it will never come out of regulation that way. So I'm trying that out, and I will report back on how it works. Appreciate you chiming in, Ryan, and sharing your thoughts. All right, Raj B is here and says, hi, Ron. I got my Primo Max from the Golf Course Lawn Store last week, and I applied it on my rye and Kentucky bluegrass. How often should I apply? Can I overseed and fertilize along with Primo Max? So to answer your question, how often should you apply? So Primo has a regulation, again, depending on conditions, of 3 to 4 weeks. Thereabouts is what you're going to get. All right. So for me, that sounds about like monthly. So once per month is typically good. If you get a spell of hot weather or a lot of rainfall or other conditions, it might start the grass. You might start seeing some surge growth towards the end of that month period. So something I'm trying out this year is just to do it every couple of weeks, but at a lower rate, at below label rates every 2 weeks, and see how it works. So I will say that below label rates was enough to put the lawn into regulation, because the back lawn does have Primo on it and it is growing slower, so that's good. And I'll keep playing with it. And we'll see, mid-June how if I like how it looks. Next question is, can I overseed and fertilize along with Primo Max? Yes. As far as overseeding, it's not going to hurt anything. Remember, Primo Max is it's uptake by foliar. It needs to get on the leaf. You need to have like an actual leaf material for it to be taken up. So as far as it hurting your seeding or anything like that, it's not going to have any negative impact. And as far as fertilizing along with Primo Max, I actually recommend it. So the trick to getting, in my opinion, to getting a good, the best result with Primo and minimizing the bronzing or yellowing, I think the correct term is tip burn, that you can get. The very slight tip burn you can get from Primo Max, is to mix a little bit of fertilizer in with it. So what I'm using is, I'll actually show you here. We can go over here and I'll show you a couple of different options of ways you can do that, Raj. So if we go back to the Golf Course Lawn Store main page and go to lawn fertilizer, in here is a couple of liquids. So last year I rolled with just Turfplex. This is nice in that you've got nitrogen and iron in one product. So it's really cool from that perspective. This year, because I'm also trying to minimize how much phosphorus I put into the soil, I'm using 901C, which is a nitrogen. Again, it's a biostimulant product that also has some nitrogen and a taste, a splash of potassium in it. But because it has no micronutrient, as far as iron and zinc and those types of things, I also mix it with Nutrizolve. So I'm using Nutrizolve and Release 901C. So Release 901C and Nutrizolve along with Primo. Like, this is my Triforce. For any of you guys that are Zelda fans, so this is what I'm doing. I'm doing this, Primo, and Nutrizolve. Those three together. And it's gotten a really good result. I mean, you guys tell me. Again, the lawn was done last week, and I mean, that's what it looks like. Literally, that was at lunchtime today when I got out there and shot a quick video just to show you. I mean, the color looks awesome. There's no tip burn. I mean, it looks incredible, right? So if you have another liquid fert of choice that you like, so if you already have a liquid fert that you like, as long as it's got nitrogen in it, which kind of has to have to be, well, it doesn't have to have nitrogen to be a fertilizer, but if you want something with nitrogen in it, is just what I'm trying to say. And it's something that also has a bit of iron in it. Those two together help to minimize the very, very minor tip burn that you can get, yellowing you can get, that's temporary from Primo Max. And again, for any of you guys that are watching this and it's the first time you're hearing about plant growth regulator and like that one, it's called a side effect. I don't even really call it a huge negative, is that effect is temporary, meaning that if you were to apply Primo, say Monday morning, bright and early, by Wednesday evening, early Thursday morning, you'll notice it's not going to look like a fertilizer burn, but you're going to notice that the color, if it was really vibrant, is going to be a bit duller. Is this probably the best way I can describe it? Once you mow the grass, you mow like the tip, like the part that looks that's causing that hazy or that like dull green look to the lawn off. It's not going to come back. You're not going to experience it again. But a way to minimize that is by mixing a little bit of liquid fert in with your Primo applications. And that's a great way to minimize the tip burn. So hopefully that helps. I think I got all your questions. It will not hurt your overseeding, and you can fertilize along with it. Matter of fact, I recommend it, and I think you are good to go. Last thing I will leave you with is follow the label rates. Do not go heavy on plant growth regulator. You don't need to. Just follow the rates and go with those rates. You'll get good results from doing that. Let me get down here and get a super chat. I have to from the troublemaker himself. Let's see here. I got Josh Habib, not Josh, but I got one from Mr. LG in the house.
Super chat received.
He says, glad to hear you're feeling better. Bad lawn season for us so far. We lost an entire month of April. Finally did my first cut of the season. Today looks needs some Humic Max ASAP. Well, get some, man. Get some there in the house. I mean, Humic Max, here's the thing, guys. It's tough to really decide on if we're going to be able to continue to carry that, just out of full disclosure, because the price of Humic Max has gone up. You guys already see what it's priced at the store, and really that's the price that it has to be for it to even make sense. Not even to really make a bunch of money, just so that, you know, it sells, and if someone breaks a bag of fertilizer, then I'm not going out of business. So it's gonna be tough to continue carrying that one. So if you really like it, I would get it, because I don't know when I'll be able to get it back in stock once what's in stock, what's currently in stock, sells out. So. But yeah, man, I heard that with you, LG. You guys got like it was warming up, then you got a cold snap. So sorry that you're dealing with that by living in a cooler part of the country. You could always move to Georgia. We have the Bulldogs and the Braves and, Bermuda grass. We got a lot of cool stuff in Georgia. We have Augusta, the Nationals, a lot of great stuff, a lot of great things in Georgia. Good reasons to live here. And we don't have like super crazy cold snaps in April that ruin your lawn season, right? So there's also that. All right. Next up is Wee Ree, who says, fescue in the front lawn and full sun in the back. I like Bermuda, and I also, my son plays baseball. Yeah, so that's a good point. So if you have like a high traffic lawn, so it sounds like your son's out there playing baseball, the people are out there, like they're actually using the lawn. That is where like Bermuda really shines, because as far as a lawn or a grass type that can take a lot of abuse, that's very wear resistant. Bermuda is pretty awesome. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of abuse and just recovers, on its own really quickly. You don't need to seed it to have it fix itself. Just give it nitrogen and plenty of sun, a little bit of water, and it'll fill right back in. So it's a great grass for a high use lawn. Thanks for the additional information as far as how your lawns are. All right, let's see here. TD Sim says, hey, Ron, I am new to your channel. Welcome. Always good to have new viewers. I have lawn insects and my wife is not happy. This is not good, man. You know the saying, happy wife, happy life. So if wifey's not happy, this is not good. He says, any lawn insecticides you suggest to get me out of the doghouse? So here's the thing. I kind of need to know what kind of lawn insects you're dealing with. Because it kind of depends. It depends on what insecticide to use for that. Now, if you're worried, if you want an insecticide that will take care of the most common insects that will damage lawns, so like your grubs, billbugs, annual bluegrass weevils, armyworms, the one that I recommend and love and tell everyone to go with is a Acelepryn. It's a really good product. It comes in these little 4-ounce containers. So this guy, depending on the rate you're using at, will go up to an acre if you're going after armyworms, because if you're treating an active armyworm infestation, the rate is very, very light. But if you're using it the way that I recommend, which will cover a lot of the other insects that I talked about earlier, One of these bottles will cover 21,000, 22,000 square feet. It comes in both a liquid and granular. So if you're someone that says, hey, I don't feel like getting out there and getting out there with a backpack sprayer, calibration is too much work, and I just want to just throw it in my spreader and throw her down, then what you'll do is go to the golf course lawn store, scroll down to the fungicide and insecticide section, or you can use the menu, either way. Go there, and then you'll see for acelepryn, which is a great insecticide, you have two options. The liquid, which I just spoke about, and then you also have the granular. Both of these, as far as coverage goes, is fairly equivalent for the rates that I recommend that you apply it at. I don't recommend actually using the armyworm rate because it's too light for like grubs and everything else. So the rate, if you're applying them to where you get the similar results, the coverage is also very similar. So with 21,000 square feet out of the 25-pound bag of acelepryn G, and then the same thing for the granular. So it just depends on which kind of rate you want to go with. Either one of those are what I would use on your lawn. Now, if you're dealing with like mole crickets or things along those lines, we'll have to mix it up. We'll have to change up as far as what the recommendation is going to be. I still would say acelepryn is something that you should have in your lawn care program because grubs and armyworms, it will keep out of your lawn, as well as not damage the insects that we do want to keep, like earthworms and like pollinators, like so bees and those types of things. So it's good. It's as far as an insecticide can be good for the environment, acelepryn is a very, very good choice while also being effective. So hopefully that helps. Go with that. And if you have any other context around what other insects you're dealing with, feel free to drop me, put them in the chat if I can get to it, or you can email me at ron@golfcourselawn.com with, what exactly the insects you're dealing with. But acelepryn is something that I'd recommend to everyone that's on the live stream that's listening, everyone in the sound of my voice, is you should use a preventive insecticide. It's worth it because the damage that lawn insects can do, by the time you discover it, it's too late and it takes a long time to recover from. I say the same thing about fungus too, because I'm not sure if I can get this to load, because I didn't load up ahead of the time. But the video that I did in the YouTube video that I released yesterday, this was a lawn in the neighborhood, and look at that. You see all that damage in that lawn? That's all fungus damage. So that really gives you a lot of reason to why fungicides, are a good thing. I mean, they can seem like expensive at the time, but literally fixing that or having the lawn recover from that, because the lawn's going to recover. Bermuda's going to bounce back. You can't really kill Bermuda, but the recovery process for that is going to be at a minimum the rest of this month, probably well into mid-June before it's fully recovered and looking nice. So that is why especially in the month of May, I tend to, it's time for the fungicide and insecticide talk, kind of like how in February it's time for the pre-emergent talk, so we don't have weeds in our lawn. Now it's time for the insecticide fungicide talk, so we don't have insects and that kind of damage in your lawn. So just something to keep in mind. Chidi Sims, look into acelepryn. If you have any other questions, shoot me an email here and I will do my best to help you out. Next up is Tim Teo says, I almost said Tim Tebow. You guys remember Tim Tebow? I think he was with Gator, whatever. I forget who he played for professionally, but I think he was a Gator. Anyway, he says, hey, Ron, love your channel. I appreciate it. Tim, thanks so much. Or Timo, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. Thanks so much. And then Wilson Miranda says, checking Syngenta's page, I found out about Provant WDG, the water dispersal granule. They assure it to kill mole crickets. So is there any chance you will have the 12-ounce bottle? They have nice programs too. I'll have to see, Wilson. So there's been more people that have been asking about a product for mole crickets. It's kind of a niche thing. So, getting a bunch of it in and then, not being able to sell it is always a concern. I'll tell you what, if you want to try some of it out, what I'll do is I can see about getting some in. I mean, if you want to be patient, if you can see about getting some in, I could get some in probably by the latter part of next week. So by Wednesday, Thursday of next week, I should be able to get some and list it on the store for you if you're interested in that. I have to see what pricing is like for it. But I'm sure it's an excellent product. Like typically Syngenta doesn't make stuff that doesn't work. But the big thing is it's such a specific and niche product. It's the product or solution that you're going after. That's why you tend to not find it in a ton of places. But I'll look into it and I will let you know. If you don't mind, sir, if you wouldn't mind, just send me an email, ron@golfcourselawn.com. I changed cameras. I'm going the wrong way. ron@golfcourselawn.com and say, hey, it's Wilson from the live stream. And I'll just go back and forth with you and we'll figure something out. So appreciate that. Thanks for giving me a heads up on some things you're dealing with and some other product options. Always interested in hearing that. All right, next up is Rich V. He says, hey, Ron, last week you mentioned to cut the grass in the morning to see the stripes better. Will this impact fungus cutting the grass when wet? Not really. So here's the thing. I couple things I should qualify that, Rich. The thing one, and I also covered this and said this in my video yesterday too, before we even got into the products. Like the first part of the video was saying here's all the environmental stuff and like fertilization stuff you need to know about that will help you not have fungus problems in your lawn. And one of those things that I said was the importance of keeping your equipment sharp. So a sharp mower is going to injure the grass less when you, especially for someone that mows a lot like I do. So you're going to reduce the chances of there being any kind of disease problem in the first place. And if there's not disease, then you're not going to really be spreading it around. I have not seen an issue where mowing in the morning has caused an increased fungus problem in my lawn. But here's the thing. Let me tell you what my mowing process is like. In the morning, I'll get up, whenever it is 6:30 in the morning, and I'll get out there and I'll mow. And then every time I'm done mowing, like not sometimes, like every time when I'm done, I rinse the mower off every single time. So the mower is clean, the equipment's all nice and clean, ready for the next time. So, if I decide I'm going to change, or I'm going to mow the front lawn the first time, or I'm going to mow the back lawn, or I'm going to mow the swale area first, and let's say to take the chance that there was some kind of a fungus problem in one area that I mowed last, right? Because I clean the mower every single time, and I also clean it in a designated like sacrificial spot, like an area that you guys don't really see, it's around the corner from the back lawn. I clean it around there, that if there's any fungus or any problems, like I expect it to show up there first, because that's where literally all the goop, like the entire petri dish, that's the entire lawn, ends up in that area every other day during the mowing season. And in that section, I don't have any fungus problem. I don't have anything else going on there. So I'm inclined to tell you no, you shouldn't have a problem with it as long as you are maintaining your equipment properly. Again, a good preventative fungicide makes a lot of sense. And as long as you're keeping your equipment clean, all those things combined together will reduce the chance of you having fungus or lawn disease issues in your lawn. So hope that helps. Great question. I've been asked that one before, but it's a good one. Good question. And you are right. When mowing in the morning does produce superior stripe action. I will stand by that. All right, next up is Salvador Martinez says, new show sponsor. Yeah, Merrill is a new sponsor. He came in and he did it. LG also came in, with his 2022 super chat, which is pretty awesome. I caught that, LG. I saw what you're doing there. But yeah, Merrill is a new show sponsor with the big super chat, dropping those big bombs. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you for the support. All right, next is Aaron G. Barnes. Aaron says, hey, Ron, love the channel. Thanks. I appreciate that. I put down Celsius WG about 2 weeks ago, and it's working great. Can I overseed bare spots with Bermuda, or should I let the existing Bermuda centipede spread? I would. Okay, so first of all, good. I'm glad that you're getting good results with Celsius, and not surprised about that because it's an excellent product. But as far as getting the grass to grow in the bare spots, the way that you can ensure that when it grows in, it's going to be perfect, meaning that it will match exactly the existing lawn that you have. It sounds like you got a mutt lawn kind of going on there a little bit with some centipede and Bermuda going on. But the best way, if you want it to ensure that it's going to match perfectly, is to plug it. So can you get a piece of Bermuda sod and throw that down? Yes, but is it going to match perfectly? I've not seen it. I've seen other lawns where they've done sod. Like outside of mine, I've seen several other lawns where they've done patchwork with sod, and yes, it looks like Bermuda and it looks good. But I can pick it out with my eye. When I look at it, I can tell a part of a lawn that's been sodded and where the sod was not the rest of the lawn. So if you're really, really anal and you want to make sure that it matches perfectly, plugging it's really going to be your best bet. Can you see the area as well? Yes, you can if you want to use that as a way to get it to grow in. If it's a really large area, if you don't want to wait all season for it to grow in, you could do that. But I am more of a fan of telling people to plug their lawn instead if you want it to match. If you don't care, like you say, hey, I already got Bermuda, I already got centipede, and I've always wanted to try Bermuda grass seed, and I don't really care that it's going to take me a lot of watering to make it happen, then by all means, go for it. Go ahead and seed it. But as far as best, or as the method I would recommend the most to the method I would recommend least, plugging would be first, and then sod, and then probably seeding after that, because most people don't really realize how much water it takes to get Bermuda to grow well from seed. So hope that helps. If it's a small area, just wait. It'll grow in. When it gets hot, it'll fill in really, really good. All right, next up is Aaron. He says, I've heard different opinions about overseeding after Celsius WG. I've not heard anything about that. I can do some research into it, Aaron, but I've not really heard of a lot of negatives as far as seeding and having Celsius being used in close proximity as far as time frame. I have heard that about tenacity, right? Because tenacity has pre-emergent properties, but Celsius not so much. I've not heard that. It could be a thing, but I've never heard of that before. So I have to do some digging and get back to you on that. So guys, we are an hour and a half into this. If you guys wouldn't mind, I'm gonna take a sip of my lemonade. I'm gonna put some LG music on. If you guys wouldn't mind touching that like button ever so gently while I look for the next comment, take a sip of my lemonade so I don't cough like a crazy person. I'd really appreciate it. The Bolero is good LG, but I think that the kind of like the funk better. What do you think? All right, next up is Patrick in Texas. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Happy Friday, Patrick. Hope you're doing all right. You're cutting at 0.61 inches according to my new homemade height of cut gauge. Very proud of my new device. Okay, Patrick, that's really cool. You got a new homemade height of cut gauge. It's telling you you're cutting at 0.61. You know what we're missing? But the 100 or so of us that are on here are missing from this? A picture. Picture would be nice. You got to share it, man. If you come up with something kind of cool, you got to share it with the folks. Unless you're gonna, maybe it's you're doing research, you're gonna eventually patent it and make a product. In that case, you want to show a picture of it. But if not, show us your homemade gauge, man. That'd be kind of cool. I like to check out what you're doing. It almost sounds like, Patrick. Here's the thing. I could be wrong on this, but it almost sounds like the gauge. So it gets you equal height on both sides. And you found out, hey, I'm at 0.61, so that's the height I'm at, and that's what I'm gonna roll with. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of measurements or gradients you have on your homemade gauge. I definitely want to see a picture of it. If not here, drop it in the academy, like the Facebook group or something, so I can check it out. Appreciate you as always, sir. Next up is a Higgy Pop. He says, hey Ron, happy Friday. Just completed my lawn leveling this week. Love the big yellow bag from Superside. Have a great weekend. Hit the like button. Yeah, man, it is good stuff. I tell people it is a great product. So yeah, if you live in Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, and I think Tennessee now, then you can get it. And if it's a great product, and I got a link in the chat there that will save you a couple of dollars on it if you decide to go that route. And you get now for a limited time, you also get like a raised planter along with it too if you want. So if you're a plant type person, you get one of those for free. So check it out. All right, next up is let me see here. Next up is VMH. She says, Ron, for the liquid hydrotane, to get it watered in half an inch would require a 1 to 2 hour after application to negatively affect the efficiency. It takes more than 30 minutes to get half an inch per zone, and I have 7 zones. Yeah, so I mean, you need to water it in. What I would say, VMH, is if you can time it, like if you can wait to do your hydrotane right before a rain, like you expect rain in the forecast, that's how I would do it if you're going to go the liquid route. Now, for you guys, for those of you that don't know what he's talking about, hydrotane is a moisture manager. You go to shop and so moisture management comes in both a granular and liquid form. The granular is easier to apply and a little bit more forgiving from a standpoint that you can apply the granular and literally as long as you get rain or you put some kind of water on it in the next 3 to 5 days, you're good to go. Whereas the liquid really needs to be watered in immediately after application. Like when I say immediately, like you need to put it down and then right afterwards you need to run irrigation. The hose end sprayer, because it's going out with a larger volume of water, kind of gets you around that because you're putting out a lot of water when you use this version. But when you're using the version that actually is the best value for money, which is the gallon, right? Then with this, you literally need to apply it and then put, they say half an inch of water, but really just a good watering in. I don't know that like a half inch completely is necessary, but just run a very heavy irrigation cycle to water it in. And if you can also stack that VMH along with when you are planning to get rain in the forecast, and that helps you out as well. But I get it. I mean, I wouldn't run irrigation for 2 hours. That's a bit much. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. But if you are using it, I would put it down. I would give it a heavier than usual watering, and then call it good. You should be good to go at that point. All right. Next up is You Do It saying, "Hey Ron, what's going on? You Do It. Thanks for coming to hang out, sir. Hopefully you are doing all right." And then Thin Cut also saying, "Evening Ron, and evening to everyone else. What's going on, Thin Cut?" And then next up is Mr. Fairway Bermuda, Mr. Daryl. He says, "What up, Ron? I am getting ready for aeration and sand leveling next week. Should be fun." And by fun, you mean the 4-letter like FUNN, right? So 4-letter word fun. It's I think from what I remember with you, Daryl, you have some equipment. Like you have like a 4-wheeler and got some equipment to make the job a bit easier. But even with that, it's still a lot of work, man. Like top dressing, I have a lot of respect for people that do that for a living. It's a ton of work to do, and but lawn looks pretty awesome when you're done. And as good as your lawn already looked last year, I think I saw pictures of Daryl's lawn. I think I do. Yeah, I do. Let me see. Is this it? No. Do I have it? Maybe. Yeah. So this was Daryl's lawn from last year. It already looks really good to me, but I get it. It can always be better, right? So based on that, you're going to top dress again this year. Let me know how it works out, man. I'm sure it's going to, you know what you're doing. I'm sure it's going to come out really, really well. What's going on, R. Reed? It's going on. Thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate you. And then Ted Patterson is up next. A question about how much top dressing mixer sand to use. He says, "Ron, I am leveling 2,800 square feet next weekend with straight USGA at 1/2 an inch. The supplier sells tons, not cubic yards. I'm getting conflicting info on yards to tons conversion. Ordered 6 tons, not too much, not enough." That would be what I would go with. So the reason why sand is why it's hard, right? Why going by volume is better than going by weight is because if the sand is wet, you get less volume, but it weighs more. So in general, 2,000 pounds or a ton, 1 ton per yard is a good spitball figure. You know, that's a good swag as far as what you can expect. And given that you have 2,800 square feet, I would say 3 yards. So 6 divided by 2, you get 3 yards out of that. So approximately. So you're about right. So 6 tons is about, if you were asking me what would I have done, exactly what you did. 6 tons should be good to go. And as far as how heavy to go, you're saying USGA at 1/2 an inch. I don't recommend typically going any heavier than that. So 1/4 inch to 1/2 an inch is where you want to be for top dressing. I am not a fan of beaching the entire lawn to where it looks like a parking lot, right? Where it looks like a sand lot where you can't see any of the grass popping through at all. Like the way that Robert did it is what I would recommend. Like, let me see if I got a picture of it here. Yeah, not like that. That's not good. But this picture here, you see how in the top there? That's what I'd recommend, because I don't believe he's really raked this in or watered this as yet. Or he may have raked it in, but he hasn't watered this as yet. And you can see all throughout, there's like the green fuzz. You can see like the grass. I keep saying clippings, but really it's the tips. I don't know why I say clippings all the time, but you guys know what I mean. The tips of the grass protruding through, coming through the sand. This lawn is going to recover very quickly, and it's evidence because only a couple weeks later, his lawn now looks like that. You see what I mean? So whenever you do your top dressing, don't go crazy heavy with it. I think it's 2 weeks to the day. Today is 2 weeks for Robert on his top dressing. So don't go crazy heavy with it. 1/2 an inch is about as much as I would go as far as coverage. Also, another reason why you don't want to go too heavy, Ted, is that if you were to get a really heavy rainfall, the likelihood of the sand being moved around or washed around and making kind of a mess is greater if you go super heavy. So you wanna go heavy enough that you get a good leveling job, right? That you're able to smooth out and contour the areas that are uneven. But you also want to make sure that it's at a thickness that you can work it into the turf and have the grass hold on to it. The video that I did last week on leveling, if you look at that video, which I'll put in the chat for you if you've not seen it, when you see the end of it, like when I'm closing out the video, which you see how the lawn looks there, that's about what you're going for. Even on a slope, that will work. So I will get a link to that video and I will put it in the chat for you to check out. But yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. You guessed right, sir. And sounds like a good project. Looking forward to hearing from you how it works out. All right, next up is from Plugged VIP is a question about Poa annua. He says, "What is the best fertilizer to use after killing off Poa annua weed?" So it's the weed Poanua and the fertilizer that you choose. Those two really aren't connected in any way, plugged VIP. The best way to figure out which kind of fertilizer to use on your lawn is to get a soil test. So the one that I recommend is the one from My Soil. It's this one here. We carry these on the golf course lawn store. So if you, I'll show you really quick. I mean, really quick here, I'll show you like what you can, what I recommend. So go to shop and then soil test kits. There's a couple different options of it. If you are just starting out and you don't have one of these fancy over-engineered soil probes, then get this one here, the starter pack, because it comes with one test kit and it comes with a probe. If you think you're going to test again in the fall, save yourself a bit of money and get the Pro Pack, which comes with 2 soil test kits and said probe. This is what I would do. The answers that you're going to get from that are going to come back in about a week in your email. And then based on that, it'll say, hey, listen, your soil needs this, this, and that. And it will actually have a recommendation for a product that is a good fit for your particular soil. So that is what I would recommend. If you don't want to do a soil test and you're saying, hey, I don't feel like going through all that trouble, but I still highly recommend you do this because you're going to get a better result if you do that. If you don't want to do a soil test, then the answer is going to be just down like a starter for like a triple 12. So something like this. So go here to go to the golf store, shop lawn fertilizer, and then scroll down to the green bag that says triple 12 starter fertilizer. This guy here, that is what I would use if you're not going to do a soil test and you want something that will, it's kind of a catch-all. But I would highly recommend that you get one of these done because they're not that expensive and fertilizer is expensive. And if you're going to do it, you may as well get the best possible result, and a soil test will allow you to do that. It's literally giving you the answers to the test as far as what you should be putting into your soil. So hope that helps. Glad you're getting rid of the POA, and get a soil test done and then fertilize according to that. Next up is Papa Mo's Low. He says, I have to restock my Miramichi Green Carbon package. I haven't used Nutrizolve before. Ooh, man, you'd like it. You'd like it, Papa Mo's Low. You would. You said, what's the main difference between Nutrizolve and NutriKelp? Great question. Good question. So I'll show you. So Nutrizolve is actually a micronutrient product. That's all it is. So it's got plenty of iron in it. So it's got 2% iron, but it also has your manganese, zinc, molybdenum, boron, copper, like all the micronutrients, all the stuff that you typically don't find on a bag of fertilizer. This has, and it has it in liquid form. So it's going to be taken up by the grass really quickly. So within 2 days, you're going to see a nice color response from Nutrizolve. So it's a micronutrient. NutriKelp is, let's go back here to Miramichi Green Biostimulants. NutriKelp is a kelp and carbon product. So NutriKelp has 24% kelp in it. It has 2% carbon, has other nutrients to help just improve the quality of your soil, help improve nutrient uptake. It also has a small amount of NPK, so 1% nitrogen, 1% phosphorus, 4% potassium. So even though NutriKelp and Nutrizolve both start with Nutra, they're completely different products. One is a micronutrient that again, that's exactly what it is. It's a micronutrient fertilizer. The other is a biostimulant. Mainly, it's a kelp product that has a little bit of micronized carbon in it and also has a little bit of NPK. So you could absolutely use them together. The way I do it, Papa Mo's Low, is I use the carbon kit. I use the 901C carbon kit. So 901C, NutriKelp, Biospectrum, and then I use Nutrizolve along with that to cover my micronutrients and for a little more pop of color. So even though they both have Nutra in the name, they're completely different products. They're not interchangeable. So you're not going to hurt yourself by adding that to your carbon kit if you decide to mix that along with it. I actually recommend doing it. It's great product. Produces really good color. All right, next up is Noe Alamanza. Yep, it says, good evening, Ron. I ordered the 25-inch McLean reel mower, 2 big yellow bags of level sand from Supersod, and some Primo Max. So we got to clap it up for the McLean. Congrats on the new mower. Congrats on that. Got to clap it up. 2 bags of the yellow mix. You're gonna love that stuff. It's great. It's a great product. And then Primo Max, which is plant growth regulator. Good job on that. You know the thing is though, I will tell you this: if you've never leveled a lawn before, you almost really won't appreciate the Superside, the level mix, because you almost have to use kind of like a relationship. Like if you had like a really crappy relationship, when you get into a really good relationship, you're like, man, this is way better. I didn't realize that love could be like this. And it's the same thing with like top dressing. Even though it's kind of a weird analogy, it's kind of the same way. If you get like an inexpensive leveling mix, What you tend to find is it's going to be cheaper, but you're going to have rocks in it. You're going to have bark in it. You're going to have sticks, twigs. You're going to have all this trash that you're essentially paying to get delivered to your house that you have to get it all collected and get rid of it. So it's a pain in the neck, right? Whereas what you did with the big yellow bags, literally everything that you get is going to be stuff that's going to go onto the lawn. So good job. It's not the most inexpensive product, but it is for a level mix, a ready-made leveling mix, it's about as good as you can get. So as far as consistency and just what goes in the product. So let me know if you have any questions, and congrats on that, man. It sounds like you're doing all of it. Great stuff. Raider Nation's up next. He says, good evening, Ron. Got some Humic Max and Essential G, and now it's finally raining in NC. Always enjoy the show. Thanks you so much, sir. I really do appreciate that. And you got the good stuff. You got the Humic Max and the ESG. I dig it. It's a good combination. All right, No has another one. A follow up. He says, any other recommendations you have for a successful lawn? I have a soil test done, insecticide and fungicide. I'm not sure what else I can do to make it the best. So you're doing a lot of the right things. No, I mean you got the real mower. You're going to be leveling your lawn. You're doing a lot. You're doing a lot, frankly. I don't know. You got your soil test done, so I imagine you're fertilizing based on that. You got your insecticide and fungicides done. The one thing I will tell you, and it's the thing that I'm still trying to figure out how to do, because if I could figure this out, I will become a very, very rich man, and that is mowing. So you're doing all this other stuff, and that's awesome, and it's really good that you're doing all this. You do, because all of that helps work together. But mowing is what really along with soil testing and using a proper insecticide and fungicide to prevent damage in your lawn, and soil testing and fertilizing accordingly. Like all that's really good, but mowing is what's really going to produce this. Mowing is what ties all that together and produces a lawn that looks like this. So you have your McLean. The one thing I will tell you is that make sure it's sharp. Keep it sharp and mow frequently. Everything else, you're already doing all the other stuff correctly. If you want to also incorporate like biostimulants, like the golf course lawn carbon kit, which is something we put together as well to help out. Like that is also something you can do. Like I think that's a good option. But really, as far as a core program, you got it, man. You're there. Just get out there, mow some more. Giving you that you have a Bermuda lawn. Once it gets hot, you're going to be out there every other day in June if you really want it to look nice. So, like I said in my video on mowing, he or she who mows most wins, all else being equal. And you've got all else being equal part covered with everything else you're doing. So, great work. If you have any other questions, let me know. And I look forward to hearing about your success in your lawn. Okay, next up is Brick Rehab. He says, speaking of killing weeds, I sprayed Certainty in Celsius 4 weeks ago without Release Zero. I was thinking, oh man, I did something wrong. It didn't work well. Well, now I see the grass dying out. I did half the vanity strip, so I have a side-by-side. Need to send a picture and send. I like it, Brick Rehab. Send the picture. I want to see it. So here's the thing, Brick Rehab. You did it 4 weeks ago, so that would be early April. So in early April, it's starting to warm up, but it's not really hot yet. Herbicides tend to work better when temps get higher. They tend, as you warm up, they tend to do better. They tend to work faster anyway as temps get higher. So the fact that it took Celsius and Certainty a little bit longer to knock out the crabgrass or any other weeds that you were dealing with, I'm not surprised, but it is effective against, again, as far as like a broad spectrum herbicide for worm season turf. Celsius and Certainty combination is really, really tough to beat, especially as temperatures go higher and you don't want to take the chance of damaging the lawn. That's you're doing it exactly right. And I want to see the picture. Whenever you get a chance, send it over. Maybe we'll show it on the live stream next week if you get a chance to take a picture and send it up. Great stuff. Thanks for the feedback. All right, next up is Tim B. He says, thanks for all you do. I planted blackjack 3rd year and it is doing decent, but not the way I want my yard. Should I overseed with Arden 15? So what do you mean by it's not looking the way you want? He says decent, but not the way you want your yard. What is it? What do you mean by that, Tim? I'm not sure exactly, I'm not sure how to help you with that. So if it's still thin, over time, the blackjack should grow in. It should fill in nice. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Like last year, one thing you have to realize too when it comes to establishing a new lawn. Like last year, I did a really, really heavy Arden 15 overseed, and last year it didn't. It looked good, but it didn't look like it doesn't look like it did this like it does this year. So with it being a brand new, new seeding project, I would be patient. He says it's the third year. I don't know, man. I mean, he should be doing better within by year 3. Have you done all the other? Have you done all the other foundational stuff, Tim? Like, have you checked to make sure that your soil's in good place and in a good spot? Like, you've done your soil test. Are you fertilizing properly? Because really, once Bermuda is growing in even just half decent soil and it has water, it should just do fine, man. I would say this: send me a picture because without a picture, I can't really help you too much. But send me a picture of the lawn if you don't mind. Ron at golfcourselawn.com. Send me a picture of the lawn and explain to me what it is that you don't like about it, and we can see if we can figure it out. I've never seen Arden 15 and Blackjack together to know how well they would blend. I can tell you, Tifway and Arden 15 are comparable. I mean, color wise, Arden 15 it's like a bluer green. It's a different green than like Tifway is more of it's green, but it's more like a yellowish green. Arden 15 is like a darker, like a darker bluish green. I don't know if I think I've got. I mean, you guys see my lawn, but I think I don't have any close-up pictures to actually show you guys. I might. I might. I don't know if I have any really super close-ups to show you. But the long short of the answer is without seeing, I don't have any pictures at hand, but I can put on the screen. Without seeing what you're dealing with, and in particular in detail what you don't like about it, it's hard to give you an answer because blackjack is a good grass type. There's a lot of people that have it and like it. So send me an email if you don't mind. Sorry I'm not more help on the live stream, but it's hard to answer it without pictures. You know what I mean? And again, the one thing I will also say, even without sending pictures, is are you doing all the other stuff I also talk about too? So you seeded, but are you also mowing? Are you fertilizing based on like soil test results? Like all those things really matter. And particularly when it comes to mowing, that your equipment is in good shape. So something to also keep in mind too, if you're not getting the color or just the turf isn't looking as good as you expected or want it to look. All right. Next up is Dwayne Hopkins. Dwayne says, I know I asked a lot of questions about weed killer. Yes, you do, Dwayne. You are the weed killer, man. He says, but definitely a huge fan of pre-emergent. I think I have maybe 4 pieces of crabgrass in the last 2 years. Prior to that, probably hundreds. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's funny. Pre-emergent is like magical stuff. It's magical stuff, but at the same time, it's not like you're going to have 100% weed-free lawn. But what you will find, even like if you guys, I think VMH is in the live stream, do an at VMH and ask him. Like he last year was fighting like crabgrass like crazy throughout his lawn. As far as like a man that was buying a lot of herbicides, VMH was on that program. And this year, in the fall, he did this pre-emergent. In the spring, he did this pre-emergent. And this year, he has much, much less. So if for crabgrass and spurge alone, pre-emergent is worth it to me for those reasons. So I completely echo your comments, Dwayne. Pre-emergent is worth doing, especially when you figure that the cost of these guys, if you take a look at the cost of like Celsius and Certainty, like this is as far as like the baller, like the best combination in my opinion anyway, for warm season grass that works on a variety of temperatures and just kills a lot of stuff. Like this is really good, but this is also very expensive. It's also more expensive than a bag of pre-emergent. You know what I mean? If you're doing it right, what would end up happening is you would do your pre-emergent, and then you would still have a bottle of Celsius laying around because this is really good for sedges. Because sedges and pre-emergent is not really a thing so much. So having some certainty, something to knock back sedges in areas where a lot of water either passes through or settles in your lawn, Certainty is an excellent option for that. But appreciate the feedback, Dwayne. Glad you're doing well. And next up is Flipping While You Sipping to Disney. Says, hey, how's it going? What are your thoughts on using quinclorac to kill torpedo grass, and how bad will it harm my Bermuda? Also, what's the best way you recommend to apply it? Thanks in advance. So here's the thing, Flipping While You Sipping. I've never used quinclorac against torpedo grass to know how well it would work. That is the sentiment I got from several people. So I think Luis Rodriguez, or I think if Luis is in the chat, he mentioned that a couple of weeks ago. I also bounced it off of a buddy of mine that's a professional spray applicator. He sprays lawns for a living. He has a business doing that, and he says, yeah, that quinclorac will do that. Will work for torpedo grass. What he did say is you are going to want to use a surfactant, ideally like an MSO, like a methylated seed oil, along with the quinclorac. According to him, that you have a couple different ways you can step it up. If you go with something like this, right, like a non-ionic surfactant, like the spreader sticker, like this is a slightly milder way of getting good results with quinclorac, whereas an MSO is, in other words, if any of them are going to, if you go from mildest to most likely to cause, and again, not permanent injury, but some discoloration in the Bermuda, like quinclorac by itself is going to do the least, has the least chance of causing injury or causing yellowing, temporary yellowing in the Bermuda. If you mix it with something like this, like a non-ionic surfactant, this is like a mid in between there. You're going to get better results against the crabgrass, or if in this case you're targeting torpedo grass. And then if you use a methylated seed oil, that is going to likely produce the best results for the pest you're targeting. In this case, the torpedo grass. But it also has the highest likelihood of again, keyword, temporarily causing some discoloration to the Bermuda, depending on the time of year when you apply it and all these types of things. So if you want to try it out, what I would say is get some quinclorac, get the surfactant, and apply it. Go with that. See what kind of response you get, what kind of results you get. You may have to do a follow-up app, because that's a good middle of the ground way of doing it. And check the label, because the labels for quinclorac, and I'll put a link in the chat here in case you don't have one flipping. The label is very, very detailed, like most herbicides, and it will give you guidance on what volume, how much of the adjuvants, how much of the surfactants or MSO to use to get a good result. So make sure you really follow the label if you're looking, if you're going to be using those, using some additive along with quinclorac. But because I've never done it, I can't tell you what kind of results it will produce. All I can tell you is that people that I trust and that know what they're talking about have told me that it works. And they've also given me some guidance that I just gave to you as far as the ways to get a good result when doing that. So give it a shot. Here is a link to quinclorac. Be sure to read the label when you go through that link, and let me know how it works out for you. Good stuff. All right, next up is Rich V. I've never had this one before. This is a good one. I don't know the answer to this one. He says, "Hey Ron, do you know if ants will eat grass seed?" I don't know. That's a good one. I don't know if they'll eat grass seed. I am not sure on that one. I saw some grass seeds moving across a dirt area, but it was too dark to see what critter was moving them. I mean, if the grass seed's moving, something was eating it. It was moving it. Probably the ants. I mean, I'm trying to think what else would do that. I mean, army worms, army worms aren't doing that. It might be the ants. It very well might be the ants. I don't know the answer to that, but if you saw seed moving in your lawn, the seed was not moving on its own. So if I were a betting man, I would say the ants were doing it. So maybe they were like, hey, you got that Arden 15. This is the good stuff, guys. We're eating well tonight. So maybe that's what was going down with the ants on your grass seed. I didn't have any issues with ants eating my Arden 15 or taking my Arden 15, but then again, I also use Advion, so there is that too. But I don't know. It sounds like they do have a taste for grass seed though. But it's the first time I've ever been asked that question. I don't know the answer for sure. I'll have to look into it. Let me take a screenshot of that so I can come back to you, unless someone in the chat says, "Oh yeah, dude, all the time." Definitely a thing. So I'll look into it and I'll get an answer for you, Rich V. I appreciate it. T1000 says your whole lawn is Emerald City. Yeah, I mean, this year the Arden is definitely doing better this year than it did last year, and I really like the program now. Like, I mean, I switched from the Turfplex to the 901C and Nutrizolve, and it's looking pretty sweet. I mean, for anyone that's just joining the live stream now, what T1000 is talking about is this right here. This is the lawn literally today. This is less than 9 hours old. That this video. I did this like 9 hours during lunchtime. So colors looking really, really good. We are not even into like the glorious part of the growing season yet. Like next few weeks here, we get into June. more heat comes in, it's gonna be awesome then. It's gonna look really, really good then. So I'm already really encouraged, and I agree. It does look pretty good, T1000. I appreciate it. All right, next up is John Williams. He says, hey, Ron, hit that like button. Savannah, what's your email? I was going to send some pics of these weeds and see what I should do. Nuke the lawn. If so, with what? Or can I sod? And that was the end of the comment. He says, I'm not sure if you sent me pictures. I haven't gotten them, or I can't. I'm see if I can find them really quickly here. John, I'm not sure if I can do that live. Always makes me nervous. Let's take a look here and see. What kind of weeds are we dealing with? Ooh, Lord. Yeah, I mean, I can... Yeah, I'll show you. Oh yeah, so I'll see if I can put this up on the screen, John. It's kind of far away, so we can't see up close. But guys, this is what John is dealing with in his lawn. Can you guys see that? Yes, that's pretty rough, John. Got some salad bowl action going on there for sure. It looks like you might also have some shade issues too. Like it looks like from the right side of that picture, there's some shade. So your question is, should I nuke it and start over? It's your call. Here's the thing: Celsius will knock that back. Like a lot of those weeds appear to be broadleaves. Celsius, like this combination here. Do I have it? Yeah, I do. So this combination, these two will kill a lot of this. Kill the stuff that's in that picture. They all look like broadleaves, and this will absolutely do a good job. If you're really trying to make sure you have really good coverage, add some certainty with it, but just Celsius alone with surfactant will do the trick on that. If you have grass and you want to see if it will grow, kill the weeds and then give, start fertilizing and feeding the lawn and seeing if the grass starts bouncing back. The one thing with your picture that gives me concern is it looks like you have shade to me. Like looking at this picture, like where the swing set is, there's shade, and overall I don't see a lot of direct sunlight. Now it could be the time of day, which is why it looks like that. But getting rid of the weeds, yes, Celsius, certainty, surfactant will do that. But the fact that the Bermuda or whatever grass you have there isn't growing, and just the first thing I thought about when I saw it after the weeds, of course, is the what appears to be quite a bit of shade. You might want to consider like a zoysia or something that's a little bit more shade tolerant than Bermuda, because if that is like the most sunlight that grass is getting, Bermuda is going to struggle to do well there. Like, you know what I mean? You look at my lawn, it's like pretty much wide open. There's only like lots of some direct sunlight versus this, which looks like it's fairly heavily shaded. So hope that helps. Great. Thanks for sending the picture along. If you have any other questions, let me know. Do my best to help you out. Next up is RD says, hey Ron, what's your thoughts? I say, Ron, have you ever used Tribute, and what are your thoughts on it? Thanks for taking the time to do these lives. Yeah, so Tribute Total is, what is it? It's like the Bear trifecta, right? It's Celsius, Revolver, but it's like watered down Celsius. It's not exactly like it's not the exact same formulation that's in Celsius, but it's like Celsius like herbicide, Revolver, and then what other, I think, is it Monument? There's three things that go into Tribute Total. The problem with Tribute Total is it's expensive, right? So like if you look at the cost of Tribute Total, which is in the 300 plus price, like the $300 price range, like weight, like, like the thick end of 300, like 350 plus. So for 350, you're getting a product it's a good product. It is a good product, but I would argue that for less money, like this, Celsius and Certainty with surfactant and a marker dye, like a good example, like we have a kit. My big problem with this is just the cost of it, RD. Because if you look here, like Tribute Total is like well over 300, like the mid threes, 350-ish or thereabouts. And the price on it goes up, like whenever Bears has an just pricing. But if you look at like our kit, which gets you Celsius, Certainty, surfactant, and marker dye, you get that for right at $300, right? So it's cheaper than Tribute Total. It kills pretty much the same stuff that Tribute Total kills, and it gives you the option as far as flexibility. So let's say you only have sedges, right? In that case, you put the Celsius back on the shelf, you pull out the Certainty, and you go out and you decimate sedges with just Certainty, right? If you're going to you're doing like a situation where you have a lawn that's like a salad bowl and you're trying to burn down everything or kill everything in it, to get rid of a lot of the weeds anyway, you can use them together. If all you're dealing with is broadleaves, you can just use Celsius and a surfactant by itself. So you get to mix and match how you want by using something like this, which is a combination of products that is ultimately cheaper, in my opinion, just as good. And you're not it's expensive to use Tribute Total. Like the container Tribute Total comes in is a small little I don't have one here, but it's a very small container. So also as far as coverage, you want to use that sparingly. Tribute Total is almost like the herbicide that the guy, like the senior guy, the supervisor, has on the spray truck that he only brings out for special occasions, whereas Celsius and Certainty is something you can use more often and is less expensive. And again, in my opinion, you get similar coverage out of them as far as it will kill. Tribute Total is better against Dallas grass than like Celsius Certainty, but that's about it. It doesn't really kill it, just helps knock it back a bit. So hope that helps. You're very welcome about the live streams. And again, Tribute, it's a great product. I don't have anything against it. It's just for what it costs, I think you can get as good results with more flexibility. So there you go. That's my thoughts on Tribute Total. So good product, just expensive. All right. John Williams says, did you try those garlic pearls? Glad you're feeling better, sir. I did not try garlic pearls, but I did drink a lot of soup, drank a lot of tea, and that seems to have helped me out some. As you guys can tell, I'm still not 100%, but I am doing better, which is good. Better than doing worse, right? My Tony 72 is here and says, hey Ron, what's going on? My Tony 72. And then says, unfortunately, I will be starting tomorrow on Fertilizer and Preventative. My lawn is 1.5 inches, Covington, Georgia. Why is it unfortunate? That's a good thing. I wouldn't say unfortunately. I mean, maybe if you don't like lawn work, I guess it's unfortunate. But if you like lawn work, I mean, for us lawn care people, the chance to put down fertilizer or put some down on our lawn, that's happy days, right? We live with that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure what the unfortunately is. All I'll tell you, Tony, is if you're going to go do that tomorrow, one, have fun, but also make sure you follow the label, follow the rates. Don't go crazy heavy. Just do it per the rates on whatever product you happen to be applying, and you should get good results by doing that. Get good results. Guys, I'm gonna take a sip of my lemonade, wet my whistle here a little bit. While I do that, I will put on some music and look for the next comment. If you guys wouldn't mind touching the like button ever so gently while I do that, I'd really, really appreciate it. Thanks for the help. All right. Just when the song starts getting good, we gotta cut it off, right? All right, next up is Carlos Bob. He says, Ron, just leveled my Bermuda with soil cubed, leveling dirt 2 weeks ago. The issue is I had some pretty low spots, 4 inches deep, and the sand completely covered the grass. Will the grass grow into it? Yes, it will. It will grow into it. You may have to, if it's 4 inches deep, that's a bit. You may find that it settles some, Carlos. You may have to go and add a little bit more to those areas to make sure that it stays level with the rest of the lawn. If with your lawn being Bermuda, it's going to grow in. I'm hoping the area you're talking about that's 4 inches, it was a small spot. Hopefully a big section of your lawn didn't get covered 4 inches of this stuff. Maybe if it's just a small rut, that should be okay. I would not recommend going 4 inches over a large area of your lawn, but for a small little, area, maybe a car backs in there and it cuts a rut in lawn, for that, you should be fine. You should be fine. Big thing is if it doesn't wash away, you're going to be fine. Bermuda's going to grow. The Bermuda that's surrounding it will eventually grow into that section and fill in. So no worries at all about that. Next up is Roland. He says, sorry if this has been mentioned before or if it's off topic, but I'm new here. First of all, if you're new, welcome. He said, but how did you get into lawn care? How dare you ask me that? How dare you ask me how I got into lawn care? So the story is probably a lot like how a lot of you guys' story is how you got into lawn care. Is many, many moons ago, I decided that when moving into this house, the lawn had like a ton of potential. And even though you guys see the lawn now, and it looks decent now, right? It looks pretty good now. Like when first moved in this, it did not look like this. There was a tree back there, and it looked like absolute like garbage. It was not. I would say garbage, but it didn't look good. It looked like any other lawn. It just did not look very good. So what you're seeing is the better part of 7 years of work, in various stages, doing different things to it, top dressing it, fixing drainage problems, all these types of things. And the way I got into lawn care or into YouTube really is I just started out first by documenting what I was doing. I didn't really have any intention for anyone else to really see it. It was just a way for me to, instead of having a bunch of videos on my hard drive, I figured I'm just going to video this stuff and talk about it, and then I'll just post them up on YouTube, and that way I can go back and I can look from like months and years down the road how the lawn changed. And lo and behold, people actually liked the content and liked what I was doing, and I just started doing it more and more, and it's turned into what it is now, right? So I also have some friends. I have quite a few good friends in the industry that have helped me out along the way, that have given me that have educated me on a lot of different topics, and just also through trial and error, I've learned what works, what doesn't work, and that all rolls up into what you see now. Kind of like most things in life, right? Like most people are, when they get to into whatever it is they get into, whether say you're, I don't know, a physician, or you're, like in my case professionally, I'm a computer guy, I'm a security guy, right? You take a lot of different paths that all after a while add up to what you become. And I am like the Bermuda, like lawn care, golf course lawn guys. If you like real mowing, you like shortcut grass, you like to use professional level products on your lawn to get like professional level results, then I'm your guy. That's what I do, because that's what I do on my lawn. So hope that helps. Roland, it started out as a hobby. It still is a hobby. It's still my Zen thing to get out there and mow. But yeah, that is the short story of how I got into lawn care. And I've been very fortunate to befriend a lot of fun and generous people in the industry to help me out along the way, which has been very, very good. Very good. All right, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, surprised you don't have a pressure washer. It's a good investment. Yeah, it's the thing is, Dwayne, is space, right? So I have limited space as far as where I can keep stuff. If I right now, I'm going to make a room for another piece of equipment in my arsenal, it's going to be a verticutter. Like I really, really want a verticutter. I love the results of how the lawn looks right now, man. And the thing that I did differently this year is I verticutted. I beat it up really badly a couple of months ago, and it looks really good after doing that. So I'd like to start doing verticutting regularly. Like I'd like to do it monthly if I can, but it's kind of a pain to go out and rent one and bring it back and forth and all this kind of stuff. So if I had a choice, I would own a verticutter before I got a pressure washer. But you are right. I do need to get the driveway pressure wash, and so I'll see about the guy that's painting across the street if I can get him to do it for me. But you're right, it is a good investment, good for cleaning cars and other things. But first has got to come the verticutter. Got to save my pennies and see if I can get one. All right, next up is John. Rob Wills says, I'm glad to hear the T-Jet nozzles work with the Ryobi backpack sprayers. I've been using that sprayer for a few months. Nice budget purchase. Man, here's the thing. Ryobi's been stepping up their game. I've been hearing a lot of good things about their products. Like Alan's been doing been using some of their stuff. I think BYD's also been using some of their products, and they seem to really like them. I have not used any Ryobi products myself. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. If it's Ryobi or however you pronounce it, but I think I always say Ryobi or Ryobi. Ryobi or Ryobi. But yeah, I mean, I've heard good things about their backpack sprayers too. And yes, the T-Jet nozzles should work with pretty much any sprayer. And if the only way I could see it not doing that is if you have something like the Flow Zone or the Yard Mastery, where you have like this stainless steel boom, it's got a quick connect or a QD fitting. Or quick connect fitting. In that case, you need some kind of an adapter, and then it can be made to work. Does that make sense? So it's fairly universal. It'd really be a bad design decision for some company to develop a backpack sprayer and not have it work with nozzles that are, like the industry standard. So good stuff. Glad to hear that you're getting good results with your sprayer. All right, next up is Archie Amos. He says, evening, Ron. If any of your reviews are here in South Carolina, there's a Superside in Pineville, North Carolina, and they deliver. Good to know. Thanks for sharing that, Archie. Much appreciated, sir. Next up is Frank Huang. He says, hey, Ron, I'm contemplating switching over to liquid products next year. Been doing exclusive granular the whole time. Good idea to go liquid, or do you do both? Thanks. So the answer is yes. I do a combination of both. I tend to use the granular as the foundation. Like I'm using Humic Max. If you guys follow the content, that's what I'm using. And then I use liquids to help fill in the gaps. So Humic Max is a 1608. It's got some humic acid in it, so it's a good fertilizer feeding the grass, but also for improving soil quality. But it leaves a lot to be desired from a standpoint of like micronutrients, right? There's no micronutrients really in Humic Max. So I use the liquids in the form of Release Zero and I'm sorry, and Release 901C, NutriKelp, Biospectrum to improve microbial activity, and then Nutrizolve, which has the micronutrient, the iron, the zinc, things that make the lawn really pop and turn nice and green, along with nitrogen. I use those in a liquid. The benefit to using liquids for those types of products is that liquids are taken up or you see a color response in the grass much faster from liquids than you do from granulars. So a good product like Humic Max, which breaks down relatively quickly, is available relatively quickly, still 5 to 7 days, right? You know, before you start seeing a response from the grass from applying that product. With a liquid product, 2 days later, you're going to see it. So literally you could apply the carbon kit. So if I can just show you what I'm talking about. Like if you were to apply like let's say the carbon kit here, right, which is this guy, right? So you got you release this is what I'm using. You have Release 901C, the NutriKelp, and also the Biospectrum. If I apply this on my lawn on a Monday, by Wednesday, I'm gonna see a color difference. I'm gonna see a response in it. And the same thing with the product that I mix along with it, which is the Nutrizolve. This is a micronutrient. Again, this has got, where did I go past it? I can't find where I put stuff. Where did I go? Oh, here it is. Yep. So right there, it's on the second line. So this, if I mix this with it, same thing. Within a couple of days, you're going to see a response from liquids. So liquids are faster, right? So that's the same thing. Like when you put down PGR, you put down like plant growth regulator, like something like Primo Max. In 2 days, you're going to see a response. The grass is going to slow down its growth. Another benefit to liquids, Frank, is let's say you have soil where the soil pH isn't in great shape. So your soil pH is either like very acidic or it's also very alkaline. So you have very high pH. And particularly when it's higher, some of your micronutrients aren't readily available. In other words, you can apply like a lot of iron to your lawn, but if you have pH, soil pH that's in 7.5 and above, like just like it's getting more like trending on more the alkaline side, like the ability for the grass to be able to absorb that is reduced. It's limited. It's hampered. So a way you can get around that is by using liquids, because you're absorbing it via the foliar. You're spraying it. It's almost like if you were trying to do something to improve your skin, you could use like a topical lotion, or you could take like fish oil, right? You can take like fish oil, you can ingest that, and that also helps improve your skin over time. One, like the topical, right? Like a cream is going to be very, very quick, very, very quick response. You're gonna notice, like if you're really dry and ashy, you're not gonna be dry and ashy after doing that. That's like your liquids. The thing you ingest, like the fish oil, can also help improve like the hydration in your soil and those types of things, but takes longer. So that's the best analogy I can think of really quickly as far as between granular and liquids. I like a combination of both. You can go 100% liquid if you want. You absolutely could do that. You're just going to be using more of it than if you were to go granular and liquid. So it depends on you. The long and short of it depends on you which way you want to go. Try it out and see what kind of results you get. I mean, play with it. You are going to have to increase the rates that you use, but a liquid only program can work just fine. So hope that helps. Let me know what you end up deciding to go. But you heard what I'm doing and why I do it, and hopefully that gives you some more input into which way you can decide for yourself. All right, next up is Carlos Baum. He says, one more question. In my backyard, I have a flooding problem. That's not good. Says the area is about 15 square feet of just bare dirt. I'm hoping to grow some grass there, but I'm not sure what kind of dirt to use. Okay, so before we even try and grow grass in that area, Carlos, let's see if we can do something about the flooding problem. So if you have an area where water settles for an extended period of time, and by that I mean it rains, you get a reasonable rainfall, and then like a day to a day and a half later, there's still a puddle there. That's a problem. Like grass is going to have a problem growing well there. You're going to have disease issues. You're going to have mold problems. So before we put a bunch of time into getting grass to grow there, see if you can do something about improving drainage. Maybe do like a French drain or like a catch basin or something to divert the water away from that area so that it dries out along at the same rates for the most part as the rest of the lawn. Once you solve that problem, then, as far as deciding what kind of grass to go with, it's kind of your call. I mean, you want to pick a grass that's appropriate for your climate. appropriate for the conditions. So if you have like a lot of shade, something like a zoysia or a fescue can do. If you have a lot of shade, like a fescue will do well. If you have like a little bit of shade and you want a warm season grass, then a zoysia can do better. So it just depends on, like, all those things need to weigh in to which kind of grass you get. Like a good example, like even though we're in Atlanta, right? And in Atlanta, you would think, or at least around here in Northeast Georgia, all the lawns for the most part are Bermuda. But if you go like to Buckhead, like you go like to like Midtown area in Atlanta, where there's a lot of really established neighborhoods, lots of big, huge trees covering the lawns, like those lawns are all fescue. They look great. They look awesome. But the nice thing about them is that they're not getting killed by sunlight because you have the trees providing shade. But it's also the kind of conditions that Bermuda would never grow well there, right? So when you're choosing your grass, look at the conditions that you're dealing with as far as how much shade you're dealing with, other environmental conditions, and then make your decision based on that. Your ability to put water on the lawn, because fescue in Georgia needs a lot of water during summer months to still look good. So all those things should weigh in. But the first thing before we even get to that is I would work on fixing the drainage problem, because it's going to be an exercise in frustration if you don't fix the drainage and you try and grow grass there. You're going to have a bunch of problems. So hope that helps, sir. If you have anything else, let me know. Next up is Heartfelt Fashion. He says, hey, I'm just dropping in to say hi. I missed last week. No worries, man. Didn't want to miss 2 weeks in a row. Appreciate you coming to hang out, Heartfelt Fashion. As always, thanks for coming in just to say hello. Next is Ogsan. He says, good evening, Ron and everyone. Any insight or opinions on the new Owlet battery reel mower? Interesting question you ask. Interesting question. Very healthy price side, but all those attachments look very cool. Your thoughts, sir? Thanks. Well, you know what? We'll see. Hopefully I don't jinx it. But I should we'll see. Hopefully within the next 48 hours or so, I should be getting my hands on an Owlet, on one of the newest. It's the Sterling, is that what it's called? The new electric one that takes the Ego batteries. Should be getting my hands on one of those for a little while to play with. So I'll be able to give you my opinions on it. Now, I will tell you off the beginning, the width of cut for a lawn my size, I don't know that that's really going to work for me, because I don't want to go back and relive my manual reel mowing days where I have like a narrower cutting width. Like once you get used to 26 inches of cutting and the wide stripes that come with that, it's kind of hard to go back. But if it shows up, I'm gonna put it through its paces. I'm gonna mow the back lawn with it. I can put it on Alex's lawn, which is like a nice pool table flat lawn. It's got to go on a slope, so we got to see how it does on that. So I'm gonna put it through its paces for the little bit of time that I have it, and then you guys will see, good, bad, or indifferent, what my thoughts are on it. I mean, I think it's a cool product. The one big advantage is that it's going to be quiet, right? So for someone that wants to get out and mow early in the morning and want something that's quiet, and especially also if you're already in the ecosystem, so you've got like their blower and trimmers and this kind of thing, and their chargers, then getting a mower that already takes those batteries makes a lot of sense. But I will be trying it out here soon, and I'll be able to give you an informed opinion versus just kind of saying what I think based on the spec sheet, right? We shall find out. We shall see very soon, Ogsan. We shall see very soon. By this time next week, hopefully you guys will know what I think about the new Owlet mower. All right, next up is Timothy Smith. He says, hey, Ron and everyone, lawn looks good, but being frustrated by seed heads, will they go away? I know they will go away, but have you or others seen those in Georgia as yet? Any tips? Yes, absolutely. So I even have a few seed heads in the lawn. I will tell you that Primo will help with that. As far as like suppressing seed heads, Primo Max will help with that, as far as like making them not as big a deal. And for most people, quick discussion about seed heads. Seed heads are a stress response from your grass whenever when something changes in the environment. So right now, the temperatures are going up. So we're going from like cooler temperatures to a lot warmer temperatures. And the grass is saying to itself, oh no, this is bad. I might be dying. So I'm going to make a lot of babies and throw them out there so that the grass will propagate on and life will continue. And that is why you tend to see seed heads around this time of year. And normally for lawns that have healthy soil and that have good watering, it's normally only a 2 to 3 week problem in most cases. Like the turf park, I was talking to Lee at Real Rollers, and one of their zoysia plots is covered in seed heads, covered in it. I think they're putting down some Primo on the turf plots today, so that's going to help with that some. But outside of mowing frequently, like if you mow frequently, you're not going to see them as much. and then also incorporating plant growth regulator, using some Primo, that will help with seed heads. But again, assuming that your soil is healthy and that you have adequate water, it's normally a temporary problem. Again, 2 to 3 weeks for most people, maybe a month in worst case scenario. I've only had one viewer that had seed head issues for like a long time throughout the season, and we were going back and forth over email trying to figure out what was going on with it. And I finally said, hey, listen, bro, have you done a soil test yet? Because I said really this should only be a relatively short problem. And the only thing I can think of is the lawn's not getting enough water. And he kept saying to me, nope, I'm watering it enough. And I said, or it's a nutrient deficiency or a nutrient problem. So he finally got a soil test done, and lo and behold, I don't have the results, but lo and behold, like his NP, all three of them, all the macros were low. As soon as he put a starter fert into it, and the problem went away. So it's again, if your soil is healthy and you're watering enough, and by enough I mean an inch. Don't go heavy on the watering. Like an inch of water every week, it's a temporary problem. If it really bugs you a lot, mow more frequently and incorporate plant growth regulator. And that's the only other thing I can really give you for it. It doesn't really bother me that too much, because again, I mow so much I don't really notice it. But also Primo will help with that as well, Timothy. So hope that helps, sir. Next up is Owen MyClad. He says, hey, everyone. Sorry for joining a little late. No worries, man. You joined, but you're late, but you're here. That's what counts. Next up is Timothy Wolf. He says, hey, Ron, second year using Humic Max, and it's a great product. If you're not going to carry it anymore due to price, what would you replace it with? So I'm looking into other options as well, too. I'm looking into some organic fertilizer options. I've been getting a lot of questions about that, saying, hey, can we get like an organic fert? So I'd like to go down that road and to see what we can do, because really the thing I think about with Humic Max, right? The one thing I love about the product is the prill size, right? So if you've got really tight cut turf, like that prill is a thing of beauty for getting past the grass and getting down into the soil. But the humic acid component of it, while very nice, because of the biostimulant program that I'm already doing between like the Essential G and then also the liquid micronutrients, I'm getting a lot of that already, right? So it's not like, in other words, the humic acid portion of it is less awesome for me, given everything else I'm doing, than a person that is not doing like a biostimulant program and is only using Humic Max. If that's the case, then it's an awesome product and you should continue using it. But to answer your question, Timothy, I'm still looking into options. I'd like to do something organic if I can. It's just a matter of finding something that's, one, as a quality product. Because you know me, I'm not gonna recommend or bring anything to you guys that I would not use on my lawn myself, that I'm not using on my lawn myself. So that's just thing one. I don't really care, who likes it or what, or whoever is selling it. If I don't believe in it, I'm not gonna put it on the store. That's just the way it is. And then it's got to be at a price that actually makes sense to you guys, so that you can actually buy it and use the product. I don't want to, it pains me when I see the prices of like we have to sell fertilizer for online, because shipping is just so expensive, So stay tuned. You guys will be the first to know once I know something, but I am actively working on other options as well. All right, next up is Archie Amos. He says, how often should Humic Max be applied? Every month? Every 2 weeks? Weekly? I do it once a month, Archie. So once a month. The beginning of the month is when I do Humic Max. Just once a month on the granular for me. And then liquids twice a month. Beginning of the month and the middle. So once a month on the granulars, and the liquids twice a month. Every 2 weeks. So hopefully that helps. Next up is Robert Rainey. He says, burrweed and mole crickets are the two things I struggle with in my lawn. I'm sure you all have your own nemesis. Yeah, man. I know for the burrweed, I know you were telling me the Celsius did well for that, and then you had another combination, bifenthrin and some other product you were telling me about that you used for mole crickets and got pretty good results with that too, Robert. So, but yeah, we all have something. I have one spot in the swale area on my lawn that always is the last to fill in because it's kind of steep and there's a lot of runoff there. Every lawn has its problem spots. Every lawn does. So I'm sorry that yours is mole crickets and burrweed, but you have a way around it, right? Which is good. Next up is Juan Enriquez. He says, are you still using Turfplex to spoon feed? Not currently, Juan. I still, get me wrong, I still love Turfplex. Great product. What I'm currently using is Release 901C and Nutrizolve. So the thing with Turfplex is why it's awesome, right, is that you get the nitrogen and you get micronutrient in one product. So it's got iron in it. It's got... obviously NPK in it, so it's a great product from that standpoint. As far as an all-in-one, it's really kind of hard to beat Turfplex, right? But what I'm doing this year is I'm using Nutrizolve. So this is what you see on the screen right now, which is my micronutrient. And then I am using a Release 901C. I'm basically using the new carbon kit that I released to you guys, this guy here, which has 901C. So the 901C carbon kit is, it's kelp. It's the NutriKelp. It is Release 901C and it is Biospectrum. So this, and the kelp product along with the Nutrizolve is what I'm using on the lawn. So 901C and the Nutrizolve are essentially what Turfplex by itself does, sort of. I mean, because really 901C and Nutrizolve is still superior to Turfplex because you are getting, it has a complete micronutrient package. So Nutrizolve has all of them, whereas Turfplex is only, it's only iron, zinc, and I think some manganese. I think that's correct. I can look on the label here. Actually, I got it right here. I can tell you. I don't need to guess. I can tell you. It's iron, zinc, and manganese. Whereas Nutrizolve is all of them. You know, it's all the micronutrients. So you won't go wrong either way. I've gotten really good response out of the new combination that I'm using, right? Which is the 901C and Nutrizolve. So just pick one and decide. You're not going to go wrong either way. Just look at your soil test results, and if your soil needs phosphorus, or you can stand to use some phosphorus, then go ahead, use Turfplex. You know what I mean? In my case, my phosphorus was starting to get a little bit up there, so I decided why not just pull back and not add any to my soil. That's why I made the switch. Not because there's anything wrong with Turfplex. It's an excellent product. It's just I just decided to change things up because I have an option that doesn't do that. So hope that helps, Juan. If you have any other questions, let me know. Next is DeRealMo365 says, hey, Ron and everyone, do you know of any pre-emergent that will prevent chamber bitter weed in Bermuda? I've used Preventative in the past, but it didn't prevent chamber bitter. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm not sure on that one. I'll take a screenshot of it and I will put that on the screen on the list for next week. I don't know if check the label for dithiopyr. See if it's labeled to prevent chamber bitter. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one on off the top of my head. DeRealMo365. I'll have to look into it and get an answer for you. So you should also be able to treat chamber bitter after the fact though. But I don't know for a fact if prodiamine or dithiopyr, if either of those are labeled for that. So I will have to get back to you on that. If you want an answer before next week, send me an email. Just say, hey, this is like real DeRealMo365 right in here, and send me an email to Ron at Golf Course Lawn and say, hey, this is the guy that was asking about chamber bitter pre-emergent. And once I find the answer, which I'll know by tomorrow, I should know by tomorrow because I'll do some research tonight on it, and I'll email you back. So your call. You can wait till next week, or I can or you can email me and I can tell you sooner. Your call. All right. Yeah, John Williams said, I sent you some pictures. Feel free to show them. If anyone else knows what I can do to kill this weed that is growing in the trees nearby, please help. Thanks. And again, should I nuke the sod? Yeah, so we showed your picture here, John, and the shade is definitely an issue. I'm looking here. Those look like broadleaf weeds to me, so Celsius should knock them out. But as I already said earlier, shade is going to be the thing we need to address in that lawn. Shade's the thing we look at in that lawn. Okay, next is Corey Binion. He says, will Bermuda sod grow in full sun where I cut down a river birch tree and the roots are gone? It should. I can't see any reason why it wouldn't. So if the tree is gone and the roots are gone, so there's nothing left from the tree anymore, right? So there used to be a tree there. You got rid of the tree. Tree's out, stumps out, roots. The major roots are also out. And I guess you've leveled or done, put topsoil and whatever you need to do to kind of get the area looking or decent. I can't see any reason why Bermuda wouldn't grow there. I don't know if there's anything special about river birch that would cause grass to not grow in an area where it once was. I kind of doubt it. But if the tree's not there anymore, I would think you'd be fine, Corey. I think you'd be okay. So Hope that helps. Put the sod down and see. But I can't think of a reason why it would not, why sod would not grow where the tree once was, especially with all the roots being gone now. All right, Stephen Edmonds is here. Next, he says, "Hey Ron, I put sod in last year. Problem is the sod seems to be a very different type of Bermuda. I was thinking on seeding when I level and see if I can get the grass to blend better. Thoughts? What you are doing is exactly what I did. So there are a couple of trees that got removed. I had some sod put in that was supposed to be Tifway 419. They said this was Tifway 419, but it just didn't match. It looked like visually, it looked different. So I went about the problem the wrong way, which was I overseeded the entire lawn. And now, after several times of doing that, a couple of years later, the lawn looks a lot better, but it didn't always look like this. I mean, it looks good now, but that's a lot of years worth of work, right? So the best bet is, I'm not sure how big of an area it is. If you want it, if the area where there's not grass right now, if you fix the problems or fix the thing that was causing the grass to not be there, like a tree or something like that, then plugging the area, like transferring samples or plugs from your existing lawn to that area is the best way to get it to work. But these things, it sounds like in your case, you already did sod. And if you want to go ahead and seed it or try overseeding it, I mean, it's up to you. Just realize that it's not going to be a one and done process. It's not like I overseed my lawn and you Thanos snap and everything comes in, 2 months later, it's now a mutt lawn, but it's all nice and even. It just doesn't work that way. It's going to take literally a couple of growing seasons for it to blend, for it to grow in, and for it to look like one cohesive like lawn in general. There's still a couple of spots in my lawn out like where the tree used to be that still go into dormancy a little bit later and come out of dormancy a little bit sooner. So it's still not, my lawn's still not 100% perfect. But that's just something to just to keep in mind. If you decide to go down this route of seeding, know that it's going to be a multi-year process. There are going to be some lumps along the way. The lawn is not going to be perfect when you first do it. So just word of the wise, it's your call if you want to go that route or not. So I'm just telling you what I went through. But the result now I like. So it's kind of your call on which way you want to go. All right, next up is Lavendi. Says, why did you stop using Turfplex this year? What was your experience with the Ecology products? Thanks. Okay, so I'm still using Ecology products. Nutrizolve is a product by Ecology. The reason why I stopped using Turfplex, at least for the first part of the season, it might come back. It might come back in June or July. We'll see. Is because my phosphorus levels were a little bit elevated in recent soil test results. They're not like crazy high, but they're a little bit elevated. And I thought to myself, hey, if I can not add phosphorus to the soil, if I have another option I can use that does not put more phosphorus into the soil, why not do that? So if you look at the makeup of Turfplex, it's a 22-3, right? So there's 2% of this product is phosphorus. Not a lot, but it's still some, right? And because I'm already putting phosphorus in every 2 weeks, a little bit, 1% of it, with the NutriKelp, right? Because I'm going to continue using this as my kelp product. I see no reason to do this and just keep making I would say the problem, but keep putting something into the soil that I do not need when I could simply use 901C, which has nitrogen, has a little bit of potassium and no phosphorus, right? So that is the reason why. I don't hate Ecology products. I have nothing against them. I love their products, as a matter of fact. I mean, they make excellent products, and there actually is a no phosphorus version of Turfplex. I just don't have access to it as yet. That's the thing, right? So there's a version of this where there's a 0 in the middle. I just don't have access to it as yet to be able to start carrying that. But yeah, Turfplex is still a great fertilizer. It's still a great liquid fert. I'll likely introduce it later on this season again because I've got some of it and I like the product. But again, that's the reason for it. It's not like I have anything negative to say about Ecology or any of their products. They all work really, really great. Like, I love the liquid ferts, and also like Hydrotane as well. Also great product. The one thing I will say between those two, right? A common theme between Ecology and Miramichi Green is that their products are not inexpensive, but the one thing that you can never argue is the products do exactly what they say they're going to do. Like the color that I get out of my lawn now with a combination of the Miramichi Green Biostimulants and Nutrisolve. And just like last year when I was using Turfplex and the Miramichi Green Biostimulants, the lawn looks incredible, right? So the products work, they do what they say they're going to do, and you're just going to pay a little bit more for them. So hopefully that helps answer your question, Lavendi. It's the not using Turfplex is a temporary thing. I would not say that like me and Turfplex are breaking up. That's not true. We're just kind of on a sabbatical right now. We're just taking a little time apart. It's going to see other lawns. I'm going to see other lawns, but eventually we're going to come back together. It's going to be all right. We're going to, you will see Turfplex on my lawn again at some point. So that's the reasoning behind it. You guys should still buy it. It's still a great product. The only reason why I'm not using it right now is because I have something else I can use that doesn't put more phosphorus into my lawn. So there you go. Long answer, but now you guys know why. All right, DJ Kid is here. Says, yo, Ron, what's going on? What's going on, DJ Kid? He says, well, I took down the trees due to walkway and lawn damage, starting a new lawn. Yeah, I mean, that stinks. It's a lot of work, but you have a new canvas, a new blank canvas to get going now, right? So that's kind of cool. There's a benefit to that. So, you have to look at the positives, and not having trees means that your sidewalk will not get all messed up and your grass will live, which is a positive in my opinion. So there you go on that. So that's I'm a fan of it. I like the direction you went. Next is Ribito says, hey Ron, I wish I could get the Superside leveling mix, but I am down in Central Florida. Do you have any contacts or advice for similar products here? Here's the thing, Ribito. I would say that you're in Central Florida. There are more golf courses in Florida than you can shake a stick at, right? And they're getting their sand from somewhere. So I would call around. I would call around your area. Maybe just go to Google and say like my city top dressing, or my city leveling. I mean, not leveling mix, but like top dressing, that should show up. Or my city lawn leveling. Lawn leveling mix will not come in. But again, like do those kinds of searches, because whoever is supplying the sand to the golf courses, likely you can get them to supply it to you, and they may have a blend where they are using a good masonry sand or USGA screen sand along with some good quality compost, and you're good to go. So you can create your own Superside leveling mix. I mean, like if you didn't have perfect example. So I have a viewer that's in Florida, that's in Winter Garden, Florida, actually, that just ordered one of the super sacks. Like he's going to top dress a lawn, and he did this, right? So he went out and he got, we have the Miramichi Green super sacks, which is like 2,000 pounds of carbonized PN or 2,000 pounds of Essential G. It shows up in a really big bag, and you've got plenty to do whatever you want to do with, right? So in his case, because he can't get Superside, what he did is he literally bought one of these, and he's going to get sand, and he's going to do a 50-50 mix. He's going to mix half of this, half with sand, which he can get, and make his own top dressing mix. Now that's a lot of work, but if you're talking about a product or a leveling mix that's very comparable, I mean, because again, carbonized PN is awesome product, but you have to mix it yourself. You know what I mean? So it's not like you being in Florida, you can't get a good top dressing mix. You can't find one. You may have to either make it yourself or just call around and see if you can find places that will have something. And if anywhere, any part of the country you can get a decent top dressing mix, I'd imagine Florida you could, because they have so many golf courses there and they're getting their sand from somewhere. So hope that helps. It may take a little bit of research on your part, but you should be able to find something that will work for you. Next up is Eric B. He says, thanks, Ron, for suggesting Tenacity. It's working just as it's supposed to with white blades on the crabgrass. Do you fert every month? Do I put fert down every month? Do you fert? So do you fert every month or 6 weeks, waiting on the 2050P Earthway? Yeah, so I do granular once a month, beginning of every month, and then I do liquids twice a month. So literally liquids every 2 weeks. The first of the month, and then on the 15th of the month. So liquids go down twice, granular goes down once. And 2050P, you will like it. It's a great spreader. I keep telling people, get that spreader. It's a really good one. If for nothing else, like the whole thing about having to get conversion charts and asking questions of which setting is right for headway, or which setting is right for a celloprene should I be using, you won't have to ask that anymore because it's on the bag. So there is that. All right, Tim says, Ron, love your channel. You're super dedicated. I try, man. I enjoy doing this. It definitely And I could not do it for coming up on 2 years now if I did not enjoy it. I like hanging out with you guys and talking about turf grass, and it's not work and it's fun. So thank you for being a viewer. I really do appreciate it. Next is Jesse Carver. He says, hey, Ron, I am finally ready to pull the trigger on a reel mower. All right, it's getting serious. Been eyeing the Swardman for a long time, but with reel rollers dropping them, should I go with a True Cut located in Atlanta with Centipede? Yeah, if you're asking, okay, it depends. Depends what you're trying to do. I am a fan of the True Cut. I really am. Like, as far as a mower, you're just not gonna have trouble with. It's just super rugged. It's built like a tank. Like, if for me, I would I like the True Cut. I would absolutely go with that. If I were not gonna get a True Cut, I would get a like a pre-owned Greensmaster, because the benefit of the Swardman is the interchangeable cartridge system. So it does have that, but it also has the rear drum, that rear roller, right? Which is something that the True Cut does not have. So, and frankly, the rear drum produces better stripes, and produces and that's a big part of it for me. I like nice lawn stripes. So for me, if I were getting I say budgets, there's still a $2,000 mower if you're buying brand new, right? But if I were buying a less expensive lawnmower, a True Cut with a grooved roller would be my jam. That's what I would go for. If I'm saying, nope, I want like the best cut I can possibly get, and I don't really care about the interchangeable cartridge systems, I don't care about like the verticutter and the brush and all the dethatch, all this kind of stuff, then I would go GM. I'd go Greensmaster. So for me, either Greensmaster or True Cut, that would be my thing. The only other mower that you could look at too is like the Allet, but I've never used one in person as yet. Hopefully, so I hope to rectify that here soon. And after I try it out, and if I think it's like, greatest thing since sliced bread, that could be an option for you. The nice thing about being in Atlanta, though, Jesse, is that True Cuts, you're going to find parts on them, all over the place. There are lots of different shops that can work on them, which is always good. There's several shops that can grind them. So as far as getting it sharpened, that's a thing. Whereas with reel rollers, not having a relationship with Swardman anymore, now you don't really have someone. I mean, they're not going to. They probably will stock some of the parts. But I mean, that for me anyway, that makes Swardman a less compelling option than like a True Cut or a Greensmaster. That makes sense. And if I had to choose between a Swardman and an Outlet, just from looking at them and also looking at what people have to say about them online, I would lean more towards the Outlet. It's more expensive, but it seems to be a better built unit than the Swardman. So my thoughts on the matter. Get a reel mower, make sure it's sharp, and you'll get a good result either way. But that's what I'm thinking if you're asking me what I would do. I would get either a True Cut or a GM or a Greensmaster. That would be me. Next is Wilson Miranda. He's back. He said, I seeded zoysia 50 days ago. I have many bare spots. That's zoysia. I'm sending stones now, mowing at 5/8. Should I raise the height of cut for it to spread faster? Manual reel and lots of weeds. First heavy fert done today, a 1/4 pound of nitrogen. Okay, so that's par for the course of zoysia, man. Like Wilson, like I did a zoysia planter last year, and I did zoysia in carbonized PN, which is about as good as stuff you can get to grow anything in. Like if you want to grow something, you want to grow like grass, fruits, whatever you want to grow, like carbonized PN is an excellent product for doing that. Didn't get much better than that. And even then, I had a little bald spot in the middle of the planter. So grass started growing in on one side, started growing on the other side, and in the middle is a little bit bare. It wasn't until really the tail end of the season, and now this year, now that the zoysia is growing in, if you guys saw the fungicide video from yesterday, if you guys notice on the table outside when I'm talking about Caravan and Headway, on that video, you'll see that the zoysia planter is actually on there. So it's all filled in now, but it took the better part of an entire season and some of this season to get there. So changing the height of cut going to help it spread faster? It might help a little bit, but zoysia is just a very, very slow spreading grass. That's just the way it is. It's not, if you did it by seed, So what you might do is, if you have areas where it's not germinated at all, consider reseeding those areas. If you have more of the same seed, consider just doing that. Like that's probably going to be faster than waiting for zoysia that's say maybe 10 feet away to spread and fill in that area. Like that's like a multi-year process if that's what you're dealing with. So you're only 50. And also think too, you're only 50 days in. you know? So keep that in mind too, that you got a grass that does not grow quickly, and just under 2 months is really not that much time, especially for zoysia. So if it still looks thin here in a couple of weeks in some areas, put some more seed down, but I would just be patient, keep mowing it, and eventually it will fill in. It's just gonna take a while. All right, next up is TD Sims. He says, thanks for answering my question. I have lawn gnats. I think the Acelepryn SC will help eliminate this issue. Yeah, so Acelepryn, or I have to check the label. I'm not sure if gnats are on the label for Acelepryn. Check the label and see. But then the pest control will also do that. I can probably check that really quick. Let's see. That's a good question. That's a good question. Is it on the label? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out really quick. Acelepryn and the label. And let me see here what it has here. Does it have gnats listed? Let's see what search. NAT. Yeah, I don't see gnats. I don't recall seeing gnats. Yeah, I don't see gnats on the label for Acelepryn, TD Sims. This, the pest control, this will help you with that. Like this will do that. And this you can spray on your lawn. You can spray it anywhere, like you know, patios, furniture, all this kind of stuff. You can use this on any of that stuff because it's non-toxic, and very effective. I didn't think gnats were on the Acelepryn label. I didn't think so. And looking here really quickly, just doing a search, I don't see it listed. So if it's not on the label, it probably, I might be wrong. Maybe I got the wrong one. It probably doesn't do it. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I have to look at. I don't believe that is gnat. Nope. Yeah, I don't see it coming up when I'm just doing a search for it. So if it does, I'm not finding it on the label. So how's that? Okay, next up is Rich V. He says, Ron, can you talk a bit about the Facebook Academy? What is that and how does it work? Thanks. Okay, so the Golf Course Lawn Academy is my course that, the best way of putting it is I get to put a lot of the content in there that would never do well on YouTube. So for someone that's looking for like a very targeted to go a process to go from like a basic lawn from ordinary to extraordinary in about 3 months, you know, over a course of a growing season, that's what the Academy is about. So there's really good sections in there on soil nutrients, on microbial pack, on using microbial biostimulants. A lot of stuff, a lot of content that I don't have on YouTube, the stuff that I have not put on YouTube is in there. So if you want to learn a lot of the why behind why you need like iron and why you need sulfur, why calcium is important, what the roles of NPK are, and how why pH is so important to getting the most out of your fertilizer, those types of things are modules in the course on each of those. I also cover things like picking out your lawn equipment, the importance of mowing, there's some herbicide stuff in there as well. There's a top dressing video in there as well. Some of the content, like for example, the top dressing video, like the video that's in the Academy on that, the modules on that is based on a video that I did on YouTube. As a matter of fact, the reason why I did the video, that big extensive video that I did last year on YouTube on top dressing, literally was so I could shoot that for the Academy. So, so there is that. And then I'm adding content to it. I am going to be adding content to it. So I'm going to be adding, I got a question from some of the guys that are in there now to add a module on PGR, on plant growth regulator. So I'll be adding that to it. So you buy it once, you have access forever. You also get access to the private Facebook group, which is one of the coolest parts about it, because you have like Roberts in there or several other people that are in there. And we're able to bounce ideas off of each other. You get more direct access to me. So if you have a question about something, I answer that faster than I do emails or also YouTube comments. Sometimes I have specials or on the store as far as ways for them to save a little bit of money that Academy members get access to that I don't really make available to the public. There's currently a discount on certain products in the store if you're an Academy member. You know, that discount, again, discount is subject to change over time. But right now that is still a thing. So there's lots of benefits to it. The course material is good, and also the collaboration and the people that you meet or able to work with or interact with in the Facebook group that's private is also a part of it as well too. And also the discounts you get in the store, in many ways, depending on how much stuff you buy, almost helps you pay for itself. You almost get it for free. So it just depends on on if you find value in that, and if you worst case Rich, try it out. You have a 30-day money back guarantee. If you don't like it after 30 days, let me know, and I will give you your money back, no questions asked. So there is that. There's not really any risk for you to trying it. But everyone that has joined so far, I've had really good feedback on. So hope that helps. And you can find it at golfcourselawn.com, or you can simply go to the Golf Course Lawn store, and at the very top, right up here, is Lawn Academy. Right, so you go to course details. It tells you everything about it, what's in it. I need to update this because it's more than 20 videos now. It tells you like just like a trailer, tells you like what you can expect to get, the course curriculum, what some feedback from some of the members, like people what they like about it, what to expect, like when you sign up, how long it's going to take you to get your login details, all this kind of stuff, the email you can expect to get, all that jazz. So that is, you can actually buy it on the Golf Course Lawn store, or you can go to golfcourselawn.com. Either way works. The price is the same in both places. So hopefully that helps, sir. All right, next up is Eric B. He says, hey, Ron, fungicide app will not cause more stripes in my fescue lawn from cheap Scott's Mini Edge Guard spreader applying fertilizer from the last few months. Okay, so yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, Eric. So if your spreader is not applying product evenly, like if it's like literally when you're making a pass, it's dropping more product in certain areas. Like if you make a pass, there's like there's certain areas where literally product is falling straight down, then I would not use that spreader. I would get a different spreader. I would either get another Scott's spreader if you want to stick with Scott's, or I would get an Earthway. So it's probably not gonna cause green stripes, but it's just you're over applying the fungicide in those areas, right? So you don't want to do that. So if your equipment's not working right, if it's not applying properly, then we either need to fix it or replace it. And I would lean probably more towards replacing it, because I don't think you can really do a whole lot to fix the Scott's spreader. So hopefully that helps. Again, I'm a big fan of the Earthways, man. For what they cost, they are they are a great option. Great option. All right, next up we have McNasty Motorsports. Awesome name for a shop. I know I say it every single time, but it's still true. He says, hey, Ron, I'm late arrival here. FYI, slight change of plans. Past the True Cut P20 and should be picking up a Flex 21 this weekend. Super excited. Yay for that. Awesome, I like it. You're not going to be sad. It's a great mower. It's a great mower. It's going to cut better than the True Cut will. So it's sounds like you went for what you really wanted, which is good, right? Get what you really want, which is great stuff. Okay, next up is Ryan Nedden, and he says, hey, Ron, I have quite a few tall fescue clumps in my Bermuda lawn. Any recommendations for getting rid of the fescue? I've heard maybe Bare Tribute Total will work. Yeah, Tribute Total will work. It's an expensive way of doing it. Literally any of these. I want to say like Celsius. Celsius will do rye. It should also do fescue. Certainty. Let me check the label for Certainty. You can also go with Revolver, but also that's kind of pricey as well too. Let me check the label for you really quick here and get an answer for you on if Celsius will do fescue. I know it will do ryegrass. I know it will do ryegrass, but I would think it will do fescue too. It's going to probably injure. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Yeah. So fescue, fine fescue, KBG, creeping bent grass. Yeah. So it'll smack all of those. So yeah. So as far as a good product that will knock back the fescue, will not damage your Bermuda, Celsius. This is what I would recommend. We have it in stock at the Golf Course Lawn store under the weed killer section. If you get this, you will also want to get a bottle of the spreader sticker. Actually, let me just show you what I'm talking about here. The spreader sticker is an important part of this because the surfactant is going to help improve the uptake, the herbicide uptake. So go to Golf Course Lawn Store, go to shop and weed killer, or simply scroll down here to the picture of the nearly gnarly looking weed section and click shop weed killer. Either way will get you there. And then you got Celsius, which is the herbicide, and then you've got the spreader sticker, which is what you need to get the best result out of this. I mean, and really, if you want to be covered on all your bases for most warm season for a herbicide combination that is excellent for warm season grass, and that doesn't have a lot of the temperature restrictions that some other herbicides will have, then Celsius and Certainty is something I am a really big fan of. And you can buy all of it: Celsius, Certainty, the turf mark, the marker dye, and the surfactant for less than the price of a Tribute Total. So there is that. That is what I would do. But if all you care about is getting rid of the fescue, Celsius and surfactant should do the trick for you, and will not injure your Bermuda. Hope that helps, Ryan. Great question. Let me know if I can help with anything else. Yep. And then let's see. Low key loaded says, yes, harvester ants eat grass seeds and store them underground granaries. So there you go. So I learned something new today. So they will go out and get the grass seeds. And I wonder if Advion will kill harvester ants. Maybe it kills a lot of different ants. I'm not sure if it should target those as well too. So to get another reason to use Advion on your lawn, assuming that it's labeled for, which I imagine it should knock out those guys. So thanks for that, low key loaded. I appreciate it. Next is Sea Dog 1499. Has a question. He says, good evening, Ron. I neglected my lawn last fall and paying the price now. I've killed most of the weeds. I want to push growth to fill in the bare spots. How often can I fertilize? Once every 3 weeks. So yes, you could fertilize more frequently if you want, but I don't really want to recommend that. So if you can tell what kind of grass you have, but I'm going to assume you have Bermuda. Let's just say that, right? If you have a Bermuda lawn, like, get a soil test, fertilize based on those soil test results. If you want to, get to the point where you're pushing like a pound of nitrogen every month for the first couple of months, sure, fine, do that. But then also mow a lot. Believe it or not, like, mowing a lot is going to help promote the grass spreading and will help fill in those bare spots a bit faster. So in addition to using fertilizer, also picking up your mowing frequency will also help with filling in bare spots. Again, I'm assuming that you have a Bermuda lawn. So I hope that helps. If you have a fescue lawn, then you're going to be throwing seed down. But if you have Bermuda, you can just pick up your mowing, fertilize based on soil test results, a pound of N or so per month, if you're really trying to push growth, and that should get you where you want to be, especially once the temps pick up here in the next few weeks. That should really accelerate the process of filling in the bare spots. Next is Sebastian Garcia. He says, I used Image to get rid of the nutsedge and crabgrass in the beginning of April. It did start making all that yellow. Now I'm noticing nutsedge and crabgrass. Should I do another application? Yeah, so Image is a good product. It's a very slow working product. For sedges, if you want to get rid of sedges, what I'd recommend is really Certainty, Sebastian. This is if you want, like in my opinion, the sedge product for warm season grass. This is what you want to use. Certainty is what you want to go with. As far as crabgrass goes, the best one of the better products or herbicides for crabgrass is quinclorac. Celsius does do a bit against crabgrass, against young crabgrass, but really, if crabgrass is the main thing you're worried about, quinclorac is going to be a better option. So the two things I mentioned, the Celsius and the Certainty, you can get those at the golf course lawn store. For the quinclorac, I will give you a link to that that you can take a look at. That will work well. That's really a better product if all you care about is crabgrass. But it sounds like you care about a bit of everything, so the Celsius Certainty combo is probably where you want to be. So at Sebastian Garcia, and there you go. That's for quinclorac, and then all the other stuff is at the golf course lawn store under the weed killer section. I have a couple of super chats that I missed here. Let me get them really quick. I think I got one from Robert and I got one from Lance. The first one from Lance. Let me get him first.
Super chat received.
He says, my neighbor has a bad case of POA scattered throughout his yard. I told him his best bet is to cut it out and seed or sod over the bare spots. Do you have any other advice? The spots are not good. I mean, how big, I guess, first of all, is it Bermuda that we're talking about? Or what are we talking about as far as where what kind of grass we're dealing with here? Because if it's Bermuda and it's warm, your warm season lawn, the POA should start dying off here. It should be dying off already as temps get higher. If you have a big, I haven't seen the lawn, so without pictures it's hard to actually give you good advice. But if say like half the lawn was POA, right? Then yes, if you kill it off, you get rid of the POA, and you want it to be fast, you don't want to plug it, then sod or seed is what you're looking at. But really, again, if he wants to match, he's going to be putting in he's going to be plugging it. But again, given that this person had POA really badly in their lawn for a long time, they might not care too much about the slight difference or color texture differences between like one Bermuda type and another. If all they want is it just to be green and for it to be grass, that's relatively easy to do with sod. Seed is going to be a little bit longer process. So it really depends on them. Without pictures, I can't really tell you. That's saying, if you're telling me you got a bunch of spots that are like yay big, all throughout the lawn, I'd say don't worry about it. If it's Bermuda, it'll fill in over the next month or so. It'll fill in over time, and you'll be good to go. But if you're telling me that it's like, 20 by 30 foot section, and that was all POA, and now it's all dead and it's a bare spot, that we have to think about something else to fix that. You know what I mean? Because even though Bermuda will eventually get there, it's going to be a lot longer process, and they may not want to wait for plugging. So the answer is it depends, Lance. I think you have my email address, but if not, Ron at Golf Course Lawn, send me an email with more details. If you have pictures of it, that would be helpful too, and I will do my best to give you like a better answer, because I don't have all the facts that I need to really be able to just kind of give you an answer that may or may not fit the situation. You know what I mean? So shoot me an email if you don't mind, and I will do my best to help you out. All right. Let's see here. John says, I sent you a different pick as well. I'll see if I can find it, John. It's difficult to do that during the live stream, mainly because I also have a thing where, I tend to put the pictures up ahead of time, because if the software crashes, then I start the live stream over and you guys will be mad at me. So I tend to try not to add pictures during the live stream, because I don't want there to be a problem. So, but I will look, and I will email you back either way at the end of the show. We got another super chat here that I got to get in from Mr. Robert Mahoris. Thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate it.
Super chat received.
If you guys don't know who Robert is the one with the super sweet mower. Do I have a picture of his mower while I go and look around here? I think I do. Maybe I do. Maybe not. Yeah, I do. Robert Mower. Look at that. So first of all, it's a John Deere triplex Ron Henry edition. There's that, and the actual mower is that. Look at that bad mamma jamma. It's pretty sweet, right? So that's his mower. That's Robert. Thank you so much for the super chat, Robert. Love the hardware, looking really good. I appreciate all the love and support, sir. All right, next up is Daniel B. He says, neighbor wants me to blanket his weed-filled Bermuda with Celsius Certainty clover. With Celsius and Certainty. He has clover and Dallas grass. We started a FERT program, and he's 60% green. Should I wait till 100% and spoon feed with Turplex after? I would knock it back, man. I mean, here's the thing. If you're dealing with a lawn that's largely a salad bowl, where it's like, you've got like as much weeds as you do grass, if you wait another month, the weeds are also going to be in a much stronger position a month from now. Especially the warm season ones like the Dallas grass, it's going to be harder to injure it. So yeah, the Celsius Certainty combo, we are in May. I would do that now. Let your neighbor know that it might slow down the Bermuda spreading a little bit, but it's not going to permanently injure it. And then begin feeding it. So yeah, I would do exactly what you're planning to do, Daniel. I would use the Celsius Certainty combo to knock the weeds back, and then start feeding the lawn. Like if you're not fertilizing yet, start doing that. I mean, you started it, but I mean, as far as Turfplex, if you want to start doing that as well, by all means, go for it. Because once you hit the weeds with the herbicide, they're going to start hating life. They're going to start, they're going to be injured, and they're going to be, trying to recover. And that's a great time to give the Bermuda additional nutrients, so it has the chance to become the alpha, to become the dominant, plant grass in the lawn. So yeah, I wouldn't wait until, like, I wouldn't give it another month. I wouldn't do that, because the Dallas grass is going to be stronger then. You know what I mean? And really keep in mind, even though Certainty is labeled to injure Dallas grass, it's not going to kill it. So if he's got a lot of Dallas grass in his lawn, your best bet is really to remove the Dallas grass. But if it's got a little bit and you just want to, he doesn't feel like getting out there and digging it out, the Certainty will injure it, but it's not going to get rid of it. It's not going to kill it. So that's something to keep in mind as far as expectations, as far as the Dallas grass that you mentioned that he's dealing with. But the clover, everything else, the Celsius Uncertainty should absolutely smoke those. No problem at all. Good stuff. Nice for you to help your neighbor out, man. That's great. That's good. That's great stuff. All righty. Next up is Eli. He says, I'm throwing down quinclorac as this live chat is going. You must be out. You must be somewhere out like on the West Coast, I guess. I says, we'll see how it does. I added some lawn food to help it with the coloring. That's what BYD recommended. Keep y'all posted. Sounds good, Eli. Let us know how it works out. Appreciate you sharing your process. And you're out there spraying while you're listening. I appreciate the support. And then next is Clay. He says, I have learned more from you guys learned more from you guys than the guys at Site One Landscape here in Orlando. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Yeah, man. I mean, the thing is, a lot of the guys at Site One are also busy too, right? So, I mean, I'm thinking about it. I'm doing this every week and I get to answer a variety of questions and, you know, they're busy. And the thing is, frankly, Site One is more catered towards pros. Like for the most part, they assume that when you walk in there, you kind of know what you want. And so that's, I guess that's some of it. And, you know, again, I literally, it's a live stream that's about lawn care Q&A. So I would hope that it would be as helpful, if not more helpful than you know, a retail place. So I got a lot of love for the guys at Site One. They're, you know, at least the ones that my local store are really cool with me. So you know, I just imagine they're probably just busy. But I'm glad that the content is useful. Clay, keep watching. If you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing. I really would appreciate it. Need all the help I can get. Next up is Tom B. He says, I applied Turflex and T-Nex PGR spoon feeding for the first time last week. Ooh, nervous? Are you nervous? It's exciting times. His plan as of now is to apply Turflex again in 2 to 3 weeks and then PGR with 2 to 3 weeks after that. Are you using PGR with every spoon feeding Kentucky bluegrass? Yes. So here's the thing, Tom. I am trying that out. I am using Primo every 15 days, but I'm not using the label rates. I'm backing the rates down. I'm running at a lower rate. So I did 0.2 last week, and then next weekend it'll be 0.2 again. For my particular type of Bermuda, I can go up to 0.38. So 0.2 is 0.4, close enough, right? That's about what I'm doing. So I'm just instead of going out at 0.38, 0.4, at one go at the beginning of the month, I'm just spreading it out over a couple of applications. We'll see how it works. So far, I mean, it's worked well enough that the lawn went into regulation because I applied it at below rates. So we'll see how it works out. You know, I'm going to be testing it. If you guys want to see how it does, subscribe to me and follow me on the YouTube stories that I do when I'm out there in the early morning messing around on the lawn, and you'll know. But I know as I go through it. But it's from people that work in industry that have told me that's a good strategy for more more even regulation. You don't have to worry about it coming out of regulation by doing that. So I'll try it out and see. All right, next up is Rob G. He says, hey, Ron, how often to put down liquid micronutrients like 002 or 700 Green Effect and Humic 12, South Carolina? It depends. I mean, monthly is what I would say is a good cadence, but really, assuming your lawn doesn't really need it, Rob, whenever you just want that extra pop of color. So, you know, if you're getting, you know, the lawn ready for 4th of July or Memorial Day weekend, you're going to have friends or family over and you want to have like a little extra color, you know, going out with adding a little micronutrient, you know, 3-4 days prior to that can be a good strategy to get an extra boost of color in the lawn ahead of some event. Outside of that, I am not familiar with either of those products. Or it's not that I've heard of them, but I'm not familiar with the labels of those products. So I don't know what they recommend as far as application intervals. So I can't tell you for sure. But I would think at least monthly would be good. That would be my expectation. All right, next up is a super chat. Let me get down here and get it real quick from Ben Raham. Thank you so much, Ben.
Super chat received.
He says, have a hard time identifying a weed, thinking it is wild creeping bent grass in my Bermuda. Okay. Celsius certainly did not touch it, nor did quinclorac. Any thoughts? My grass is blackjack. I seeded June 1st last year. Hard to say, Ben. Can you send me a picture of it, man? My email is already appearing on the screen now. Ron@golfcourseline.com. Send me a picture of it. I'll pass it around to some friends of mine and get some thoughts on what it is and of some ways to potentially get rid of it. But I'd have to see a picture to be able to tell you for sure. I'd just be guessing otherwise. I mean, if Celsius and Certainty didn't do anything to it, because like Celsius and Certainty are safe for Bermuda, but they should injure cool season grasses. And if you're saying it's wild bent grass, I don't know. So send me the picture, and I'll get some thoughts. I'll pass it on to some people and get you an answer. Take a screenshot of this so I have it for next time to remember to answer that. Sorry, I'm not more help, but if you give me a picture, I'll help you out. Okay, next up is Deacon. Let's see here. What else do we have? We have let's see what else we have here. Is Cindy Thornburg is next. It says, I've gone off the deep end, recently acquired a push mower that cuts a deep end, required a push mower that cuts to 1/2 inch. Been rocking an old California trimmer my dad wishes he can have back. Have you found a trick that lessens the ripples from a push mower? Only have 2,000 square feet to cut and trying to save money on fuel on 2 times per week mowing. Yeah, so the trick to that, Cindy, is you have to, so there is a sweet spot as far as how fast you walk, your walking pace with a push mower to get it to where you reduce that like that washboarding or laddering that you're talking about, right? And it's just, I don't have any video of me doing it, but it's one of those, but when you get it, you'll know. Because if you're ever pushing the mower and it's binding up or it starts to skip, like if you notice it starts to hop a little bit, you're going too fast. So it's without actually being there with you and actually showing you what I'm talking about, it's what you're experiencing is entirely your walking pace. So you have to find the pace where you're going fast enough that the reel is spinning quickly enough that you're going to get a good cut, but not so fast that the reel is like bouncing, which is causing that laddering or rippling that you're talking about. So it's hard to describe, but as you do it more, it will get better. How's that for an answer? So you do it more, you'll figure it out, but it's completely normal, and it sounds like you might be walking too quickly, is what it sounds like to me, because that's what causes that a lot of the washboarding that you will get with a reel mower. Or sorry, with a push reel mower. All right. Next up is Thom Hoffenkamp. He says, happy weekend, everyone. Ron, as ever, great to hear you sharing the knowledge and enthusiasm. Yeah, man. You know me, I'm living the dream, having a great time. Always out here having fun with this. All right. Ben Raham says, but I can't make the live stream. I become one of the random views you picked up after the fact. Keep it up. Well, I appreciate it, man. I need all the views I can get. So I appreciate you guys watching after the fact as well. And okay, here we go. I got some guidance for tomorrow. He says, Heartfelt Fashion says, I bought an Allet and I can say it is not good on a slope. I had to buy non-slip traction tape for the rear roller. Well, that's going to be a test. That's going to be a test. That's one of the things I'm going to be putting it through the paces. I mean, kind of like an airplane, right? Like straight and level flight is easy, right? You got to be able to handle like the turbulence and the bumpy stuff too. So I have a slope, so I'm going to definitely try it out on a slope and see how it does. I mean, it's going to be a fair review, I'm going to be fair, but that's something that it needs to do reasonably well, because like me, like most people or a lot of you guys, you don't necessarily all have like perfectly smooth lawns. You have lawns with like some slopes and, uneven areas. So it would be good to see how it does. We'll see. But I don't know which one you have, Heartfelt Fashion. Maybe in the one that I'm going to be taking a look at here, hopefully this weekend, we'll see. Maybe with that one, they've made some improvements that improve how it works on a slope. I don't know. Left to be seen. I will find out soon enough, but a slope will be one of the things that I check out for sure. All righty. Let's see. So Kevin D is talking about seed heads and T-necks. He put some out. And then Saeed Abruch said, should I dethatch, then aerate, or then aerate and dethatch my zoysia? Doesn't really matter. If I had to choose, let me think. If I were doing that, how would I do it? I would probably aerate and dethatch, or dethatch and then aerate. I don't think it really matters, Saeed. I'd probably aerate first and then dethatch, if it were me. But I don't really think it makes an appreciable difference. I'm trying to think of a reason why you would dethatch before you aerated, and I can't really think of one. I don't think it really would matter. I don't think so. So if it were me, I'd aerate, and then and I wouldn't necessarily dethatch. I'd verticut if it were me. So I would aerate and then verticut. Okay, next is Feltley says, I love it though. Quiet Honda mower and the cartridges. For me, I think nothing better. And you like the dethatcher. Very, very cool. So that's something I hope to get to play out with, is the different interchangeable cartridge systems, to see how well that works. That is a kind of a cool aspect of the Allet and those types of mowers. So it'd be cool to mess around with that as well too. Okay, John is back. He says, hey, Ryan, enjoying the show. Really informative, and I learned a lot. Hit that like button, y'all. What fert should I throw down on my centipede front lawn? John, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. The best way to answer that question is to get a soil test, and that will be like the best answer. If you don't want to get a soil test, then a starter fert or Humic Max are both good options. Humic Max is a great fertilizer, but to ensure that what you are applying to your centipede lawn is exactly what it needs, this will tell you. This will tell you. You know, anything else other than that, I mean, a starter fert, yeah, it has everything in it. So it's gonna feed the lawn. It's gonna make the grass greener. But if you want to make sure that you're matching what the soil needs to the product you're putting on it, then a soil test is really the way to go. Hope that helps. All right, LG says, for the record, the new jam is fresh and all, but I still prefer the Tango Bolero. Call me old fashioned. I hear you. You like the Tango Bolero, LG? You like that? You like that? It is kind of mellow, right? It is mellow. Okay, let me see if I can find the next question while I play some Tango Bolero for LG. All right, so next up is Sean Scott. He says, good evening, Ron. I was wondering, when can you finally cut a seeded lawn? I renovated a small area that had no grass with tall fescue, a seed, and it was reaching 4 to 5 inches tall. Thanks again. So I begin mowing. So once the grass germinates and begins growing, I start mowing it, man. So I don't, if when it's brand new, I don't cut it. But I mean, within 3 weeks, within 4 weeks after germination. So let's say it germinates today. I don't go much longer than 3 weeks after that till I start mowing it. I just don't like what you're seeing here. Like the Arden, like some people say that, let the grass get to 2 to 3 inches before you first cut it. I've never done that. Like what you're looking at here, this lawn has never been over an inch and a quarter for the past 4 years, maybe 5 years. It's never been taller than that, even when it was seeded. So as soon as I put the seed down, I give it a refresher, because I tend to put Primo, some PGR down along with it to slow down the growth of the existing grass. But I start mowing. Like I don't let the grass get crazy tall before I mow it. You have fescue, which is designed to be cut taller. So if you reach 4 to 5, if the grass you seeded is at 4 to 5 inches tall, I would cut it, because that's the cutting height that you're going to want to run fescue at. 4 to 5 inches. So yeah, I would absolutely start mowing it. So yeah, good stuff. Hopefully that helps. And again, I can only go based on my experience. And given that you're already at 4 to 5 inches, I can't think of a reason why you would not start mowing it yet. If it were like 2 inches or 1 inch, then I'd say, yeah, fescue really needs to get a little taller, give it some more time. But if you're at 4 to 5, you're at the height where you're going to want to be maintaining that particular grass type. So get out there and start cutting it. Ahmad Jones says, should I aerate my Bermuda lawn? I'm a fan of doing it. It's a lot of work, but I'm a fan of doing it because it's a great way to reduce compaction, get air down into the soil, get water into the soil, get nutrients into the soil. So I am a fan of aerating at least once per year. I am a fan of doing it. Do you have to? No. I mean, there's people that never aerate their lawn and they have decent lawns. But I like to do that. Like I can only answer based on what I do. So my lawn is going to get aerated at some point this month. Once Alex is back in town, we'll do our lawns and a couple other lawns in the neighborhood. So yes, I would recommend doing it for sure. Okay, next is Pat Kelly saying, send it. All right, Pat. Okay. Next is No Name. Says, I know I'm late to the party, but good evening, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. Please touch the like button ever so gently if you haven't. Guys, yeah, I would really appreciate that. If you guys wouldn't mind touching the like button, if you've not done so already, it's a free way for you to support the channel, and I do appreciate the support. All right, Greg Lyon is up next. He says, I have you in back pocket as I pack up for our move to Georgia. My buddy in Arizona said that it is recommended to keep the length no lower than 1.5 inches because of the heat. What, for Bermuda? No, I mean maybe in Arizona, but I disagree with that for Georgia. I mean, if so, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it way wrong. In Georgia, I mean, the how tall you keep grass or you keep Bermuda in Georgia is really based on two things, in my opinion. Thing one is, do you have a reel mower? Do you have the proper tool for cutting grass below heights of 1.5 inches? That's thing one. And then thing two is, do you have the time and desire to do it? Because the rule with mowing grass is the lower you go, the more often you have to mow. So you get to 3/4 inch, 0.75 inches, you can get away with mowing it twice a week for the most part for a lot of the season. Middle of the summer, every other day will be a thing. As you go shorter and shorter and shorter, you have to pick up the mowing frequency more. But with Bermuda in particular, if you cut it short, again with a reel mower especially, it gets really dense and tight. It holds onto moisture better. It's just a ton of benefits to it. You have better, it's almost like natural weed control in the lawn. So there's tons of benefits to mowing your grass short. The negatives are that, one, you have to have the right equipment to do it, so a reel mower, and you need to have the time and desire to do it. So your friend is correct that if you only have a rotary mower, then 1.5 inches is about the reasonable limit of how low you'd want to go on Bermuda. If you have a reel mower, then you can go shorter, and if you have the time and desire to do it. So hope that helps. It's not, as far as a heat thing, no, that's not a thing. I mean, Bermuda loves heat, and it does well being cut short and dense. It allows it to tighten up really well. There's no issue with Bermuda really, and heat. It loves heat. So hopefully that helps answer your question. But your buddy is right. If you're using a rotary mower, 1.5 inches is about the reasonable limit. All right, next up is No Name. He says, I got home from Home Depot, and they had two 20-inch California trimmers with Honda engines for $14.49. I've honestly never seen them there before. See, okay, so I mean, that's cool that they're starting to carry reel mowers, but for $1,500, I don't know, man. Like you could put a little bit more with that and get like a used Greensmaster, or put a bit more than a little more with that and get like a brand new True Cut with a grooved roller. Like that's what I'd kind of lean towards. But I mean, I get it. There's people that have trimmers and absolutely love them, and for that price I'm talking about, you would get a wider track, a wider cutting width than 20 inches. So, but that's good. That's a good sign. It's a good sign that Home Depot's starting to carry them, right? It shows that reel mowers are starting to get more popularity here in Georgia, which is always a good thing. Always a good thing. Alex Lawson says, Al just released a brand new quick change Eagle powered reel mower. You don't say. You don't say. Stay tuned for maybe some YouTube stories and or Instagram tomorrow morning, or tomorrow at some point, maybe over this weekend. Again, hopefully if things work out, we'll see. Maybe I'll get a chance to play with one of them. We shall see how that goes. Because I've heard good things about it. I've heard good things, but it'd be good to actually have a go myself. You know what I mean? Okay, now is Pat Kelly. Favorite fungus in Bermuda? Dollar spot, because it's not really an issue if you fertilize your lawn enough. That's my favorite fungus for Bermuda. How about that? I'll take dollar spot, because it doesn't really, in most Bermuda lawns, it's not really a problem. Any of the other ones I don't really want. Large patch, no. Spring dead spot, Pythium, But dollar spot, I will. If I have to have one, which I don't want any of them, but dollar spot, because not really an issue if you're getting enough in Bermuda. All right, next up is I can't say this for some reason. Ard Kruick says, my client has lots of moss growing in his grass. Should I put down some lime, or do I have to do a soil test to confirm it's low pH? Okay, so a couple of things. If your client, a bit of lime can it can be helpful. But the thing is, but the question you have to ask yourself is a couple of things that can lead to Lyme. Yes, low pH can do that. So yes, getting a soil test is something I would recommend. The one from my soil, the one I'm showing here on screen now, we have them at the golf course lawn store. That is what I would do. Another good thing for you too, R. Kujik, because it sounds like you're a pro in the industry or someone that works in industry. The nice thing about the My Soil test kits is that if you, let's say you decide that this is going to become your standard, this is going to be the thing that you use on your lawns, you get access to a web interface that all the soil tests that you do, they go in that interface. So if you want to see, like, oh, what did I put down on John's lawn, or what was his lawn like last spring or last fall, you have all that historical data all in one place. It's really easy for you to look at, and it makes it easy for you to also to compare how the soil is changing over time. So even for someone that's working, doing what you're doing, it sounds like you're someone that works in industry. This is still a good option because it allows you to keep up with what tests you've done on lawns. Okay, so if you do a soil test, or when you do a soil test rather, because you're probably gonna do one. When you do one, and if your pH is low, then yes, applying lime is good. But I would also look into other things that can help, that will that conditions that promote Lyme. So drainage, so lack of proper drainage will create conditions that allow allow moss to do well. Heavily shaded areas will also cause Lyme to, or why do I keep saying Lyme? Cause moss to grow. So yes, get a soil test done. If the soil is acidic, you need to add some lime to it. By all means, do that. But also look into the area and say, what is it about this area that's causing moss to be a thing here that's not in the area over there? And let's try and correct the stuff that's causing, environmentally, from an environmental standpoint, that's causing Lyme to, or causing the the moss to be an issue in that particular spot of the lawn. Does it make sense? So in other words, you don't want to only treat the symptoms. Like, treating the cause of the problem is important too, to ensure that once you do fix it, it stays fixed. So hope that helps. Great question. Look into the My Soil test kits. Again, for someone like you that is going to be testing a bunch of lawns, it's a great way to maintain all of the historical data of the stuff, the clients that you've looked at. So great question. I appreciate it. Next up is Eric B. Says, hey Ron, last question tonight, I promise. We're getting towards the end, so yeah, I believe that. You promise, huh? He says, I'm on the lawn care nut on Alan's program for cool season grass. Will I see benefits from the Yard Mastery 500 Biochar once a year instead of every month with Fert? Biochar is too costly monthly. I don't know. I've never used that product to be able to tell you. I don't know. I mean, if we think about this, if doing it monthly is helpful, doing it once a year, albeit not you might not be able to see it, is also, it's got to be helpful too, right? So it's a lot lesser amount. It can't hurt, but I have seen the best results from doing a granular biostimulant, a granular carbon monthly. And I get it, that's an expensive way to go, especially if you have a larger lawn. So I would say this, biochar, once it gets in the soil, doesn't really go away. So even if you decide for this 1 month, I'm going to go heavy and I'm going to do like I'm going to do a heavy biochar app, and that's going to be it for the year. That's better than not doing it at all. So to answer your question, yes, it's better than not doing it at all. I just don't know what the benefits you would see would be from that particular product. I've never used it. I know what you're referring to, but I've never actually used it to be able to tell you what to expect from it. But I mean, adding biochar, especially if it's adding charged biochar, which all the Miramichi biochar products are, and I imagine the one from Yard Mastery should be too. I don't know for sure, but I imagine that it should be, is a good thing. There's not really any negative to it. Okay, next is Greg Lyon. He says, my new lawn in Atlanta has lots of rocks in it. Is there anything I could use to get those out other than digging them out by hand? Not that I can really think of. I can't have my reel mower hit those guys. Please hit like all. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be just like physically removing them, manually removing them. I can't think of another way to get rocks out of your lawn other than removing it, Greg, unfortunately. And to your point, you're right. You don't want your reel mower. You really don't want your reel mower hitting rocks. That's bad. That's just bad news for the reel and bed knife, man. You don't want that happening. So, I would remove them. I mean, walk around with a screwdriver, and if you find them, you can dig them out, get rid of them. And really, the ones that are beneath the soil, the reel mower is not going to hit. It's the ones that are like visible. When if you're walking around the lawn, you see a rock, you should remove it. But then that's also true for pine needles and like pine cones and sticks. Like it's the same. Like rocks are just another debris that really you don't want to have in the lawn if you're real mowing. So you are gonna have to manually remove them. I can't think of another way to do that. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you. All right, next up is Troy. He says, "Hey Ron, you say certainty kills nutsedge." I did. He says, "I know image takes 5 weeks. As soon as rain starts this year, the nutsedge has returned. Do I need more dirt or masonry sand?" So, does certainty kill nutsedge? Does certainty kill nutsedge? Yes. As far as a warm season herbicide against sedges, it's really hard to beat certainty. So, I mean, I'll show you here. If we go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and in the product description for certainty, if I scroll down here, and I apologize for this because I've got the screen sizing, I've got it set up this way so that you guys can it actually fits. But if you want to see what certainty will do against sedges, so this is a bunch of sedges, a bunch of a green nutsedge in my lawn that was on the edge of the lawn last year, right? And I purposely left this alone. You can see actually to the right of the image, you can see my grass and you can see all the sedges right there, right? So here we are 7 days later. That's what it looks like with certainty. You know what I mean? So it's as far as does it is the one to use if you want to care about sedges. And it's funny, I asked the guys at we were talking to the guys at Site One about it, and they were saying, "Hey, you ever notice the certainty label as far as sedges? Like what? Like it just says pretty much like all of them." He says that's why they like for them. Go if you don't believe me, call the Site One in Buford and ask them what their thoughts are on it. They'll all sing the praises of that of certainty as a product for sedges. It also kills POA too, but the big reason why I really like the product is its control against sedges. It's tough to beat. It doesn't really matter what kind you are dealing with. It does them all. So good question. The only thing I'd say, Troy, is if you're using certainty, make sure you use a surfactant along with it. That will that's really going to help you get the best result. In the description on the Golf Course Lawn Store for certainty, there's a video that shows you exactly how I do it, how I use them together. If you do it that way, you should get pretty good results. So hope that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. All right, next up is Greg. He's back. He says the lawn is getting spring weeds, even though 2 rounds of pre-emergent this spring. Should I get insecticide, weed and feed to make sure the yard is wet? That's an option, Greg. That is an option. I mean, what you're talking about is, can I find it here? What you're talking about is this product. When you guys remember in the golf course in the Fix My Ugly Lawns series, we used this guy on Alex's lawn. So this as an inexpensive product, it's a relatively inexpensive product. This is really good. I mean, you've got a bit of everything in there. You got some dithiopyr, dicamba, 2,4-D. It's got some post-emergent and pre-emergent in it. And this stuff is, I don't know, I think it's like $20 a bag, a little bit less than that. You know what I mean? So it's a great product. The only thing with it is you have to apply it to wet grass. So the ideal time is in the morning when it's bright and early, when there's dew on the lawn. You can get out there and put that down, and you will get a good result with it. I mean, it's not in the same class as using like Celsius or Certainty or like more of the pro grade herbicides. But as far as something that is less expensive, not going to break the bank, and can produce some decent results, the insecticide is a way to go. So hope that helps. Okay, next up is Hunter's Cavern 25. He says, is it okay to use a tiller to get the rocks out? I have the same issue as Greg, so many rocks. Here's the thing. I am not a fan of tilling lawns or using a tiller because, yes, it's a faster way of getting the rocks out, but then you're gonna have to go through and re-level the lawn, right? You're gonna have to. So when you till it, yes, the rocks all come up, you get the rocks out, but then now you've got to go through a process of like leveling the lawn back out and then letting it settle, out. So it is a faster way of getting rid of the rocks or removing the rocks. I agree. But you have to realize the after effects of tilling that you have to also consider too. It's not like you till the lawn and then you just rake it out and it just stays nice and flat after you rake it. It's going to settle, it's going to become uneven, and you're going to have to fix that after you till it. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. I don't have your lawn. I don't know how many rocks you're dealing with. So if it's a ton, it might be worth doing that. But this is something to keep in mind, that if you till it, that's something you are going to deal with some settling as the lawn settles. It's not just going to go back to being super flat once you're done. Let us see who else we have here. Robert is here. I already got a super chat. He says, good to see you all finally checking in. So I see in those tiny moths, sod webworm. He says, so I see those tiny moths, sod webworm. Could be Robert. It could be, that could be grubs. But again, if you get your celloprint down, if you haven't already, and it should take care of that. It should be a thing where when you see them, they're already dead. So that, so yeah, if you're applying a celloprint, or that should take care of it. Should be good to go. Should not be an issue. All right, Anthony Vaccaro has a question about seeding. He says, how long should you wait to seed after putting down pre-emergent? Depends, Anthony. So if you are using, the short answer is 4 months. 3 months in ideal conditions, but really like 4 months or longer. If you're dealing with a pre-emergent like spectacle flow, like I got a new bottle of it, something like this, you'd be looking at 6-7 months or longer, or maybe longer. You know what I mean? So it depends on which pre-emergent you used. Like that matters. But at a minimum, 3 months is what I would say. Now, can you try seeding anyway? Yes, but the results are just not going to be as good. So that's why I say if your goal is to seed the lawn, if getting the lawn established or a renovation project is your goal, then that has to be the primary focus. And you can pre-emergent and that goal, if getting the new lawn is going to come from seed, the two are not, they don't play nicely together. So you have to give up pre-emergent. So let's give a good example. This makes it easier. Let's say this year, we're going to redo my entire lawn. Today we're January 1st. We snap and boom. Today's January 1st, 2022. I say, you know what? I'm gonna redo my entire lawn this year. I'm going to put in zoysia for a reason from seed because I am a glutton for punishment. What that would mean if I were really serious about that, I would not do any pre-emergent in the spring. I would get rid of my existing grass, and then around this time of year, I would begin seeding the zoysia, knowing that I am going to have a lot more weed pressure this year than I would in years past because I don't have any pre-emergent down, and that the process is going to be slow, and then if I could also, again, Thanos snap, and the zoysia is filled in, the lawn is growing and is green, that I will have to treat those weeds that have grown in while I was trying to get the zoysia to come in with a post-emergent, like Celsius or something along those lines. So if you want to seed, I would not do pre-emergent and just rely on post-emergent herbicides to kill the weeds once the grass that you're trying to grow has started growing. You shouldn't do the two of them together. You're working against yourself. Hope that helps, Anthony. Let me know if you need anything else. All right, so Jeffrey Robinson says, hey, Rob, so my cocktail is 901C, NutriKelp, Lesco 445, chelated iron, plus 6% iron. Nasty. Does that equal 14, 15, 10 when mixed together? No, I don't think it really works. I don't think it really works that way, Jeffrey, because I don't think it works like that. What I would do is I would apply. I'm not familiar with the Lesco product, but what I would do is the total amount of N that you are putting in. I mean, it's a 1455. I mean, the numbers add up to that, but without knowing what kind of fertilizer or nitrogen is used in the Lesco, it's not like they're going to release at the same rate. So I can't. It's not like, in other words, in theory, yes, but but mixing all that stuff together, it's not like that combination is going to behave like a 14, 15, 10 product would. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And I would be sure that if you're going to be using that together, that I back the rates down on all of them. Like at least on the 901C and the Lesco product, I would not go out like at the full rates on both of those. So, I mean, it's gonna be an interesting concoction. It sounds like I mean, with the iron, you should get a pretty good response as far as color goes. But I'm not familiar with the Let's Go product to know what kind of nitrogen or what the makeup of that guy is to be able to tell you for sure. So my advice to you would be go lighter on the 901C and on the Let's Go 445 rates. That's what I would tell you to do. Okay, next is Robert Mahoras. He says, is it time to put down a celloprint? Does it matter? We just got a massive thunderstorm and the ground is saturated. It is time. Like you could have done it as early as early April, as last month. You could have done it last month if you wanted to. It is time. If you want to wait for a couple of days for the ground to dry out so that when you're walking the lawn, you're not like, putting ruts in it and this kind of thing, you can do that. But a celloprint does need to be watered in. So if you can apply it right before you're supposed to get some rain, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That would be good. It saves you from having to run irrigation. But yes, to answer your question, this time of year is the time of year for your insecticide and also for a preventative fungicide if you decide you want to go that route, Robert. So great stuff. We are winding down, guys. And last up says it's KBG Ron. What was I asking you? What was the other response? Oh, so yours was the one where you were dealing with the neighbor that had POA, right? With all the bare spots, and it's a KBG lawn. I don't know. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember what the question was. I think it was you said he had bare spots and it died off. Would you seed it? Yes. You could see. I'm not sure if particularly grass even comes in sod, but yes, I would. I would not wait for it to spread. It's not going to spread as aggressively as Bermuda does. So if it's a big area, and he wants to put either sod or seed in to get it to fill in, then sure, yes. So thanks for that, Lance. I appreciate it. All right, next up is Josh Transport, just saying nice. Thanks, Josh. And then Cleve Anderson. What's going on, Cleve? He says, great chat. Thanks. Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Appreciate you coming in the live stream to come hang out for a little bit. Appreciate you. And then next is Casey Baker. He said, let's see here. He says, I have a Bermuda yard. My neighbors told me he's having his Bermuda pulled up and replaced with St. Augustine. Why on earth would you want to do that? Is using quinclorac the best option to keep his grass out of my Bermuda? Yes. Quinclorac and St. Augustine do not play nice together. So yeah, if you want to spray like the border, the domination line with quinclorac, that will injure the St. Augustine, and it's fine for the Bermuda. Another thing too to keep in mind, Casey, is if you mow your Bermuda shorter, like St. Augustine likes to be mowed a bit taller. So if you mow your Bermuda shorter, that coupled with, whenever some starts creeping in, you're giving it a little smack with the quinclorac, that should do a pretty good job of keeping it away for the most part. I mean, some of it's still gonna get in, but between cutting height and quinclorac every now and then, you should be in pretty good shape for keeping it away. All right, next up is the Lawn Whisperer. What's going on? Justin, hopefully you're doing well, sir. Let's see that house is coming along, dude. All the pictures you post on Instagram, you're putting a lot of work in there. So very cool. Looks like it's going to be a really cool property once it's all set up. All right. Paradoxed says verticutting 100% ryegrass. I'm not sure of the question, Paradox, but sure, I guess. I'm not sure what the question is. All right, but next up is Kumar. He says, hi, Ron. I was at Supersod and recently told the best pre-emergent to prevent POA annual was prediamine. Does that work for you, or is there something else that works better? I had terrible POA this year. Here's the thing. I don't think that prediamine in of itself is great for preventing POA. I think prediamine mixed with simazine and mixed with image with imazaquin does a really good job against keeping POA away. But it by itself, it's better. Let me qualify this. Prediamine will reduce the amount of POA that you have in your lawn in the spring. So if you do a prediamine app in the fall, you will have less POA in your lawn in the springtime. But is it going to reduce it to the level that most people would consider to be acceptable, to where it's like very sparse and maybe only a few here and there? I don't always find that to be the case. I find that using, again, either something like Spectacle, which is really good against POA, but it's expensive, or using prediamine with imazaquin and simazine, so like image and simazine mixed in with it, like that does really well against POA, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper than using like Spectacle. You know what I mean? So it depends on what your expectations are. It is to answer your question, yes, it will reduce the amount of POA, but it's for most people, at least what I've seen, prodiamine alone does not do a good enough job that most people would say, yes, doing pre-emergent in the fall was very effective, and I don't have a lot of POA in my lawn this spring. So not to repeat myself, but I would consider mixing some image and simazine in with it in the fall if you really want to keep the POA out. That, or use spectacle flow, and then you won't have to worry about POA because it's spectacle. It's not gonna you don't have any POA in your lawn if you use that. Okay, next is JK. He says, getting some bad dollar spot right now. Do you ever worry about fungicide resistance using Headway G? What else do you use in your disease management rotation? So the only thing I really use is Headway, JK, and dollar spot. You didn't tell me what kind of grass you have, but in Bermuda, dollar spot really should not be. I mean, it should not be causing a lot of problems in your lawn if you are feeding the lawn with enough nitrogen. So in other grass types, sure, but in Bermuda, you typically don't have dollar spot causing a lot of damage to the lawn if the lawn has enough nitrogen in it. Like on my lawn, like little spider webs that are indicative of dollar spot. Like I'll see those early in the morning when I'm out mowing. I'll see like the little spider webs, little cobwebs. If I'm not mowing that day, by 10 a.m. they're gone, they burn off, and I don't have dollar spot issues in my lawn. You know what I mean? So in Bermuda, not really an issue, not really a thing that I'm concerned about. As far as fungicides, I just use that's why I use Headway. You have azoxystrobin and propiconazole. They're two different families or two different classes, and I've gotten pretty good results with it. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Headway is all I use. There are other options for fungicides, but they start getting more expensive. And frankly, a lot of the really, really good ones you're not supposed to use on residential lawns. So there is that. Okay, next up is Troy's vlogs. He says, I talk way too fast. I know, I get that, Troy. I do speak very quickly. It's something I've always done ever since I was a kid. And as much as I've tried to slow down, like I'm trying to slow down right now, when I get excited, I start speaking faster. So sorry about that. Okay. What other questions do we have? Yeah, Paradox says, hey, Ron, soil pH is 8. Wow, that's fun. He says, I have 100% perennial ryegrass lawn. What's the best and fastest way to bring down my pH? I'm currently throwing down citric acid and sulfur. Anything else? That's what I would do. I mean, like an ammonium sulfate and citric acid. That is the way that most people go about lowering their pH. It's a process. It just takes time. It's not something you're going to be able to do, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen quickly. It's going to be something you're going to do over time. Paradox. So just keep with your applications. Keep doing your soil testing and see if it starts trending down over time. The thing I'll tell you is that in your case, you're a perfect example for someone where for your micronutrients, you want to use liquids. You're going to want to use like something like Nutrizolve to get your micros, your iron, and those types of things into your grass versus using like a granular micronutrient product because of where your soil pH is. See, so you're a perfect example where something like Nutrizolve is a great fit. All right, next is Robert Mahores. This is a good question. He says, how soon after fertilization can I do a soil test? I like waiting at least 4 weeks, Robert. 3 to 4 weeks. The longer you can wait, the better. But 4 weeks is a good number, is a good time frame to wait after your last fertilization to doing your next soil test. I would not do one like a couple days after or a week after fertilization. I would give it 4 weeks or so. Great stuff. Great question. One that I've been getting an email a lot. So I'm glad you asked me, so then I can just say, hey, go watch the live stream at the whatever we're at now, 3 hour and whatever minute, 46-minute portion of it. And the answer is right there. Okay, next is John Hawkins. He says, Ron, I use Celsius, Certainty, and Simazine. No more POA or anything in the yard, including sedges. So yeah, so you're really going after it. Really, the POA is not there because of the Certainty and Simazine. I don't think Celsius really does a whole lot against POA, but the Certainty and Simazine both do. Like Celsius is very good against POA, and Simazine is also good against POA. So I'm not surprised that you are that your lawn is POA free. And sedge free, because again, as far as a sedge product or sedge herbicide, It's really tough to beat certainty. I mean, it's a little bit more expensive, but as far as like the one that like kills them all, like gets rid of all of them, certainty is the one to go with. So good stuff. I'm glad to hear that you got good results with it. Got you good results with it. And then Robert Price says, I agree. John, yep, good. Glad that you guys that are using that concoction, it's working well for you. Good stuff. All right. So Tom Camp is, if you double cut, aka 2 directions, you still vary the cutting direction, right? Yes. So if I double cut Tom, what I will do is say this is the lawn. What I will do is I will typically mow one way. I'll mow this way, and then I'll come back and I'll mow this way. Or I'll mow like this, and then I'll go diagonal. But I don't cut the same way twice. The only exception to that is if I decide I'm going to mow like thin, thick stripes, and I haven't done that in a while. I actually should. I don't think I think I even did that last year. So if I'm going to mow thicker, thin stripes, like where you do like one thin stripe, then a wide stripe, then a thin stripe, then a wide stripe, that requires that you're pretty much you are double cutting the entire lawn and in the same direction. But that requires, make sure I don't mess this up if I'm doing it live, but it requires that you go. Let's say I want the wide stripes to be, let me think about this. I want the wide stripes to be this way, I think. Let's try to do this. So you make a pass down, make a pass up, and then come up, right? So we have a stripe this way and then a stripe this way. I would go back over the same one over here, down again, go over a bit more, overlapping slightly with this second stripe, going up and then up and over and then down, and then up and then over again and then down. So if you're doing something like that, that is like a way of double cutting the lawn where you are mowing in the same direction. But in general, yes, you would want to vary it. You'd want to mow ideally perpendicular, or at least not perpendicular. I think is best, but you could definitely go this way and then also go at an angle if you wanted to as well too. Good question. Good question. Save the double cuts for like, when you have friends or family coming over, neighbors coming over, and you really want to, have the lawn looking pristine. That's when you do the double cut. Or you come back from vacation. That's a good time too as well. All right. My piece of grass says, June is coming. What can I do to keep June bugs off my lawn? Acelepryn. Go with Acelepryn. This, go to here to go to the golf course lawn store, my piece of grass. And if you are a person that prefers to use granulars, then so you'll just go here and you will go to fungicide and insecticide, or you can simply scroll down. As this is an old version of the website. I'll reload it. Or you can simply scroll down and till you get to right down here, the picture of the grub, right? And so you click on this, and this will take you to the insecticide, fungicide section, and you have a choice. You can either use the liquid, which is Acelepryn here. This is the liquid version of Acelepryn. Take my face off real quick so it shows up better. If you prefer liquids, you can do this guy, which is the 4-ounce container, has a measuring cup built into it. This is one I spilled Primo on, so I actually just use this one for demo, so you can see, right? Or you can use the granular. So it's your call which way you want to go. You have it in a liquid and you have it in a granular. Either one of these will give you, you'll do one application now and you'll be good for this season as far as insects. So hope that helps. Acelepryn G is what I would recommend. Great product, and you'll get good results with it. So there you go. All right, next up is Get It Done. It says my Bermuda lawn has a terrible backyard, but there's little sprigs of Bermuda in it. How do I get it to come back in full? Time is going to be your best bet. Get it done. I mean, if you say it has a few sprigs, are you saying without a picture, it's very difficult to answer your question. But if I'm envisioning a lawn that's completely bare and there's only like a few sprigs of Bermuda here and there, you can wait a really long time. You can sod it. I can't think of what else. If you have Bermuda growing in your lawn, right? So it's not just little, you said it's sprigs, but see you have like clumps of Bermuda. If you mow it, if you mow it regularly, that's going to encourage Bermuda to spread. It is going to encourage it to spread. So that's something you can do as well. If it's just a sprig, you may not want to mow your one little sprig, little tuft of Bermuda coming out. But if it's like a clump of Bermuda, mowing it will help that. But again, without pictures, it's difficult to be able to tell you, to give you like a great recommendation as far as the best way to improve the situation. If it's really that bad, you might be on the situation where you're just going to sod it. I know sod's expensive, but that is likely the fastest way to go from where you are to a fully green lawn. The one thing I would ask you to consider first as well too, before you go do all that, is why is the back lawn bare? Like, why is there no Bermuda? Is it because it's been neglected, or is it because there's shade, or is there something else that's causing that? If it's just because it's been neglected, then and it's largely bare, then yeah, then doing sod could be it's likely going to be the fastest and least painful way to get a lawn that you're going to like faster. It's more expensive. So hope that helps. If you want to send me a picture of the lawn to check out, you can here at ron@golfcourselawn.com. But without a picture, it's kind of hard for me to give you some really great advice on that one. Okay, next is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, Ron, when comparing your true cut to a greens mower, does your greens mower propel at a faster speed, or is the speed about the same as the true cut, or is the opposite with the true cut faster? The Greensmaster is slower. It's slower because the drive with the reel and the drive system on the Greensmaster are linked, right? So if I run the Greensmaster flat out, I mean, it's a good brisk walking pace, but it's not as fast as if I take the true cut and run it at full throttle and then fully engage the reel and then fully engage the drive system. Like, that's gonna be really fast. So it's hard to say. Like, my actual walking pace is about the same with them, because with the true cut, what I tend to do is I engage the reel and I kind of feather the drive system. I kind of float it a little bit to get the walking pace that I want. But if you're using them like with the drive system fully engaged in the true cut, and fully engaged on the Greensmaster, it's really the only way to do it, then the walking pace on the true cut would be faster. So hope that helps. But it's not like the Greensmaster is slow. It's just the true cut would be faster. Okay, Michael is here. He says, good evening, Ron. I put down 40 pounds per 1,000 square feet of lime in February. Would now be a good time to soil test to see what my pH is, or should I wait another month or two? February, so March, April, May. Yeah, I would give it another month. Wait till like the end of May, early June or so, if you want to test and see, how the pH is moving, based on that 40 pound per 1,000 app. You should see a difference. You should notice a difference with that heavy of a rate on your lawn. So good stuff. Give it a little bit longer. And the next up is Robin Marie. He says, thanks, Ron. You're very, very welcome. And then Ahmed Jones says, I love using Scott's liquid turf builder versus the granular. So there you go. There's a person that loves the liquids versus the granular. And next up is Mr. Agreeable. That's good. It's better than being Mr. Disagreeable, right? He says, hello, neighbor. I used to live on the other side of your neighborhood. Is it best to bag or mulch Bermuda? I'm a fan of mulching. I don't bag my clippings other than really whenever I scalp in the spring or before, like say 4th of July or Memorial Day weekend. Now then I might bag clippings, but even then I mean it's kind of rare. The reason why is because whenever you bag clippings, you are literally taking the nutrients, like the fertilizer you're putting into the soil, you're taking nutrients and organic material and you're throwing it out. And if you are mowing frequently enough, like if you're like mowing like how I recommend you do it, which is every couple, at least twice a week, the clippings that are going to come off are so small that they're going to break down quickly, and it's not going to really have a negative impact or negative effect on the lawn. Now, take the other side of that. If say you are someone that only mows your lawn once every couple of weeks, in that case, bagging is likely a better idea. Not might be, it probably is a better idea, because you'd be cutting so much off each time you mow that it's going to look really unsightly to have those clippings just laying on the grass. Now, but in my opinion, mulching is superior to bagging your clippings from a standpoint of just the whole cycle, right? Of returning nutrients, returning moisture, returning organic material to the soil. Like all that you get all that whenever you mulch. When you bag, in my opinion, the only real benefit to it is that the lawn looks cleaner. That's really the only benefit to it. And that's not something that I would do all the time, because fertilizer is expensive and I don't want to throw out fertilizer if I don't have to. Plus there's also the issue of getting rid of all the clippings, right? As much as I mow, I'd have a lot of clippings that I have to get rid of, not necessarily the amount of clippings to get rid of, but also where I have to store it. You know what I mean? Because I have to find somewhere to put it. And then if you've ever bagged grass clippings and you put them in a garage, like it begins to vent and it smells really bad. So just there's a whole lot of reasons to not do it, and really only one reason that I can think of to do it. So I only do that one reason, which is whenever people are coming over, sparingly. So hope that helps, Mr. Agreeable. Great question. And next up is Ahmad Jones. He says, should I water my lawn in the morning or evening? What's the rule? There's not really a rule. I prefer morning watering, Ahmad, than evening watering, as a matter of whenever I have my cycle set to run. I have it set to run, I think, at 4 a.m. I believe is when it's set up. So I prefer morning than evening because it allows it to more. Here's why. When you water in the morning, you give it, the wind tends, not always, but the wind tends to be lower and in the night. So you don't have it you don't have the water being blown all over the place. You give it plenty of time for it to soak into the soil. And then it's not sitting on the lawn so long that you could potentially create issues where you can promote, if you have if your lawn already has fungus present, you're not letting the water sit so long that you're helping to create conditions where it can become a real issue. So I am a fan of more of early watering than evening watering. There's people that do evening watering and have great results. I just like doing it in the morning. So that's my reasoning behind it. Okay, let's see. Michael Klein is here. He says, I'll be sodding a new lawn in June, 16,000 square feet of Tiff-Tuff. That's a lot. And 2,000 square feet of Zuyan Zoysia. The lot was graded and level with 25 loads of fill dirt. In the process, we'll put in 1 inch of topsoil plus amendments. Sounds like a good process. Sounds you got to figure it out, Michael. Sounds like really good. And Lance, you are correct, man. That's it. Knock, knock. Who's there? Mo, and Mo some more. That's pretty good. That should be on a t-shirt. That's actually really good. Only lawn geeks would get it, but that's actually pretty funny. Okay, next is, did I skip a question? No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't. No. So next up is Mr. Agreeable. He says, what do you use to treat insects? I have lots of spiders, slugs, and lawn gnats in my Bermuda. So what I would recommend for what you listed there is the Miramichi Green Pest Control. Can I show you that really quick here? Yeah. So go to the golf course lawn store and shop, and then insecticide and fungicide. And then down here, you'll find the Miramichi Green Pest Control. This is a non-toxic product that's very effective against what you listed there. Yeah, gnats, spiders, slugs. Yeah, so this is a non-toxic way of doing that. Also, if you've not done an insecticide application, like for grubs, for what else? For grubs, for armyworms, for bluegrass weevils, Acelloprin is a great option for that as well, Mr. Agreeable. So if you're looking for like this is what I use on my lawn. This is what I've already put down. This year I did the liquid, but it doesn't really matter. The liquid or the granular are equivalent. You can use either one and you'll get good results with both. So hope that helps. So for Acelloprin, I would think you need as a preventative for season-long coverage, and then the Miramichi Green Pest Control is a great option for gnats, mosquitoes, spiders, roaches, just all the stuff that kind of makes being outside kind of not so much fun. And it's a non-toxic product for that. Non-toxic tonic for that. So great stuff. Great question. Okay, let's see. We have here GH says, new KBG sod Midwest, completely missed our first growing season. Hopefully won't repeat last year's drought, but besides fertilizer, how can I prevent drought and maximize first season sod? 2 soil tests, thanks. Great. So a great way to maximize the water that you put into the lawn and minimize the need to water more is to use a product called Hydrotane. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop and then soil moisture manager, there's a couple of different options for it. It comes in a granular and liquid. What this does, it helps. It's a water magnet of sorts. So you apply this to your lawn, water it in, and it helps draw moisture both above and below the root zone. So it literally, I started using this last year, and the product does work. As far as whenever the middle of summer hits, when the grass starts seeing more heat stress, using Hydrotane really made a big difference as far as just the lawn looking nice all throughout the season. You know what I mean? So as far as an option, that is what I would that's what I would use. I would incorporate Hydrotane into your process as well. So that's great product. I've had really good results with it. People that I haven't had anyone that's used it that has not had good results. The liquid goes further than the granular, but you need to water it in literally right after you apply it to get for the best results. So hope that helps. If that helps, GH, let me know if I can help with anything else. Let's see what else we got here. Some other questions. Oh wow, dude, Lawn Care Juggernaut, what's going on, man? Dude, this is pretty awesome. I'm honored that you came in the live stream. It's pretty cool. So Lawn Care Juggernaut, guys, and guys, I didn't miss your questions. The ones that are above him, I'm gonna answer your questions. But if you guys want to see like it's almost like a train wreck. You want to see a train wreck become less of a train wreck, like watch his content. Like literally, I did not get it. Like when I was in this phase last year and I was studying a lot of YouTube channels, and I came across Lawn Care Juggernaut's channel. It's him and a couple other people that do it, but he is this is the guy that he's the one that did the whole fixing like really mowing really crazy gnarly lawns. It's, you would not think that sitting back and watching someone cut grass, like cut a really nasty lawn, would be something you would watch. Like I started watching the video, like I don't know, I said, why does this guy have millions of views on videos about cutting grass? This makes no sense. And I started watching, and I'm like 20 minutes in, and I'm like, what am I doing? This is absolutely ridiculous. But I get it. I think it is that you get some kind of satisfaction in seeing a really nasty lawn become like less nasty, and I think that's why the content works. But yeah, I appreciate you coming in, man. It's an honor to have you in, and you say, yeah, thanks, popped in on my suggested feed. Keep all the hard work. I really appreciate it. And you are right. Grass clippings do smell like it smells gross. If you've never bagged grass clippings and then put them in your garage, if you want to see what I'm talking about, go mow for those of you guys want to see what he's referring to. Go mow your lawn next time. Bag the clippings. Get just one bag from those brown bags from Home Depot, like the lawn refuse bags. Put all the clippings in that and set it in your garage and let it sit there overnight. And the next day, whenever you open the garage, you walk in the garage, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. That's a big reason why I don't also do it as well too. So man, awesome. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. I really appreciate it. Pretty cool. I'm somebody now, right? The Juggernauts come by to come hang out. That's pretty awesome. Okay, next is Get It Done. Back to him. He says, thanks. I'll send you a picture about seeding. Yeah, man. Send me, my email is here. So ron@golfcourselawn.com. Shoot me a picture of what you're working with, and I'll be able to give you a better answer. A lot of these issues, right? Whenever you say, hey, I've got like a bare spot on my lawn that I'm trying to figure out, should I seed it or sod it? I need to see how big of an area you're talking about. If it's like half the lawn, then yes, that's when like seed or sod make a lot more sense. But if you're talking about just a small area, in most cases, just being patient, especially if it's Bermuda, and it'll just fill in. So very, very good. Next up is Dwayne Puch says, my neighbors think I'm crazy because I mow my Bermuda grass at least twice a week. They keep telling me I'm going to damage my grass. Your neighbors do not know what they're talking about. I just laugh at them because they're clueless. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. I also have to play both sides of the argument. Devil's advocate. If your mower is not sharp, so if you're not making sure your equipment is well maintained, Dwayne, then they are right. You could be damaging your Bermuda grass. But seeing as how you're mowing a couple times a week, and I'm sure you're maintaining your equipment and your mower's nice and sharp, they are categorically wrong. I tend to not like to tell people you're wrong, but in this case, you're wrong. It's like the more you mow your grass, the better it looks. Like the biggest, it's funny. I've had people that will walk by and they say, "Man, your lawn looks so incredible. I want a lawn just like this." And I'm like, so you got to be careful what you ask for, because really the thing that really makes it look like how it looks is the mowing, right? You look at the back lawn and you say, "Wow, that looks like a golf course." And the reason why is because it gets treated like a golf course. It gets mowed like a ton. And that's really the biggest thing that separates a golf course from like normal lawns, is that they just get mowed way more than a normal lawn does. Like you think about it, like the greens get cut every day, tee boxes, every other day, fairway 2 to 3 times, twice a week, so they get mowed more than the average lawn. And that's why they look incredible, in addition to nutrients and everything else. But nope, your neighbor's wrong. You're right. Keep mowing your grass. Don't listen to them. And because I'm sure your lawn probably looks better than their lawn, right? So I definitely won't listen to them. Don't take advice from people. Do not take lawn advice from people with worse lawns than you. All right, next up is Kevin Drury. He says, Ron, I just started doing my own weed control. Is it best to do prodiamine in the fall and dithiopyr in the spring? Are these sufficient for knocking out POA annual, or do I need a spectacle flow? So POA, prodiamine by itself, Kevin, I have not seen, and some people might say that, but I've also looked at other studies too. Like you look at some of these ag schools where they do research and testing of plots of using just straight prodiamine, and it doesn't seem to do, like, prodiamine itself does not do what most people would consider to be an acceptable job against POA. Does it? In other words, if you do prodiamine down in the fall, will you have less POA on your lawn than if you didn't do it? Yes, absolutely. But it's still going to be there. So if you're going to use prodiamine, and I kind of covered this before, you're going to want to mix some amazoquin and simazine in with it. That combination, like depending on where you get it and pricing on it, you can normally do that entire combination for under $200. You can be buying all the herbicides and everything for under $200. If you get a smaller, depending on the size of your lawn, then if you get a smaller amount, you can maybe get it even cheaper than that. And that is very effective against POA. You can do an application of that in, say, October, and then another app in November, December, to do like a split app type situation, and that's very effective against seriously reducing the POA that you're going to have in the springtime. The results are on par, sort of, with Spectacle Flow at a fraction of the cost. Does that make sense? So yes, I would use prodiamine, but I would also mix some post-emergence in along with it to really get the best result. Dithiopyr, like if I were choosing between the two, you can use them either one whenever, but dithiopyr, in my opinion, is better suited as a spring pre-emergent because it's unlike prodiamine, it has a bit of reach back on young crabgrass. If you have some baby crabgrass that's just trying to make its way in the world and ruin your lawn, dithiopyr actually has the ability to kill that, whereas prodiamine does not. So if you think about that, for that reason alone, dithiopyr is probably a better choice for the springtime than prodiamine. Because if you think about it, the crabgrass isn't really doing a whole lot in the fall. It's starting to die off or starting to go away. So if I had a choice, I would do prodiamine with simazine and amazoquin in the fall, and then I would use dithiopyr in the spring. That's what I would do for the reasons that I suggested. So hope that helps, sir. All right, next up, Ahmad Jones says, how do I get rid of moles in my lawn? I get this question literally every week. Okay, so there's a couple of ways to do it. Some people recommend like a shotgun and traps and all this kind of stuff, and that will work. However, what I have found is you want to eliminate, you want to take a multi-stage approach to it, Ahmad. You want to eliminate the mole's food source. So there's like a couple of that's where something like a Celoprin or some kind of grub control product comes in. So like a good insecticide that kills the grubs, which is one of the things that moles eat. That will help, make them want to go somewhere else. And then you follow that up along with a poison or a bait that is specifically designed to target moles. So the one that I like is called, I think it's called like Talprid, or it's called Talprid. There's also Tomcat that makes one. Let me look here. Mole. I'll put a link here in the chat here for you once I find it. Yeah, Tomcat Killer. This is the one here it's on Amazon for getting rid of moles. So what I would say is get a Celoprin. Go to the golf course lawn store, get yourself some Celoprin, apply that to your lawn. That is going to get rid of grubs and like a whole host of other things that will ruin your lawn. So like, armyworms, billbugs, annual bluegrass beetles, a lot of the lawn damaging insects. A Celoprin will cover you from that standpoint, and also get rid of the grubs, which is one of the things that the moles eat. So that's thing one. Thing two will be to use something like this, which I will post in the chat now. So at Ahmad Jones, and this is a poison that targets. This is a poison that will target the moles. So you make them starve, and then you also kill them off to get rid of them. There's other people that will tell you that using like traps will work as well too, but it's a multi-step approach to get rid of moles, to where you basically make them want to go somewhere else in addition to exterminating them. So hope that helps. That process has worked for several viewers of mine. They've gotten really good results with that. So just try that. A Celoprin, and then use like a mole poison or mole bait to get rid of them. Good stuff. All right, next up we have Brett's Grasscapades. He says, Ron, still out here grinding, man. You know me. People still got questions, so I still have answers. You know how it is, Brett. For those of you who don't know, Brett at Yard Mastery is also one of the what is Brett's claim to fame? He's done a very, very good cool season lawn, like a really, like what people would consider like a world-class cool season lawn. And now he's moved down to Florida, and he's also trying to do the same thing with Bermuda, or he's doing the same thing with Bermuda. So Brett has as far as having a lot of knowledge about like cool season and warm season, Brett's your guy. Whereas me, I'm mainly a warm season guy. So that's, if you're not checked out his content, definitely give Brett a follow. So go watch his content. Let him give him some love and support. All right, next here, Dwayne Hopkins says, will the Celsius Certainty combo work on the spammers in the live stream? Man, dudes, that's all part of it. I mean, they just get blocked. They can jump on, they can have fun, and it's just, there's this beautiful thing. You say, hi, this person from channel, they never get to come back. You know what I mean? So I apologize for that. The moderators are doing all they can to get rid of them, but it's all par for the course. You got to figure if people have nothing better to do with their time on a Friday night than come out here and spam, then so be it. They're gonna get banned, and they're never gonna be allowed on the channel again. So yay for you. Okay, next up is, I know, right? Brett, he says, oh snap, the Juggernaut's in the house. I know, right? Mr. like Salvage Horrible Lawns is here, right? He's come hang out with us. It's pretty cool. All right, next is John Hawkins. He says, what's the best to treat Virginia buttonweed? I have some in the backyard and I want to kill it before aerating. So Virginia buttonweed is a difficult one to get rid of, John. Celsius is labeled for that. Even on the label, they say you need to use the higher rate, and it may take more than one application to get rid of it. So what I'm talking about, again, go here to the Golf Course Lawn Store and go to the weed herbicide section, to weed killer, and Celsius. So this guy, Celsius mixed with surfactant, it may take, again, at the higher rates, it may take more than one app to get rid of it, but Celsius will do that. It is labeled for it. You check the label on it, actually has an entire section about Virginia buttonweed saying this will work, but got to use the higher rates, and it may take more than one app to kill it. But that's a good option for something that will target buttonweed, but will also not damage your Bermuda or zoysia grass. So hope that helps. All right, Get It Done says, what do you think about plugs for thin yards? I think it's a great way to go if you have the patience for it. So the advantage to plugging, right, is that you can be assured that once it all fills in, the grass is going to match. The negative to plugging is it takes a long time. It takes a while. Depending on how big the bare areas are, it could be months, it could be an entire season before it fills in. So it really depends on you, how picky you are about how your grass looks. Say you have Bermuda in most of the lawn, you got a big bare spot with, like, I don't know, when I say a big bare spot, say I don't know, 20 by 10 section of the lawn where it's completely bare, right? There's no Bermuda there, and there's no grass growing in there, and it used to be a tree, but now you're trying to get grass to grow. The fastest way to get grass in there is to use sod, but I will almost guarantee that if you put sod in there, that I'd be able to tell. You'll be able to tell the difference between the sod you put in and the Bermuda that was there before. So again, it's not like it's going to look horrible. It's not going to really look bad, but you're going to be able, for someone that's looking for it, will be able to tell the difference. So if you're someone that's really picky, then there's a lot of advantages to plugging, as far as making sure that you don't have that issue, but you're just gonna have to be patient to make sure that, while you wait for it to grow in. So like most things, there's no free lunch, Get It Done. There's always a pro and a con for everything, right? This is kind of like life. Next is Jose Seguro says, what's a good post-emergent for zoysia, safe for pets? Most post-emergents are safe for pets, Jose, as long as you follow the label. So I'm gonna say the same thing I've been telling everybody tonight. Like, Celsius is a great broad spectrum herbicide that will work good on zoysia. It's safe for zoysia. Mix some Celsius with it, or some Certainty with it, if you're trying to also get rid of sedges. The way I would use it is if you have dogs, or cats, or whatever your pets happen to be, say you're spraying tomorrow morning, I would keep the pets off the lawn for the day. I would, really realistically, until the product dries, or once the product dries, it's probably okay for them to go back in the lawn, but just give it a day. So if you apply today, you want to wait till tomorrow's Saturday, you keep them off the lawn until Sunday. So maybe take them out in the morning, let them do their business, and then do all your herbicide applications, and then let them back on the lawn Sunday, and you'll be good to go. So most post-emergent herbicides are safe, the ones that are rated for residential use anyway, are safe for pets if you follow the instructions. And then I kind of gave you in a nutshell what you should be doing, which is apply it, allow it to dry, let it dry completely, and then let them re-enter the lawn after that. So the best way is apply it, wait a day, and then you're good to go. That's why, like a lot of the lawn care services, you'll see they stick the little signs in the yard and they say, stay off the lawns, keep kids and pets off the lawn for 1 day, please, or until the following day. That's the reasoning for that. Okay, Christian Flores, you're very, very welcome, GH. No worries, you're very welcome. And next up is Christian Flores. He says, so Ron, I took your advice and went to the farm and ended up getting Tiff Green sod over the Celebration, though. Tiff Green, in my eyes, look better than the Celebration. Any thoughts? I think that if it looks better to you, that's all that really matters. If the Tiff Green, I'm trying to think. I've seen Tiff Tough. I have not seen Tiff Green in person, so it might look better than Celebration. It might be, a better choice. But ultimately, Christian, it's your lawn, right? It's your lawn. You have to like how the grass looks. If you looked at Celebration, you looked at Tiff Green, and you said Tiff Green looks better to me, then I think you made the right choice. At the end of the day, you got Bermuda, so you didn't go wrong. It's not like you call me up and saying, hey, I'm gonna go with St. Augustine or ryegrass or something like that. I'm gonna get hate for that, but I don't care. It's late. It's late. All right. Next is Michael Klein. He says, I bought 8 40-pound bags of carbonized PN, dropped all 8 bags into the topsoil before laying down 18,000 square feet of sod. So you're asking, should I apply it before? He says, see no reason to not spread it all while the topsoil is exposed. Yeah, absolutely, Michael. You're doing it exactly right. So I would, if you've got like a bare lawn or you've got it's been leveled, it's been graded, and before you put the sod in, if you got like those 8 bags of carbonized PN, I absolutely would spread that over the entire lawn, or it's not really a lawn yet, but over the entire yard, and then let them put the sod on top of that, and you're going to find that it's going to root in better, it's going to establish faster. That was the reasoning, that was the reasoning behind carbonized PN. It was designed to help speed up the establishment of turf. That's the secret sauce about it, and that's why it really is the foundation of Carbon Pro G, of Essential G. Like all of those are carbonized PN with more additives, right? So if you buy Carbon Pro G, you're buying basically carbonized PN in pill form. You buy Essential G, you're buying carbonized PN in pill form along with some reclaimed coffee grounds and humates and silicon, a few other things. But carbonized PN is the basis. So yeah, you're doing exactly what I would do, and that's if you call me Richie Green, they'd say yes, that's exactly how you should do it. So lay it down, sod on top, water it, profit. Should be good to go. All right, next up is Tan doing God's work. Says, hello, beautiful people. What's going on, Tan? Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. And then next is Mr. Agreeable talking about shade, saying, my side yard is nearly full shade and won't grow Bermuda. What's the best alternative grass? Depends on how much shade we're talking about. So Bermuda, 7-8 hours, like all the sunlight. That's really the best answer for Bermuda. How much sunlight? All the sunlight. That's what Bermuda needs. Zoysia is the next in line, and that, depending on which one you go with, can get by with 5 to 6 hours of direct sunlight. So if your side yard gets 5 to 6 hours of direct sunlight, again, when I say direct, meaning not passing through trees, not filtered anyways, like direct sunlight on the lawn, then Zoysia is an option. If it's less than that, that's when you start getting into your fescues, and because those types of grass tend to do better in shade than Bermuda and Zoysia. They also don't like heat as much as Bermuda and Zoysia, which is why shade works better for them, right? So use that as a guide. If it's you already just said that Bermuda won't work, so don't do that. If you got 5 to 6 hours or so, Zoysia could be a good option, and if less than that, then look into fescues. Hope that helps, Mr. Agreeable. Sorry you're dealing with the shade issue, but at least you have some thoughts to going forward, right? All right, next up is Nick Elliott. Says, I'm laying 16,000 square feet of Tifway 419. What are the best practices to care for it? Amount of N and water. Should I add a surfactant or fungicide? Okay, so you're laying down 16,000 square feet of Tifway. If you can put down carbonized PN before laying the sod, that would be good. And by carbonized PN, this is what I'm talking about, Nick. So if you go to the golf course lawn store and go to shop and Renovation Green Biostimulants, this product here, this is not a prill. So you need a way to spread this, like using like a leveling rake or some kind of a machine to spread it. If you want something that will go down using a broadcast spreader, that is very good as well. Essential G is something you can use in a broadcast spreader. And again, with this, lay it down super heavy. You can spread that over your 16,000 square feet and then lay the sod on top of it. And it's going to help with rooting, with it establishing. Your next parts of your question, which are around practices to care for it. So Bermuda, I mean, conventional wisdom will tell you Bermuda needs about a pound of nitrogen per month during the growing season. So about 4 to 5 pounds per year. When it's actively growing, about a pound per month. If you are using like the products I'm talking about, like the biostimulants and particularly biochar products that help hold on to some of the nutrient, you can get by with actually pushing less nitrogen. You can run like zero point 0.8, you know, zero point 0.8 pounds of nitrogen, so a little bit less than that full pound, and still get really, really good results. The positive to that is that the lawn is going to stay nice and green and lush, and you're not gonna push a lot of top growth, which is something that can happen when you start putting excess amounts of nitrogen into it. So about a pound of nitrogen thereabouts per month is what it needs when it's actively growing. As far as water, an inch or so of water per week in total. So if you get rainfall, if it rains, then you likely don't need to run irrigation that week, or you need to run an abbreviated cycle. If you get 10 days without rain, that's where your irrigation is going to come in. You want to use that to help make sure the grass get some water so that it does well. Now, a way you can reduce water requirements is to use a product called Hydrotain. It's a moisture manager that helps cut or reduce the amount of watering that you need to put on the lawn by up to 50%. So you see what I'm saying? The answer, there's not really any absolutes. Like the absolute is if you're not doing any kind of biostimulants, not using any carbon, a pound of nitrogen per month, and an inch of water per week. That's the answer. If you're using moisture managers, you can put less water on the lawn. If you're using biostimulants, you can put less nitrogen in the soil, because the nutrients that you do put in are going to stick around longer. They're going to remain available for the grass for longer. Outside of that, should you use surfactant? Surfactant really comes into play if you're applying herbicides or post-emergent herbicides. You're trying to like kill weeds. You need something that's more tacky to help it stick to the weed you're targeting better. So surfactants, I really wouldn't worry about that. As far as fungicide, I am a fan of doing a preventative fungicide because I've had fungus damage in my lawn before, and it stinks. Like it takes a while for the lawn to recover from it. So a bag of fungicide in the May-June timeframe, I think, is a worthwhile investment versus dealing with brown patch or large patch in your lawn, when heat and moisture and all come together and you end up with those kinds of conditions. Doesn't mean that if you don't do fungicide, you will have a fungus problem in your lawn. Not saying that at all, but it's cheap insurance to prevent issues. This is what I'm trying to say. So I'm a big fan of using fungicides. Again, May-June timeframe, and outside of that, mowing. So we covered the water, we covered the fertilization, and then the best thing you can do for your lawn outside of fertilizing it based on soil test results and keeping things from destroying it, like disease, fungicide, and insecticide, is just mowing. Like make sure your mower stays nice and sharp, and get out there and mow it twice a week, and it's going to look really good. Like a lot of what makes a lawn look good is mowing. The reason why my lawn looks like that is because in May, which is not even we're not even in the prime time yet, is because I'm out there mowing it every other day because I enjoy doing it, right? So that's the only other advice I'd give you, is mow your lawn frequently. I think that's it. I think I've talked that one to death, Nick. So hopefully that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. And then Get It Done says, thanks for your help. How do we support your channel? How do you support? Watch the content. That's how you can support. If you want to give super chats, that's a way to support the channel. The golf course lawn store is my business. So if there's any products there that are a fit for your lawn care program, buying those kinds of products, buying things on the store are ways to help support me and the channel as well. So any of those things, super chats, watching the content is big. And again, obviously the store, if there's something that you actually need, by all means do that. That helps as well too. Dalvin says, how long did it take for Alex's lawn to recover from his irrigation install? I have some pretty serious battle scars for the ditch witch. It's so painful. A couple of weeks. Because he did his irrigation install in the middle of summer. So the Bermuda was growing really aggressively. So it took a couple of weeks before you really didn't notice it that much anymore. But as far as getting it perfect, if you ask him, it's still not perfect yet. He's still top dressing in the areas where the lines were laid to kind of make it the way he wants it. But realistic to where like only lawn nerds are going to notice it, a couple of weeks in the middle of the summer. So, Dalvin, I wouldn't worry about it. If you were doing your irrigation, you already did it now. I'd say by mid-June, things should be looking a lot better, and really probably a little bit sooner than that. By mid-June, you should be in a much better spot. You'll be able to see, like, once the areas that were trenched settle, where you need like some spot top dressing to kind of clean it up. So should be good to go. I'd say, in Alex's case, it was a couple of weeks, but we did his literally in like July or something, I think. It was like literally the middle of summer. Okay, Mike G's here. He says, "Hey, Ron, love your videos. Very informative. Last July, August, I had severe insect infestation in my Bermuda, like tiny grasshoppers. Couldn't kill them. Any idea how to prevent? I'd have to see what you're talking about. Sounds like mole crickets. If it's mole crickets, then like bifenthrin can work. That can work for them, but that's going to be something you're going to be chasing. It's going to take several applications to get rid of them. If it is, I'm trying to think of what else it could be. If it's, you didn't say worms, but last year, like a lot of places, a lot of lawns got destroyed by army worms. So much that it even made like local news. People, it was so bad that even the local news were talking about army worm damage in Georgia. So if it's mole crickets like bifenthrin, and there's another product that Robert was telling me about that he was using that works well against mole crickets. But outside of that, if it's not that, if it is in fact, grubs or army worms or any of these other lawn damaging insects, that's when something like acelepryn makes a lot of sense. There's another insect on the label for acelepryn, like chinch bugs, like those, like those types of things. Acelepryn will help you out with. But if it's mole crickets, that's when bifenthrin. So I need a picture. I need to see exactly what you're talking about to be able to tell you for sure. But if you've not done an insecticide, I would say do one. And acelepryn is what I'd recommend. All right, next is Dennis Stasaki says, "Can I scalp Bermuda now, or is it too late? Just moved into a new house and playing catch up in the lawn." You can scalp it. It's not gonna hurt anything. It's not too late to scalp it at all. You can absolutely scalp it now if you want, Dennis. It's going to recover from the scalping that much faster. So, yeah, you can scalp the lawn now. Most people do it a bit earlier to help promote green up. But also, another time when people will scalp a lawn is if they're trying to do a reset. So let's say you go away for vacation for a week or two and the lawn gets out of control. Some people will work their way back down, which is the way I would recommend doing it. And some people say, no, I don't want to do that. And they will just do a high to cut reset where they'll scalp and then allow the lawn to go back in. So it just depends on which approach you want to take. But yes, to answer your question, yes, you can scalp your lawn now if you want to. You're not going to hurt anything. It's going to look ugly for now, like, I don't know, a week, 10 days, and then it'll be fine. It's Bermuda. You can't really hurt it, even if you wanted to. All right, next is JC105. Says, "Hey, Ron, just want to stop by and say thank you for my lawn. My lawn is really coming around. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you. JC, thank you for watching the content." And then I have a super chat here from Brew Crew Fishing. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate it. Late night super chat. It's not working. Is my super chat button not working? I think. Did I mute? I don't know. I'm not hearing myself. Okay, well, thanks for that, Brew Crews. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love and support. And I think the last question of the evening, I think it's from Jose, where he says, "When will be the right seasons to apply prodiamine, Celsius, and certainty without damaging the lawn to prevent and keep weeds out all year?" Okay, so we need to unpack that one a little bit. So prodiamine is really your preventative. That's your pre-emergent, Jose. So that you can apply in either the spring or the fall months. And the whole idea behind that is to interrupt the cycle of the weeds germinating. It's designed to kill off the roots as the weeds are trying to germinate. So it prevents them from actually becoming a thing. So prodiamine is really your preventative. Celsius and certainty are a post-emergent herbicide, meaning, either we didn't apply pre-emergent or it wasn't effective, or we got some weeds despite pre-emergent. That is where Celsius and certainty come in. So that's really for a lawn where weeds are already present. That is when you would use those. So if I had to give time frames, I'd say the prodiamine and or dithiopyr, whatever pre-emergent you decide to use, is going to be in the early spring and the fall months. And then more than likely, Celsius and certainty you'll be using throughout the growing season. So, April through September, that's when you'd be using the post-emergent herbicides to kill weeds that are in your lawn that pop up. But again, if you're doing everything else that I'm talking about, using the pre-emergence and you're mowing regularly, you really shouldn't have a ton of weed pressure throughout the growing season. So hope that helps. Hope that helps. And then next is Kenneth Sherrill. He says, "Hey Ron, I poisoned a few weeks ago. When I put you put, I guess you put herbicide down a few weeks ago. When can I plant seed? Depends on what you use. Depends on what you use. If you used something like Celsius or just check the label. But most post-emergent herbicides outside of Tenacity, I'm not sure if 2,4-D. So some of the other post-emergent herbicides do have a period where they recommend that you wait a couple of weeks before seeding. So you'd have to check the label to know when to do that. It depends is the answer. Unfortunately, you'd have to check the label to know for sure. And then Ahmed Jones says, "What do you recommend for scales on my plants?" I'm not sure what you mean by scales in your plants. Ahmed, you have to send me a picture of it so for me to be able to answer that. I mean, my email is this, ron@golfcourselon.com. Shoot me a picture there and I will get back to you. I'll get back to you. All right. Super chat from James Kelly. I appreciate it, man. Late night super chat. Thanks so much, James. Appreciate you. There we go. Off. And let me see. Why is my super chat not playing? Let me try playing something else. And that's not, applause is not working. Oh, I think I see what's going on now. There we go. Let's try it now. Interesting. I don't know, guys. My sound effects done broke on me. I'm not sure what's going on. But I appreciate the super chat. Super chat received. That's what it should sound like. So thanks for that, James. I appreciate the love and support. And next up, No says, "What are the max amount of nitrogen for a Bermuda lawn?" It's about 4 to 5 pounds per year. No, that's about what you want to go with. And then what that equates to is about a pound per month during the growing season. So you think about it. You say, I said about 4 to 5 pounds per year, right? You would not do. I said about a pound per month, right? So you would not do a pound in January, February, March, April, because that would be 12 pounds. It's just way too much. So 4 to 5 pounds over the course of when the grass is actively growing is when you would want to do it. So hope that helps. Let me see what we have here as far as last few questions. Yep, Yardbra says, "What's up, Ron? Love the channel. Been following for a while now. Live and die by tenacity." You love your tenacity, huh? All right. Let's see. So Kevin Dury says, "Did you say I can mix simazine and mesotrione in your fall?" I said you should. No. I said you should use prodiamine, simazine, and a mazoquin. So simazine, image, and prodiamine. That's what I said, Kevin. So image, simazine, and then prodiamine. So pretty much you're making Coastal. So there's a herbicide product called Coastal that has those 3 in it. You're just making it yourself. So there we go. All right, guys, I think that is it. I think that's all I have as far as questions for tonight. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. Remember, get your preventative fungicide down if you guys have not done that as yet. It's a good idea to keep the nasties out of your lawn. The Golf Course Lawn Store is where you can find obviously your lawn care accoutrement. Everything from backtrack sprayers to fertilizer to biostimulants, anything you need. And as always, I really appreciate you guys watching the content. Thanks so much, guys. I will see you all next week. Have a great weekend.